What is up, everyone, and welcome to the WAN Show. We've got a fantastic show lined up for you with fantastic news. It turns out that in my haste to immerse myself in the Apple ecosystem, I overlooked one all-important detail. There is no reason left to buy an iPhone.
Oh!
RCS exists for people who were afraid of the color green in their bubbles. And also, in other news, Google announced yesterday that AirDrop is coming to the Pixel family. So you will actually be able to cross-share files between Pixel and iPhone users. We'll get into it more later.
Apparently there's some app where you can get all the features of AirPods on Android now too.
Yes, there is. We were going to talk about that later.
No, we talk about it now!
And now you spoiled it! Speaking of things spoiled, there's some drama in the Pebble community. I actually I got my Pebble very recently, and I got it in my backpack. It's on the verge of me being about to set it up. Sometimes it takes me a little while to switch over to new devices. The point is, Rebel, the community that kept the original Pebbles up and running for flipping, I don't know, what was it, 6 years after Google discontinued it, has some drama with the now resurrected new Pebble company. So we're going to have to dig into that a little bit. What else we got this week?
Microsoft kills another Windows activation workaround while weathering backlash over recent agentic OS push, and at the same time that there has never been a better time in the history of operating systems to try using Linux. Also, another topic for sure, another great topic.
I highlighted one for you. I highlighted one that I'm legitimately excited about.
Where's your... Now I gotta find it. Here it is. Tesla is poised to adopt Apple CarPlay. Hooray. Two things I don't use.
The show is brought to you today by Woojer, Squarespace, Proton, and FlexiSpot, alongside our wrap partner dbrand, our laptop partner Dell, and our chair partner. Nice try. Secret Lab.
We were so close.
You're so cooked.
Did you notice it in your thing, or how did you even notice?
Don't even worry about it. I have my ways. Why don't we jump right into our first topic today, which is, of course, the biggest news in the techosphere right now. The fact that Google just randomly on a Thursday dropped the news that AirDrop is coming to the Pixel 10 family. For the uninitiated, AirDrop is an Apple feature that allows people to quickly share files, contacts, and other media between Apple devices, including sharing across different people, not just the same user with multiple devices. So if Luke and I both had iPhones, we could just touch our tips together, as friends are wont to do.
Yeah, unlike normal.
As long as we have our settings configured, and then we can just form a direct connection and send files to each other. It's really nice, especially for things like ingesting video footage from an iPhone to a Mac computer. Oh yeah, did I mention it's not just phones? You can go to iPads and other Apple devices as well. Now, Android has had a competitor to this called QuickShare for quite a bit of time. It's gotten some updates over the years to compete with the walled garden, and you could kind of think of this as just an even fancier update. But it's kind of a bigger deal than that, because whether you agree or disagree with the importance of things like, iMessage, FaceTime, walled garden features like that, AirDrop is something that many people do feel is extremely important.
It's awesome.
And
it's really cool.
Our title for this topic is actually really funny. The timing for this was hilarious. I don't know if you saw this on Twitter, but literally a week ago, Elijah was complaining about the same switch to iOS app that I was having so much trouble with when I switched over to iPhone most recently.
Okay.
Because he just bought an iPhone. And the reason that he bought an iPhone, literally the reason, was that he recently went to an event where he actually like straight up missed out on making important contacts, making important connections, because people were just like, oh, sharing my contact with you is more work than just touching my phone to yours? Yeah, I'm good. Now, the first thing I said to him was, I don't need the contact information of anyone who's that much of a shithead.
I've also but I've never heard of that, nor seen it, nor experienced it.
You don't travel in the same circles as everyone else necessarily.
That event that he was at, I have been to before and was invited to.
It is a different year today, and potentially a different generation of attendees.
By one.
A different generation of attendees.
It was last year.
No, I'm not talking in terms of generation of the event. I'm talking the age group of attendees.
Fair enough. So I might have been to the event, but not...
And hung out with boomers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Yeah. So
Fair
anyway.
enough, yeah. I am definitely the type of person to get to an event like that, find the people that I actually want to hang out with, and then stand in a corner and just talk to them.
Yep. Yeah, so I've been teasing him actually a fair bit this week because right after he went through all the hassle of getting switched over to the iPhone, and he was like complaining to me about it. He's like, "No, this thing's so stupid, but I'm doing it because I just like really need AirDrop." Like immediately Google dropped this news, and I was like, ha ha. Meanwhile, I'm actually dailying the iPhone Air anyway, just because it's my job to kind of know both of them. I actually have a lot of notes from this time around. iOS 26 is like kind of terrible. I just mean in terms of like bugginess.
I've heard in iOS's defense, I've heard bad things about the Pixel. They're saying this is a Pixel 10 thing that's coming, right? Quick share. I've heard negative things about the Pixel 10 as well. I honestly, my Pixel 9a was extremely buggy out of the gate. Oh.
I've
generally heard good things about Pixel 9.
The 9a is the budget one. It has great battery life. That's like the killer app of that phone. It also has no camera bump. Those two things are keeping it like in my pocket as my one that I'm gonna have like some of my stuff that's a pain in the butt to migrate as I make my way through a number of devices that I want to be using over the next little bit. But there's definitely some bugginess, and it can be very frustrating. But like I am often running into issues with my AirPods on this. I think I caught it on video where it's like my AirPods are showing up like they're connected, they're the active device, but they're just not playing any audio, and the only way to get them to work is to put them back in the case, pull them back out, and connect them again. Which, yeah, sure, turn it off and turn it back on. That's a totally valid troubleshooting step or whatever.
Just you'd think a first-party device like that, and like one of the most popular versions of a first-party device like ever, would probably be fine.
Now, in fairness to Apple, it could be because I've experienced this, I think, exclusively with Plex. I don't use my AirPods to listen to music much, and I don't use them for calls much. I use them predominantly to watch things on Plex. So it could just be that Plex is a steaming pile of garbage. So I can't blame Apple for it, but it is an observation that I've had that it has not been a seamless experience with the AirPods. Anywho, I've been teasing Elijah about this week because he literally did it for nothing. The Pixel 10 family will now be able to use QuickShare to complete file transfers with Apple devices and their AirDrop function. The Apple user will need to adjust their settings to make the device discoverable to anyone. But that's totally a thing, because anytime you want to, like, we run into this on set all the time because we use iPhones for our teleprompter displays. So if you want to transfer to like the work account that isn't in your contacts and you're not friends with or whatever, that's actually like a normal step then, is you need to just open it up to connect with anyone. So that's something that Apple people are totally used to doing. And then you can just adjust the time that it's open. So you said it's like 10 minutes or whatever, and then it'll close back off. It's a pretty normal step. A Google spokesperson confirmed that this was not a collab with Apple, but rather we accomplished this through our own implementation. They also said, and this seems like they're trying to get out ahead of Apple claiming that this is a giant security problem and it needs to be closed down because the only devices that are secure to transfer a file are Apple devices. So they said their implementation was thoroughly vetted by their own privacy and security teams, and also they engaged a third-party security firm to pen test the solution. Now, the downer here, and this actually kind of sucks, is that this is not an Android feature. This is a Pixel OS feature.
And Pixel 10 specifically.
And it has not been confirmed if it will be available across the rest of the Pixel lineup or across the rest of the Android ecosystem.
They have specifically said Pixel 10 family.
Specifically.
Those exact wording. So it's, to me, it's not coming to other stuff, at least not right now.
But Google does have a history of starting features on the Pixel lineup, on the latest Pixels.
Yep.
Having them make their way to other Pixels, and then having them make their way to the broader ecosystem.
Yeah.
But I also just kind of wonder if this feature is going to survive long enough to make it to those other devices, because you've got
Apple's
to imagine,
gonna push, probably.
You've got to imagine that Apple's going to be finding ways to, at the very least, passively aggressively make this not as good of an experience.
Easily, yeah. Release updates every once in a while that just change things enough that it won't work.
Tim00x3 says, but what stops Apple from patching this out? I mean, they didn't work with Apple on it. And from a technical standpoint, very little. Pretty much nothing stops Apple from patching it out. But from an antitrust standpoint, and Apple has been under more scrutiny lately around the App Store, potentially there could be reasons for them to not obviously, publicly, intentionally lock down the interoperability of their walled garden. With that said, in the US in particular, enforcement has been inconsistent across the various administrations. And I would say the current one, it seems to have more to do with how ring-shaped your lips are and less to do with your actual behavior as a company, whether you will be investigated or not.
It's trying to make them as flat and wide and not ring-like as possible.
Ah, good. You succeeded.
Thank you.
Discussion question: is this a good move or a bad move? I think it's pretty sweet. However, saying, hey, screw those guys with their walled garden ecosystem. We're going to make our walled garden ecosystem compatible with theirs. Ha! Now freedom for all, like especially just our customers.
Just Pixel 10.
Yeah, just Pixel 10 use. Like you're not quite Robin Hood at that point, Google. You're like, who are you at that point? You're Robin Hood if he only distributed the rich guy's wealth to his merry men,
He's just the king of the neighboring castle.
Yeah, a little bit. It does kind of feel that way. Curveball question. Elijah. Okay, that's not really a question. Recently bought an iPhone for AirDrop. Also not a question. Oh, so I accidentally told the story that he had in his questions at the beginning. It sparked a brief conversation in writers' meeting about should that be a video where Elijah talks through his phone choice, and we go for the title of "I bought an iPhone for no reason. This was a major mistake." Do you think the audience cares about others' experiences with phones, or should we keep doing Linus 30-day phone challenges? I think that, especially given that Elijah was the host, not the host, but he was the interviewer, he was the tech support, he was the facilitator of the entire Switch to Android and Switch to iPhone challenge series. I think him doing a follow-up where, okay, I oversaw all of y'all switching devices.
I also made a decision.
I'm getting in on the action. Here's why I did it. Google announcement, mic drop. This might have been a huge mistake. Am I sticking with it or not? Yeah. Now that I've used it for a month. I think that's a great piece of content.
I think it's good. If you really, if it didn't feel like there was enough meat on the bone, which I think there might be, but if you didn't feel like there was, I think you could maybe check in with people that have switched within the last year and see how they're feeling about their devices at this point in time.
I think that could be interesting because Yvonne said she was going to go back to her Android, but she actually hasn't bothered yet.
See, that's super interesting to me.
I talked to her the other day about it. I was like...
These might even be 2 different videos.
I was like, you're still on the iPhone. And she's like, yeah, it's a lot of work to switch devices, and I find that I just can't care that much.
That is a take that does matter to me, to be honest. Because if it's that...
No. Because the next thing she said was that if I was in office full time right now, I would 100% be switching back.
Ooh.
Because the productivity management tools are just plain better for her needs.
On Android.
Yeah, and just like planning.
That's so interesting because I know you guys have your business calendar thing that you like a lot.
Yeah.
But there's...
Business calendar is goated.
There's people that feel equal but opposite about iPhone. Like the best flight tracking app, as far as my understanding goes, is iOS only.
How much do you fly though?
No, I know. This is an argument that I hear from people.
I use my calendar every day. I use a flight tracking app once in a while when I fly. Like I don't know, man.
It's just like, iOS people say equal but opposite things, but I guess it kind of depends on which things you use all the time. Like I know someone that flies like often very short flights, but like almost every week.
Really?
Sometimes within
we
California.
both know someone who flies that much.
I'm not talking about that guy.
Oh, okay.
But I'm talking about a different guy. And Flightly, people are saying Flightly. That sounds right. It just like lives and dies by that app. What is that?
Is that me?
Is that you?
Might be me.
Whatever that. Just
turn your... sorry. Yeah, I'm on. It is me.
Wow. What a guy, dude.
Sorry.
What a guy.
All
the iOS users in chat just got flagged.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I love that on Android you can just drag down your volume button and mute your phone. You don't have to like interact with the screen at all.
You can't do that?
It's
why can't you do that?
So what you can do is you can configure the action button for D&D.
Okay.
But I don't have mine configured for that because I have it configured to be a flashlight because I find that more useful more often.
That's pretty cool.
I
do you find that nukes your battery in your pocket often?
I love that. There's a setting for it, Linus. Stop being wrong. What are you talking about? Is there a setting to turn down the volume and it will mute your ringer? Because I'd love for that to be a thing. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see.
Yes.
Yeah, sure. Let me check. I'm checking. Part of my problem is that I'm switching devices all the time, so anything that's not default can be hard to remember. Oh yeah, change with buttons. There you go. So it's not the default, but yes, you can hold it down and change your ringtone and alerts volume with buttons. Very nice. All right, cool. I still maintain the management on it is much more intuitive on Android. Basically what happens is it controls whatever is going on now, and if nothing is going on now, it controls your ringer and notification volume, and then you can click a thing, and then you get a full volume slider thing that comes out, and you can adjust all your various volume sliders independently. One thing that you still definitely can't do on iOS, though, is set a different volume for your notification and your ringer, which I find pretty annoying because I don't always want my notifications to be loud, but sometimes I do want a phone call to be loud.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, whatever. Good job.
Good job, indeed. Next topic, maybe?
Yeah. What else do you guys want to talk about?
Speaking of good job, this week's outage was brought to you by Cloudflare.
Oh, why? Yeah. What?
Yay! We all saw it coming. Yay!
Is it time for us to stop being so dependent on just like
nope
a couple of companies to
we can't change anything
to keep the entire internet running?
They should merge. We need less.
I know a bunch of chat is like, yes, good. That will not happen. I am sorry. The inertia is way too high. You can't unplug Cloudflare from the internet right now. The tools to do the things that Cloudflare does you're quite wrong, Luke. Yeah, okay. Good luck. Go have fun. The tools to do the things that places like Cloudflare accomplish on a mass scale for everyone are not good enough. to be honest. There is certain things that can help you get away from it, and we use a lot of that. But just saying like, oh yeah, every single site you can unplug Cloudflare. They've done it a couple times recently. Yeah, okay. I need you guys to consider the vastness of this. Unplug Cloudflare, Azure, and AWS from the entire internet and see what happens.
What would even be left?
We just did. We just saw what happens.
And that
It's
was
not
like
good.
a regional outage for the AWS thing too. That was like one small part of AWS. It wasn't even...
And trust me, a huge part of Floatplane's ethos is like using these platforms as little as possible. Yes, when the Cloudflare outage happened, stuff with Floatplane went down. We lean on a lot of different Cloudflare things.
We do.
But we try to make it as unpluggable and into something else as possible.
Yeah,
but
failover.
that unplug and plug into something else is the important part of what I'm talking about. These types of systems, this decentralization is how the internet works right now in grand scale. The cost of doing it yourself, both in employees, in hardware, and everything else is very high. These companies are offering scale, they're offering expertise, they're offering resilience, all these different things. And there's a reason why so many people have flocked to them. And there's a reason why put it in the cloud is a lot less popular than it used to be, because they're strangling everyone with price. And then people are trying to float back. But what's kind of winning right now, as it often does, is a hybrid model that's somewhere more in the middle. You have no cloud. Cloud comes in and everyone goes, oh my God, put everything in the cloud all the time.
Then there's a little outage and they're like, wow, we can't do anything.
Oh my goodness.
Also, like getting all of our data out of our cloud storage is wildly expensive.
They crank the prices, everything goes crazy, and then you go, oh, maybe somewhere in here. Floatplane tries to do a bit of hybrid. Right now, the deal we have with Cloudflare is very cost effective, so we're doing that. But we can try to work with other people, and we can go with other companies. It doesn't just have to be three, but these types of like one company leans on other ones to get things done is how the internet works right now. And there's a reason why if you put all these three massive outages together, there's basically nothing left. There's a reason why that's the case. And just saying like, oh yeah, you can unplug it all and it's all going to magically work is just not true.
Or it's not true now.
Yeah.
It could be true 5 years from now.
And it was true in the past.
Yes. But right now, the way that it works, if you want to have a website that like is reasonably reliable and doesn't just get like DDoSed to high hell all the time, you're basically using these services. It's the current paradigm
of being DDoSed to high hell all the time is like exactly what I'm talking about. The wall. Someone in Floatplane chat just worded it. Nope, I don't see it anymore. But the needing the resiliency to absorb a lot of this type of stuff was a massive problem back in the day.
Oh yeah,
sites would go down all the time,
dude. Just and like stuff would go down all the time.
One vindictive customer would take down
enough.
a site whenever.
And the scale with which you can attack services now is only increasing.
Tons of houses in BC have like 3 gig internet connections coming to their house up and down. Like, my goodness,
dude. Hold on. Someone just sent me this. Apparently, there's a. Hold on.
Also, yeah, someone in Floatplane chat just said, Andre B just said, and what companies you lean on also lean on those companies as well. Yeah, much like the stock market, which I think we're going to talk about a little bit later. A lot of this
not financial advice.
A lot of this stuff intertwines. It flows together, and it's crazy.
Let me see if I can find this. Okay. I think I got it up. So this was sent to me earlier this week by Marty Kareem, a staff signals engineer at Security Scorecard. We published research on a campaign we're calling Operation WRT Hug. So check this out. So it's an operation that's hijacking tens of thousands of older ASUS WRT home and small office home office routers and using them as orb-style relay infrastructure. So apparently there's a mesh of infected DAD routers, they're calling them, spread across Taiwan, the US, Russia, Southeast Asia, and Europe. And this kind of no longer getting updates, connected infrastructure, smart home devices, IoT devices that are all over the place, coupled with the enormous pipes that are available for like run-of-the-mill residential connections, creates just an unfathomable scale of attack if it's used in a coordinated fashion. Like,
you want to tank 500,000 IPs hitting you for 15 terabits per second.
Good luck.
Like, nah, bro. Like, it's crazy.
So literally,
and to be fair, people dealt with this stuff back in the day.
They did,
but their sites would just go down all the time.
And so the only solution that we've found, we collectively have found, is massive scale. And that's what Cloudflare did, is they built massive scale to absorb these attacks and turn that into their entire business model, knowing that this botnet or this, web of zombie devices or whatever can't attack everyone at once. So as long as we're big enough to absorb, one big attack, or as long as we're big enough to absorb it long enough that they run out of money, because a lot of the time this is not even like hackers.
Thanks for the link, Handyman.
Hackers doing this. A lot of the time this is just pay to play like bot attacks where people will actually just rent someone's network.
So it's not necessarily a hacker like deciding.
Yeah.
I mean,
who the target is. It
totally can be.
It can be.
But sometimes it's like you said, it's paid for.
It's DDoS as a service. Yeah. It's like, it's amazing what an industry just like being a ne'er-do-well has turned into. I mean, really, realistically, has been for forever, as long as the internet's been a thing.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know, man. We can't just
rent to pwn. Is that a thing, Charge Nuclei, or did you come up with that?
Super sounds like a thing.
It's got to be a thing, rent to pwn.
If it's not, I mean, I feel like it's going to become...
Okay. Helen Keller in Floatplane chat says it is, but how would you have seen that?
Yeah.
How would you have ever heard of that? Okay, that's not funny. Shout out Helen Keller.
Oh. Dang.
Yeah, why would you laugh at that? What's wrong with you? Actual sociopath. My lips are really sore today. I had a couple...
Your teeth are yellow.
I had a couple really sleepless nights this week, and when I don't sleep well, I tend to get like mouth ulcers. Not cold sores, that's a different thing. Mouth ulcers. And what happens is the brackets will like hook into them and like rip them up. And it's like... Yeah, my lips are really, really swollen right now. What?
Nothing.
What's funny?
Nothing.
I want to know what's funny.
Nothing, man. Anyways, all I'm saying is like it's really not that simple. And I don't know what the future is going to look like, Maybe we aren't relying on these things. There is so much money behind the idea of keeping these things around that I'd be a little surprised if we were able to move past it. And ultimately, the uptime that most sites get from these things, and by these things, I'm generally referring, there are many others, but I'm generally referring to Azure, AWS, and Cloudflare. The uptime benefit that a lot of people have from working with these groups is so much higher than the impact when they go down. And I need you to listen to me when I say this. This part's very, very important.
Are you laughing at them?
Nope.
Making oral sex jokes about me?
Totally not at all.
Because I'm not going to take this. Okay? I'm not going to have a bunch of float goats, okay, talking to me about Throatplane, the platform they use.
Thanks, Dan. What was I even saying? Oh yeah, okay. The thing I need you to hear, this part's very important. When your service goes down, if you can go, yeah, but look, it's Azure or AWS or Cloudflare, and like a third of the internet is down, almost everyone's going to shrug it off. If your service goes down and you're hosting everything yourself,
they're going to be mad at you.
Terrible.
They're going to be mad at you. Yeah.
Which one?
100%.
Which one are you going to choose? Is it getting blamed for everything and it actually being your fault all the time? Or is it being able to point at the big nebulous thing that no one's really going to be able to go blame or do anything about anyways? A lot of IT professionals are going to pick the one where they can point at the giant company that just took down a third of the internet anyways. So you are not alone. You will also have comments. If your system has comments or people talking about it, you'll have someone going, oh my God, I can't believe this thing is down. And then there will be replies to it saying, actually, it's just AWS being down.
Parse Me Hard says, can confirm 30% of my customer base was down. So much easier to pass the buck.
Yes.
Yep. Should we actually read through the topic that was prepared for us by
resolve the drama for you.
Jordan Block?
Yes, we should, because it looks like he honestly did a fantastic job.
Yeah, you just started talking about
it.
So the thing we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah. This week's outage was brought to you by Cloudflare. X, ChatGPT, Spotify, and countless other sites and services, including Floatplane, were unavailable this week. Ours was only partially, which I think actually made people more confused, but hey, it is what it is. We're unavailable this week after problems at infrastructure provider Cloudflare. Cloudflare offers DDoS protection, bot mitigation, content delivery, and
so much more.
To more than 24 million active websites and services. Yeah, we can't just unplug it, I swear. It's estimated that at least 20% of the web uses Cloudflare infrastructure to some degree. The outage comes after outages on Microsoft's Azure and Amazon's AWS platforms brought down large chunks of the internet in the latter weeks of October. And then almost everyone I talked to was like, wouldn't it be crazy if Cloudflare went down too? And then it did.
That was funny.
This week's outage was triggered by a permissions change that ultimately caused a database to output duplicate entries into what Cloudflare calls its feature file used by their bot management system. The feature file basically contains a list of traits used by the bot management system's machine learning model to make a prediction about whether a given request was automated or not. This file is refreshed every few minutes and is published to Cloudflare's entire network to ensure that they're able to quickly react to changing internet conditions, including new types of bots and bot attacks. This thing is very important. The feature file is meant to contain a limited number of these features, and the bot management system, like other modules, has a specific amount of memory pre-allocated on Cloudflare's proxies for performance reasons. That makes sense, especially when you're at scale. The larger than expected feature file, however, caused the bot management system to go past this memory limit, causing the threads to panic, and ultimately resulted in a 5xx error.
You know, it's funny how, the more things change, the more things stay the same. It's like, my friend in elementary school's dad was a hyper geeky guy. And he had this shirt that he was just you know that shirt that's so covered in coffee stains and is full of holes, but you just still wear it all the time because it's just your favorite reason. Shirt.
Yeah.
So yeah, on the front it just said insufficient memory at this time, and it worked really well because he was just kind of a space cadet kind of guy, super nice guy, love him. But he was just he's just sorry, what were we talking about? A guy who's relatable to me. Yeah, I get it. I connect. And I thought it was funny at the time, because, memory overflow issues were not really as much of a thing because we had page files and stuff by the time I got into computers. And yet, here we are, all these years later. And, oops, sorry, we overflowed our pre-allocated memory. Sorry, internet, see you later.
Oops, the whole internet.
Yeah.
That impacted other systems that rely on the proxies and ultimately caused the outage. While the Cloudflare team responded within just 4 minutes of the errors occurring, it was ultimately about 5.5 hours before things were back to normal. Not too surprising. Mehdi Dowdy, CEO of internet performance monitoring platform Catchpoint, told The Verge that the recent string of high-profile outages should be a wake-up call for companies. Everybody's putting all their eggs in one basket. This is a quote. Everybody's putting all their eggs in one basket, and then they're surprised when there's a problem. Dowdy says it's on the company's side to make sure that they have redundancy and resiliency. Sorry, I don't think pretty much anything's going to change because of this, but yeah. Good quote. Because we're going to just double all the costs. Anyways, as usual, Cloudflare's blog gives a ton of detail on exactly how this played out, and it's, as per usual, it's really good. Check it out if you want to learn more.
That's weird. I thought when I collapse a topic, it collapses it on your screen too. I just collapsed to that topic.
That's weird.
I did not know that didn't sync. Is that a new thing for Google Docs?
I don't know.
Speaking of new things for Google Docs, this isn't new, but do you guys remember when on touchscreen devices you could zoom Google Docs? Because I do. Can they just bring that back, please? I'd really love that. Thanks. If there's anyone from Google watching, that'd be super cool. What are we supposed to be doing, Dan? We've done 2 topics. He walked away.
I think he walked away.
He's not even there.
Chair stream.
We have no producer.
Chair stream.
We don't have to do... We have complete freedom to do anything we want. Watch this. I'm gonna switch between all the different cameras. Yeah! Let's go!
We're stupid. Okay, should we just do another topic?
Why don't we do the bad news?
Oh.
Do you want to hear the bad news?
Yeah. Which one?
Wait, no, we should do the CW announcements. Okay, so guys, it's been a pretty sick time to shop on LTTStore.com. And it's going to be even sicker. So we still have our loot drop running right now, holiday loot drop. I just chatted with Dave this morning, and he confirmed that the way things are going right now, so I don't know if you remember this, but we advertised an approximate odds of winning that we were guessing at based on order quantities.
Does it say approximate?
Yep.
On the odds?
Approximately 1 in every 10 qualifying orders will be randomly selected as a winner. That's what we said.
Okay.
It looks like, assuming nothing goes absolutely bat crazy over the next little bit, we are going to meet that.
Okay.
Yeah, so our concern was that we might have so many smaller orders that
and all the mail
that the odds of winning would go down a lot.
Yeah.
But it looks like we are going to meet that so far.
Nice.
So it's a 1 in 10 chance of getting a what is it? I forget. I really want to get this right. Hold on. But here we go. Okay, approximately 1 in every 10 qualifying orders is expected to win a pair of Sennheiser HD550 headphones, and approximately 1 in every 100 qualifying orders is expected to win an Asus ROG Xbox Ally X. So we have this promo running right now for orders over $100. Your order will be automatically entered into the holiday loot drop upon checkout. So in other news, we also have some products. Do you want to actually bring up the site so that I can read the thing? Because I can only
I'm done.
once. Nice. What a guy. Luke laptop. Whoa. Boom. Just like that. This week's drop is... Oh, wait. No, we have other things running too. So in addition to the thermochromic jacket... Okay, you know what? Let's do the thermochromic jacket first. This is the only jacket that literally shows off how hot you are. The outer shell uses a heat-reactive fabric that shifts from red when cool to yellow when it's warm. So you get kind of a... if you're warm, very warm, it'll pass through a little bit. But realistically, what happens more often is if someone touches it, like if you have your hand around someone and you have a hand on their shoulder or whatever, it leaves like cool handprints and stuff. It's pretty fun to play with. We have a heat gun. We have one of the jackets. We can play around with it a little bit. And as cool as it looks, it's functional too. It's built with a water-resistant, heat-reactive shell, water-resistant YKK zippers, warm recycled insulation, water-resistant, and an adjustable hood.
Does it go kind of reverse? Like if you're really hot and then you walk out into the rain, do you see like cold spots?
Okay, so here's the thing.
I don't know how it works.
You would have to, because the insulation's on the inside, right? So your heat doesn't pass through it too much under normal circumstances.
Yeah. No, sorry. I mean, like, say you're indoors somewhere.
No, I understand. If you're an extremely warm running boy, you might be able to get it to turn yellow on the outside, but it'll mostly be in like the creases and stuff. So here, I'll put this on and I'll wear it for a while.
Nice.
And then you guys will see. It's mostly a party trick, though.
Yeah.
If we're like, I want to be honest with you guys, right? It's mostly a party trick.
I was just wondering, it basically, does it go in reverse? So when it's cold, if you apply heat, it turns pretty quick. Oh, okay. All right. We're going to try. Nice. Sweet. We have a heat gun and a water sprayer. I didn't know that, to be clear. I knew we had the heat gun. I didn't know we had a spray bottle.
Oh, shoot. What did I just do?
Uh-oh.
No, I just got the tag in the zipper.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the hang tag. All right. I've actually been wearing this quite a bit over the last little bit. It's just kind of like a... Here, hold on. It's kind of a nice little jacket, adjustable hood. All right, so
it feels kind of in the current fashion because it feels kind of like early 2000s, which is popular with the youngins these days,
right?
Yeah,
it's almost like we have a fashion team.
Yeah.
We're also rolling into the cooler months with 2 fresh colorways of our blank long sleeve shirt. The deep red melange that I'm wearing, Linus Cam, so you can kind of see it's a melange, and the black aqua melange that Luke is wearing. Perfect for layering and styling during the fall season.
You should explain melange.
Oh, it's basically you have 2 different dyes, and the whole thing is woven together to make the fabric. So when you look at it really close, like Luke is doing over on his laptop there you go. That's a melange fabric. See that? Very nice. Very nice. You want to switch over to the blue aqua? You can shop the collection at lmg.gg/longsleeve. And now's as good a time as any to stock up on our apparel with our Buy More, Save More apparel sale, which is running till November 26th. The more you buy, the more you save, up to 25% with 5+ items. This has been an absolutely killer promo for the store. People are absolutely loving it. They're loading up on a bunch of the apparel. It's
I think it's cool because you can
freaking awesome.
You can mix and match with I'm pretty sure it's all clothing items, right?
Pretty much.
It's close.
Even new stuff like WAN hoodie and stuff like that. WAN hoodie,
you can see, if we go to here, you can see all the, not necessarily all the white tags, but when it says buy more, save more, it's included in the thing.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a lot of stuff.
Well, I know a big struggle for people with our store is compared to stores that just like do free shipping or like Prime shipping or whatever else. I know that the shipping can be a real challenge, but if you're loading up on 5 things, then you're saving a bunch on the items themselves, then that can help to offset the shipping. So I think this is kind of helping people break through that friction, break through that kind of shipping barrier and try a bunch more of the stuff, which is pretty cool.
So if we had socks, you could do an entire outfit because you can do pants. You could even do a hat. You can do pants, underwear, shirt. You can do all of those things.
I am wearing nothing but LTT right now,
including those.
These, I don't.
Are you going to show those?
We're not. This is not the final design.
How long, dude?
For socks?
Yeah,
soon.
I want to do a refresh of mine
soon. Have you tried the prototypes?
No.
The most recent ones?
Nope.
They're like, okay. Have we talked about the socks yet?
Quite a while ago, yes.
Okay.
We talked about we were talking about the different, like you want to, I don't know, weave or knit or something, different amounts of across the sock because of like zones, like where your toes are versus where your heel is, all this kind of stuff, and they need to be done differently, blah, blah, blah. We talked about that on Wednesday.
Jersel says you have, but not in detail. Okay, they are going to be freaking awesome because they're going to be exactly what I want. Surv says, are they soft or are they more rough? I can't do soft socks. They're more of like a utility, like durable, practical sock. So they're not going to be the softest sock in the world. They're a merino blend, so they have real wool in them, which means you're not going to get like a fleece feeling, like a super soft feeling from them. But I don't necessarily like too much stretch or too much like softness in a sock, because what I find is that it can make it so that your foot can move too much in your shoe, and I can actually get blisters, especially when playing sports. So they're going to be super wicking, super antimicrobial, thanks to a copper treatment that we're getting that's actually through a partner in Canada here. They're going to be stretchy, but not too stretchy. They're going to have a variety of different weave styles. So there's going to be like more breathable ones on the top, and more padded ones on the bottom.
Cool.
Like all the things you would expect from a super high-end sock. I am like so excited. We're finally doing it.
Chat is yelling at me to, when they come out, buy them before they sell out again.
Yeah.
Because I never get anything off the store.
I do feel like this is something that we are going to stock pretty heavy, because we know, like, we've been talking about this project for like 3 or 4 years now or something like that.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be it. I think this is the last project that was assigned to Bridget when she started. And I think she's going to be coming up on her 5 years, not that long from now, which, to be clear, is not because Bridget did a bad job at any stage. Bridget's amazing. Love working with Bridget. We actually did an AMD upgrade for her a little while ago, and I even just like watching back the video of us, I was like, oh, that's so fun. I love hanging out with Bridget. Like she's great. And I'm just an extremely difficult customer when it comes to what I put on my feet. I can be kind of sensory defensive, and if I don't like something, it can be very binary. Yes, I like it. No, I don't like it. Get rid of it. And so it can be pretty tough. And between her and Tatiana and the rest of the fashion team, they've like, I had given up. I had told them forget it at a number of points.
And they were just like, nah.
And they're just like, no, we'll back burner it, but we're going to keep trying.
What are your thoughts on sock warranty?
So basically the question becomes, how much do you guys want to pay for it? Because there's no free lunch, right?
Nope.
So if we do...
But if it's a high-end sock, a decent amount of competitors have high-end warranties.
I know. So really what it comes down to is how we want to position it. Because what we could do is we could say, hey, this is a high-end sock that is very competitive with other very high-end socks, but our price is going to be more palatable. And,
but there's no warranty.
But we're not going to do like the crazy warranty. Or...
Well, okay, not no warranty. Hold on, relax.
No.
Whoa, I felt it coming.
Or we bake it in, because those are the only two options. And realistically, our model up until now has been that we bake it into everything, because that's the trust me bro guarantee.
Yeah.
Because realistically, I don't really have a choice, which is exactly the point that I was trying to make all those years ago. I don't really have a choice. And I was so validated by the way that people freaked out about it. Because the second I even talked about not having a plan yet for how we were going to do warranty for something, I got my head bit off.
On what, sorry?
On the backpack.
The backpack timeline, you don't fully remember correctly. This has been broken down.
But that was part of my point, was whether I like it or not, we don't have the option.
Right.
Right? Like as long as I'm here, the PR damage of us not taking care of people,
I do agree,
is going to vastly outweigh any kind of benefit that we would get from not replacing your sock.
Yep.
Like it's not really a question.
Right.
I mean, do you disagree?
No, but I don't also disagree that you should have just done a warranty in the first place with the backpack.
Sure,
and
but
you should just figure out your correct stance. And if your stance is going to be that I'm going to replace it anyways, then you just give people the proper warranty that says that.
But
when
here's
it comes to the
well,
socks.
hold on. But okay, so you're forgetting a detail though,
Okay.
because our written warranty that people read about that they wanted so badly does not say that.
No, I know.
Yeah, it doesn't say that.
Yeah, but if you're going to say that for the socks,
So we're not going to say that for the socks
Okay.
because no company would be crazy enough to do that.
they do.
That was who?
I know Fjallraven does that with multiple things.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Osprey does that with bags.
Okay, so
Darn
then
Tough does it with
again,
socks.
so there's multiple facets of this, right? Because they might say that, but ultimately what it comes down to, when it comes down to it, it's their ability and their willingness to fulfill it.
I think a few of these companies have
Yeah.
like long-term examples of doing that
Sure.
over time, like all the ones that I named.
And that's reputation.
Yes,
But these companies might not exist forever.
for sure, but
And
I
if
don't
they-
think that's a reason to not do it.
And if they ever did make a serious strategic error in their products and they were ever unable to fulfill it, you simply like wouldn't get a replacement, which is exactly what I was talking about when I was trying to figure out, okay, what would a system look like by which our commitment, whatever commitment it is that we make, could survive any event? Which was the whole point of what I was talking about, is whatever we lay down in writing, it should be something that we can actually commit to. And, you know, as a weird influencer company, rather than like a physical goods company that has 50 years of history or whatever to lean into, or has, you know, is publicly held, right? Like if I die, the ownership of Linus Media Group all of a sudden becomes a major question.
Yep.
And Linus Media Group's legal obligations become a major question, right? So the whole point of it was like, okay, what would that look like? As long as I'm here and as long as I'm breathing, then it would be crazy for us to not just take care of people. And if I'm not, what does that look like? And what people wanted was, hey, here's some platitudes. And so we gave it to them.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, what our actions are the Trust Me Bro guarantee.
Yeah, but going above and beyond is good.
Of course.
Right.
Of course.
That should have never meant that you didn't have a warranty to begin with.
And another detail that a lot of people miss is we never launched the product without a warranty in place.
I think we did.
No, we didn't.
I'm pretty sure we did.
I promise you.
Let me go try to find it.
Nobody received a single backpack
I think they did.
without a warranty.
Or maybe received it. Maybe we started sales before it was there.
I think we started signups. But we never took money until we actually had the product in stock. So it's one of those things where it was a theoretical issue.
It's going to take me a while to find it.
Yeah, that's fine. The point is, for the socks, realistically, I don't know if we really have a choice. I think we pretty much have to kind of bake it in, whether we explicitly include that in a warranty or not, is what it kind of boils down to.
Got it.
Does that kind of make sense? And that logic has always been consistent from day one of the store. The customer care team's instructions have always been, within reason, make it right. Take care of the customer.
Yeah.
And there are cases where they do say no because it's like not reasonable. But in most cases, you know, if it is actually anything wrong with the product that you bought, then the instructions are take care of it. No, I'm not researching immortality, IKEA Cherry. Like what do you expect in terms of like a sock warranty? That's another thing I'm kind of curious about.
I honestly, before I found like merino wool socks and companies like Icebreaker and Darn Tough, that I don't know about Icebreaker's warranty, but honestly, Osprey, Darn Tough, all these different brands that have lifetime warranties, I never would have expected any of them existed. I'm very surprised that any of them exist. I'm not saying that they shouldn't. I'm just really surprised that they do. I assumed if you bought a wool sock and you put a hole in it 14 years later that you put a hole in your sock and you should get a new sock. But that's apparently not a thing at a certain point. Like someone in chat even said they had a Darn Tough sock that was like 5 years old or something. They got a hole in it. They shipped it to Darn Tough and they got new socks back.
Now, my understanding of the Darn Tough warranty is that that's a one-time thing per purchase. So even
I have no idea.
Yeah, even an unconditional, warranty, that doesn't necessarily mean because I think that when I bought my whole wardrobe worth of Darn Tough socks, because I love Darn Tough socks, regardless of whether we're going to sell our own or like compete with them or whatever. Like if we could have partnered with Darn Tough and just rebranded Darn Tough, I'd have been down to do it. I love their product. It's a great product.
Remember, did you guys try?
We've reached out to them, but for one reason or another, that is no fault of theirs. And
no, I mean they don't need to.
No fault of ours. Not every partnership makes sense. I'm not blaming anybody, but for whatever reason, we didn't end up partnering with them on it. That's all I have to say about it. But if we could have, I would have. And just because we're going to make our product doesn't mean that I'm not going to, honestly talk about another company's product that I also really think is very high quality. So yeah, Darn Tough makes a great product. My understanding is that it's one time. And if you go into sort of the fine details of it, many warranties do have legal sort of get out of jail free verbiage in them. And I get that because I think I told you my devious plan when I bought 2 weeks worth of Darn Tough socks was that they would be the last socks that I ever bought because I was just going to get like warranty claim socks for the rest of my life.
Rutherford the Brave in Floatplane chat said, correct, you can only use it once per pair. I probably buy 1 to 3 pairs per year and replace 1 to 2 pairs every 1 to 2 years.
All claims made in good faith will be considered. So even...
What is that? Who's that? That's them?
Darn Tough.
Cool. Okay.
So what people have to understand is that any warranty... It comes down to the company's willingness. Everyone bakes in because your lawyers will not allow you to write a warranty that says, I will be liable for every product I ship forever. No sane lawyer would ever allow you to write that into a written warranty. I was trying to figure out if there was a way that we could do it. People wanted something else. So that's valid.
Yeah, there's a thread on the forum that says that when we recount this, we get it slightly wrong. And they have Wayback Machines and archive.today links and links to the WAN Show and stuff. And there's a link to 3 different WAN shows, all of which are, it's August 5th, August 12th, and August 18th of 3 years ago, 2022. And on the Wayback Machine, you can see a archive of the backpack page, which has a add to cart for full price and the amount of backpacks that were remaining in the wave that we were shipping at the time from August 4th, meaning they were on sale when we were still talking about having a warranty. So this is the August 4th Wayback Machine, $250, add to cart. So it looks like it does say back order. This is a back order.
Yeah, this is the back. So for both screwdriver and backpack, we did kind of a weird thing where did you
check out but didn't...
I'm trying to remember how we did it for backpack. So for screwdriver, what we did was we did an in-person event where we launched it. And then like 100 people could buy it or something like that. I'm
fairly certain we did with the backpack as well.
Like 1,000 people could buy it.
You had a bunch there.
Okay, so you know what? That's true then. I guess the people who bought it in person technically did buy it before we had finalized it.
But I think there's also... this thing, right? There's whatever this is. This is a back order. So those weren't
shipping yet. Yeah.
Right, but that means they bought it.
So they
didn't receive it, but they bought it pre-warranty.
They gave us money.
Yes.
Which was fully refundable. And we were pending figuring it out, which I always said. From the beginning, I said, we're going to figure it out. I'm just saying.
I saw this thread forever ago.
That's true.
From Flaming Otter on the forum. And they did some good research. and they linked the Wayback Machine and archive.org and date stamped all these WAN shows and did all this kind of stuff. And I had kind of forgotten the exact order of events, so I appreciated this was a correction. But yeah, so that's we end up circling this topic all the time. So I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
So it was right of people to want something in writing, but my intention was never to screw anybody over. Even if I wanted to, the consequences would have outweighed the benefit.
No, I do agree. I think I've always agreed with that. Like, the audience would slaughter you.
Well, they did. Right? Like, it completely proved my point. My entire point was like, this is irrelevant. This is utterly irrelevant. Because if I ever fucked anyone over, I would get raked over the coals.
Which is why, like, man, why didn't you just do it in the first place?
I told you at the time.
It's such a bad reason.
I didn't explain it very well. And it was hold on. It was an emotional reason.
Yes.
Which is a bad reason, but it didn't come from a bad place.
Sure.
I was trying to figure out, okay, like, no, seriously, because, I think about, like, long-term succession plan, legacy.
But this
try
is
to be a real company.
From warranties. Like, if you look up what happens to a warranty if the company disappears,
I wanted to do better.
Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, but...
Like, I was, literally.
Do the minimum first and then try to do better.
Literally, one of the conversations that I'd had with Yvonne beforehand, but I didn't want to talk about this because I didn't want to commit to it. I didn't want people to get this idea in their head. But I was like, okay, what if, like, in trust, we have, like, funds set aside to lease space to, like, warehouse replacement parts, like, after the company shuts down. I know it's insane, but that's what I was trying to figure out, if there was, like, a reasonable way to do.
Right. My only point was that I think the timeline is slightly off. I think we should. The chat is yelling at us to move on. I think we should. The audience is guiding us onwards from this topic. We should move. We should listen to them and move on. Heat gun. Artie says heat gun.
Oh, sure, hit me. Not too close. It's a heat gun. It's, like, very hot. It has it has a lock. Yeah, you just move that down.
Just down.
Okay, here we go. Hold on. Here, I have to.
Started working.
I have to be here. What do you mean? Is it working? Yes, it's definitely working. You're very close.
Nice.
Why would you do that?
Look, you're happy now.
I'm very happy right now. Oh, hold on. My hands aren't that warm. Are your hands warm?
Not really.
No, okay,
it might work anyways.
Hold on. Okay.
No, I think you're warmer.
Yeah,
than
I think I'm probably warmer.
Yeah.
Okay. If your hands are really warm, it happens pretty fast. But if you're like a cold hands kind of person,
hands are cold right
then it can take a little while. There you go. Anyway,
it looks cool, and I've seen it a few times. Like if somebody like gives you a hug, and then you see the arms around the back.
So here's the back, just sitting against the chair. Like you end up with a little bit
under
of
the hood too.
Yeah,
it's heat trapped a little bit. Yeah.
So it's like I said, it's more of like a party trick. And less of like it's gonna look like fire, all the time or whatever. But it's pretty neat. It's a pretty neat party trick. Oh, right, spray.
Try the water.
Yeah.
So we got to make a warm zone.
Oh, sure. Yeah, hit me. Oh, here, do this side.
Okay, nice.
Okay.
Whoa, yeah, see, that's crazy. So if you come from like a really warm area and walk outside into the rain, it's going to look wild.
Yeah.
I think that's awesome. That's actually really cool. I've never seen the reverse. I've only seen it heat up.
Right.
That's sweet.
I am like dying right now wearing this inside. It's pretty warm. You can see the inside is turned yellow.
Yeah. Hug my my arms and my hands are very cold.
Oh right now. And in the sleeves, it tends to go like that in the creases and stuff. So it's just I don't know. It's kind of neat.
Yeah.
Basically, this is one of those garments where we didn't set out trying to make a jacket and then look for a material. We came across a cool material, and then we were like,
very 3M style.
Let's find something to make out of this.
Yeah.
Oh, what are we supposed to be doing?
Merch messages.
Oh, yeah. Want to hit me with a couple? Oh, wait, I should explain what they are. For those who are new to the show, merch messages are the way to interact. Not like just throwing money at your screen. No, you should throw money at LTTStore.com, get great quality merchandise in return. And also, you can send a merch message to a producer, Dan. Just whenever we're live, fill in this box in your cart. That's right, cart, not checkout. And you can select a color, select if you want it to be your name or to be anonymous. And then producer Dan will either curate your merch message for me and Luke to respond, or he might... Oh, here, I'm going to... There we go. But sorry, press the wrong thing. Luke laptop. There we go. Wait, no. What did I want to do?
What are you doing?
I was trying to point at this. There we go. He might reply to it. He might just pop your message up if it's like a, hey, mom, or, whatever. And we'll show you what it looks like. Dan, do you want to hit us with a couple merch messages?
Yeah, sure. I got a bunch coming in here. Hey, Litmus Duke and Flan. Love the new energy in recent LTT videos. How has the shift impacted the creative process / morale for the team? And has it reinvigorated the fun of making content for you?
I don't know. I think we're kind of just doing what we're doing. I mean, if you're talking like about the Valve videos specifically, like we're pretty excited about.
Awesome.
Yeah, we're pretty excited about those. We're always happy when there's just like, cool tech for us to talk about. That really does make our lives a lot easier. Other than that, I'm not 100% sure to what you are referring.
I don't know,
sir. Yeah,
I do really like it's sad the Hisense video didn't get more views. I don't know what's going on with that. It feels weird, but that was a sweet video. The Valve videos were both awesome. There's been some really good stuff lately.
I don't know, man.
YouTube views are so strange these days.
It's really, really tough right now. Like that Xbox Might Be Cooked one did like banger numbers out of the gate. Like as good as the one before it with the speaker scam.
Yeah.
But then just trailed off. The Linus Went Undercover to answer your tech questions was doing really great. And then, that one was doing really great and then trailed off. And then I'm trying to think if there's one that like started out horrible. Graphene OS started slow and then you can see is now above average. So like the rhyme and reason to it all is...
It's felt like more than ever before the knobs are being like actively turned over time. And I mean that in both directions. Mm-hmm. Certain videos are just like really taking off in ways that you might not expect. And videos are just being crushed in ways you might not expect. It's interesting.
And it's always funny to see people, talk about on the subreddit. It's become a bit of a pattern. The ones that are poor performers, I'm going back to your laptop.
Sure.
The ones that are poor performers tend to be kind of like core audience, like subreddit and forum user favorites. And what I kind of have to say to those folks is like, okay, do something about it because we're getting f***ing crushed here on them. Like the amount of positivity for this buyer DIY that is mostly hosted by Jordan, where we finally do the lack rack.
Positivity behind this.
So positive.
People really like this.
Video's bombing. It's dying.
Yeah.
It's like it's one of the worst performers out of the last few weeks, and that's not because Jordan did a bad job. It's because
people are really positive.
Yeah. It's like super positive. I think it basically just comes down to that. Some of the passion of this hobby is getting hard right now with just like how expensive things are.
How expensive things are and how boring a lot of things are. Like you see the Valve content people came out. It's just like, oh wow, there's really interesting hardware coming.
Yeah.
I will look at this.
They're here for it.
Yeah.
Okay. Man. So here's a crazy thing. If the mainstream affordable tech is like not coming back, like you look at AMD's talking about increasing pricing on their GPUs. They were down to MSRP for like 2 weeks.
I can't have that.
Well, no,
Pump it up.
I understand why they're doing it. Have you seen what's happened to DRAM pricing over the last few weeks? It's not like they don't make DRAM. They have to buy it, same as I do, same as you do. They have to buy DRAM from Samsung or SK Hynix or whoever the case may be, Micron.
I don't buy my DRAM.
I know you don't, but some people have to. So for the people who do, right, that's a cost. That's a cost that went up a lot. And, they should just absorb it. Like, that's nice. That would be very generous of them, but that's not how...
That's not going to be how that works.
That's not how corporations work.
Yeah.
So where was I going with this? Right. So prices are coming up. So here's an interesting question. I don't think,
Oof, this is from TechSpot.
I don't know if the days of LTT doing, 130 million views a month on building computers are coming back. And so with that in mind, what do we make videos about?
I think there's like a opportunity to do things differently. Like I've been trying to get slightly louder and louder and louder over time about spinning up a labs channel at some point.
I don't know if new channel's going to help us out because it's not going to.
We got to figure out some of our production efficiency woes.
Yes.
I think it absolutely can and it should. We might need to change how pipelines in the company. I don't know if we want to talk about this or not. I have ideas on things. It might not make as much sense to have these massive silos that have to try to lob things between each other all the time. It might make more sense to have individual channels basically manage their own pipelines.
That creates its own set of inefficiencies.
It sure does.
Which we have learned from experience.
Sure.
And I won't say that the previous attempt at that was perfectly managed, but I can say that we gave it the old college try, and it was not great.
What was that for?
I don't want to get into the specifics right now because it would...
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yep.
That's why this conversation could be hard. But yeah, okay. No, it's not that I don't believe you. I'm just not 100% sure what you're talking about.
Here's a crazy thought. Here's a totally crazy thought. We've talked about this offline, but
plane's not sinking, guys. Relax.
Yeah, we're okay. We're okay. LMG has had to reinvent itself multiple times.
I think any company that has substantially existed on YouTube for this long will have reinvented itself a bunch of times. This is not chill.
Yeah, it's not always in ways that are even necessarily obvious from the outside, but we've completely changed how we run our production many times. And so, I think we've talked about this offline. We might have even mentioned this on WAN Show before, but I came across recently that, and this is really stuck in my head because it completely shifted my view of how the consumer market works. But half of all consumer spending in the U.S. is now the top 10% of earners. Mm-hmm. Have we talked about that on the show, Dan? Do you remember? He doesn't pay attention. He just sits on his phone.
I don't think so.
That... Absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Jurasol says, yes, we have that. Still, it's still on my mind.
It's shocking. It's one of the facts that I've been telling more and more people lately. It's just weird. It does make a lot of things make more sense.
It really does.
But it is very weird.
But it blows me away. So here's the thing. Imagine, because we used to make videos about high-end GPUs all the time, right? We'd make a video about the 780. Or the GTX 680 or, whatever, right? About these high-end GPUs. And remember, a high-end GPU used to be $500, $600, $700. And we'd get, $1 million, $2 million. I think it really peaked around the RTX 30 series. When I think the announcement for the RTX 30 series got 3+ or 4 million views or something like that.
Our 5090 review got over 3 million views.
I'll get to that in a moment.
All right.
Because there's a big difference to me between a spectacle product Like the biggest TV in the world consistently will get over 3 million views for us. But for a different reason than why, a GTX 1650 review might get 3 million views. This is because everyone's kind of like, oh, this is an opportunity for me to see and vicariously experience it, something that I would never see in person. And this is because I am deeply considering purchasing this thing and I need to know more about it.
Yes. Yeah.
And what we have right now, in between those two, is an expanse of dead zone, is what it feels like to me.
Massive one, yeah.
Where you have these products that are neither affordable to that 90% of US consumers that are making up half of spending. And then you've got these Halo products that are still interesting, but you don't get very often. Like if our channel was dependent on NVIDIA to release a Halo GPU for every banger hit on our channel, we wouldn't
it
have...
might have been fine when you and I first started doing computer stuff, and it was like every 7 months there was a new flagship.
Sometimes,
yeah,
yeah, that was a wild time to be a computer enthusiast.
Yeah,
it's like you'd buy a new PC, you'd bring it home, you'd turn it on, fire up an internet browser, and find out it was obsolete. That was a meme.
Yeah.
And so here's a crazy idea. What if we just accept that a lot of our videos are going, because we've avoided creating too many videos about high-end stuff. You probably remember, I vowed not to go 40 series, because pricing was unreasonable. Clearly that changed nothing. NVIDIA's GeForce sales go up like clockwork. More and more people are buying GeForce, even though 90% of people who have half of the purchasing power are angry about GeForce pricing. Justifiably so, because it's out of reach.
Yeah. Big time.
But what do we do? Do we segment our content? So do we have the videos that are designed for that 10% of the audience where we evaluate high-end stuff, knowing that only 500,000 people are going to watch it? And then do we have content that we design around everyone else? That's like, okay, here's the, for
I have a hot take.
Whatever, Steam Machine versus DIY PC, affordable Linux gaming PC, which is the way to go? And we really hyper focus who the audience is for any given video.
I have a hot take.
Yeah, hit me.
I think you're thinking about it too much, and that you did this forever, because we had extremely high-end systems. We had your what if you put a GPU from both vendors in your machine and ran Crossfire and SLI at the same time? What would happen going on at the same time as we had the compensator and Scrapyard Wars happening? We have always shown both sides of the coin.
We have, but what I can tell you is that the
one side is getting a lot less views these days. Okay, sure. I think you can still do it.
Well, no, it's not. It's not just that. It's that. Those are both still doing fine. Though the extremes are both still doing fine. It's the man. What would be like an equivalent? It's like the build guide. It's like the silent PC build guide. The $2,000 PC build guide that is in this sort of
even this
dead
one,
zone.
All MSRP. This
absolutely
didn't perform.
Died. Now this one, this one had a problem. The problem was that we shot this.
All the comments are about RAM prices.
So RAM prices started to take off literally in the couple of weeks that this was sitting in editing. And that sucks. Because when we did the build, it was we were going to be on it. You remember talking about this on WAN Show, right? We were going to be on it, highlighting finally some good news. Finally, a freaking good time to be alive for people who like building their own PCs.
This is just a great shot. I got to hold on one sec.
What is this?
Wait for it. When he puts the thing on the shelf and the piece of paper naturally falls. Fantastic.
Yeah.
Cinematic masterpiece.
Yeah. With that said, I still think that if you're somewhat shopping for a PC, this Black Friday could be a pretty good time to move, even with RAM prices being as crappy as they are, because it's only a matter of time before other components that use RAM, like GPUs, are also going to spike.
Yeah.
And storage is also apparently going to spike. So yeah, watch out. But yeah, it's that like everyday. Like the very first PC build guide we did was a $1,500 PC build guide. And it's kind of crazy to think about that because that was over 10 years ago. And so, you know, with inflation or whatever, you would think I would be able to get a similar amount of interest in building a $2,000 PC today. But because the individual components feel because some categories have come down. Like cases are kind of shockingly affordable these days. Like, man, it was, I think, David's upgrade. We picked up this, like, Chinese brand case that had, like, glass all over it and, like, came with a bunch of fans. And I'm like, look at this thing. It was, like, $70 or something like that. I was like, this is crazy, right? Like, you remember when the Corsair 900D came out? It was, like, $300. Dude, you could get a case that may not have as much steel in it, but is so much more featured today for literally like a quarter of the price. It's wild. But then people get the sticker shock of they go to buy a freaking GPU, or they don't realize that you can just buy a mainstream motherboard, and they look at how much like a gamer top of the line chipset motherboard costs, and they go, holy shit, forget it. You know, I'm out. And I think it just takes some of the joy out of it.
For sure. I know a lot of people that have effectively exited the hobby at this point, like personally, because it's just like, man, I can't keep up. And it's not okay. It's obviously clearly both, but I think the bigger impact of it is not actually the price of computer components going up. I think it's the price of everything else going up, and their income's not matching.
That's fair.
Because they're feeling squeezed on any form of extra hobbies, extra activities, eating out for food. Any form of anything is feeling squeezed. It's not just their hobbies, their interest in computer stuff. It's a tough time.
What does a channel look like that can kind of cater to the top of the K-shaped economy and also the bottom of the K-shaped economy? How do we design that channel?
I don't think it's that different.
You think so?
I don't think it's that different. I think you keep that in mind. I think you understand that the middle is like not that interesting and just do both. Like I said, we would do insane Lambo builds back in the day. And
not literally Lamborghini, but like just
fancy things.
Yeah.
And then also would do Scrapyard Wars and cheaper things like that.
Oh. Yeah, we'll figure it out. I think
this video felt like it kind of rhymed. I haven't watched it
rhymed
ads.
If you go back and go forward again, it usually gets rid of it.
But do you remember this?
Free or extremely cheap DIY PC test bench. Yeah.
I haven't watched it yet, but
Isn't
you guys
just a piece of wood.
Basically, you take a computer case and you.
Oh no! Yeah, right.
Turn it into a test bench by using wooden legs. Our videos used to be really short back then.
I know. Right?
I was like, wow, I'm at the end already. But yeah, it's. I saw you guys do the I haven't watched it yet, but the server rack video, and I was like, huh, cool.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe we just have to. Maybe part of it is because I know you and I have talked about I think we need to get back to the daily schedule. I think we need to be part of people's daily routine.
Yeah. I think that is an important part of Linus Tech Tips ethos. Is that it's been when we were really hitting it, we were hitting it every day.
Yeah,
you could come to your computer after work and there would be an LTT video.
Or at breakfast
every
time.
Or, everybody had like their routine.
Yep.
I think we have to hit it every day. And there's things that doesn't just mean like, push the writers harder. There's like, we got to find ways to accomplish that.
And a 7.5 minute video
it might be
is one of the ways to do that.
Yeah. I also talked to somebody, I was talking to a couple people about this, but let me pitch it on WAN Show and see why you don't like it. But I have my new idea for ShortCircuit, and my new idea for ShortCircuit, which I'm going to need to shop around to a bunch of people if it's even any good as an idea, stems off of a type of video that was your idea back in the day that we filmed. If I look up, let me jump to here, GTX 980. Here we go. This video is a good example of it. So it starts off and you're hosting, and you actually, I noticed this while I was talking to someone about this idea, but you actually like take it out of the box. There you go. It's not an unboxing, but let's use the framing of the video instead of the actuality of the video.
Sure.
But you started off, you're talking about the product, you look at the product, you're talking about how it's physically built, you're talking about the new cooler, it looks all cool and stuff. You talk about software features, you go through the I/O, you do things that you might do if this was a ShortCircuit unboxing.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's LTT's origin, right? This is 11 years ago. So this is not far after LTT was an unboxing channel.
Yes. This is us kind of like morphing.
Evolving.
We're kind of in the middle. And so this is unboxing, and you've always said your name for ShortCircuit is Unboxing Plus. This video also had a plus.
Yeah, with a little bit of performance testing.
Hello. What if
Snow
we did
Wars? What a shirt.
I don't think we had I noticed that too.
Is that meant to be like Calvin and Hobbes looking font?
It's supposed to be Calvin and Hobbes, like cosplaying Star Wars. There's Calvin down there.
Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, though.
Yeah. So what if we kind of did it this way? So, because there's been, I've heard a bunch of different complaints about ShortCircuit. I finally shot one and experienced how it goes and stuff. And one of the things that I've heard is that it's like, it's unboxing, but it's not necessarily the first unboxing.
Yeah. Like, say, for example, if someone unboxed it before and now it's in a power profile that you didn't expect it to be in.
You might have noticed the glowing yellow icon in the corner, but, that's fine. We can take the entire blame for that.
I mean... Yeah,
we could focus on the thing that we're trying to talk about, though. That would be good. So what if we did a thing? Why are you so sensitive? This goes both ways, big guy. So what if we did an actual unboxing?
Yeah.
So what if very shortly after it came in, we got to give some time, whether it's Bell or it's maybe someone from the labs team or whatever, prepares some form of one-pager document that doesn't yet have performance numbers in it, but it has like points that you should probably hit about this product, and they still sit on the side. A lot of the shooting is the same. It just doesn't have the labs input yet. You do your unboxing and everything. And then one of the ways I was thinking about it is you like actually physically like toss the product off camera.
You're not the first person to pitch this to me today.
And then, today. Interesting.
And what I said to them is that works great until, and I think this will happen on a not infrequent basis, something about the initial unboxing and impressions conflicts with something but we've actually tested it now. So how do we not waste the viewer's time sitting through mistaken impressions to get to the part where we correct it?
I don't know if that's going to happen too often. I do think you're right. It will happen. I think one of the parts of this that effectively needs to happen is that the first, I don't know the proper term for this, but when it's cut together before it's like properly edited, but they have the footage cut together, I think that should be output and hand it over to the people in the lab. So while they're testing it, they can see what the person said. And then if minor corrections need to be made with like, voice dub or whatever, it can be done.
Anytime you have to go back and do a pickup, it is just devastating to the workflow because it's like
I don't know how often that's going to have to happen, though, because like there are some things, like an example that I'm assuming the other person I was talking to about this brought up was brightness.
Yeah.
They're like, what if I like the brightness, but it turns out that the spec that they advertised was like incredibly high nit, and then the labs finds that it's below the advertised spec.
Yeah, because there's so little content that will actually take advantage of a super high brightness display. Because it's just like not mastered for it. It's particularly becoming a thing with like newer films, is many of them are mastered to such a low HDR brightness that they might as well not be HDR at all. And so depending on the content that the host, just happens to find to watch, they might form a completely wrong impression of the brightness of the display. And it's like it's one of those things where, like, in theory, yeah, you can have expert hosts who just like won't do that, but that's not scalable. That's not it's not that manageable. It's hard to train for every,
in my opinion,
edge case.
And the audience might not agree.
Yeah.
In my opinion, if someone's impression of the brightness is good,
yeah,
and then we test it and get a number that's like not necessarily, I think the example that was given was it doesn't match the manufacturer's spec. Not necessarily that we found that it was bad.
Yeah.
But we found that it didn't match the manufacturer's spec.
I mean, I think a manufacturer
that's fine.
falsely advertising their product is bad.
Right, but we still call that out in the video. But it can be, hey, the brightness of this device feels good.
Yeah.
And it can be, hey, their spec doesn't match, that's bad. That both can be in the same video, I think. I think those can live together.
I'm having a very hard time. I mean, I'm not saying, no, you're wrong. Yeah, right? Like you might very well be right.
I don't know.
But I am having a very hard time imagining a world where I want to watch a video that contradicts itself. That doesn't just,
I don't think that's a contradiction.
That doesn't just do the work ahead of time and then get alignment between the teams so that the message is consistent. And like, I have no problem with a host saying, in fact, like, this is something that you would have seen me do in script review all the time back in the day. Like, if you were preparing a laptop or something like that, then I might say something in the video about, and coming around to the keyboard, well, this is a bit of a mixed bag. Luke, who was the writer for this project, absolutely loved it. But here's the thing. And we'd get a B-roll shot of my hand and Luke's hand. My hand's a little bit smaller than Luke's, and I actually found it pretty hard to reach the shift key, which for a grammar Nazi like myself, who cares about things like capitalization and punctuation, is a big problem. Like that's exactly the kind of thing that I might write into a script, but that's tidy. It's in a nice little bow. It contains both perspectives, and I don't have to wait around to get the other perspective. And I've always preferred to wrap things in a tight bow, or I shouldn't say always. I mean, going back, if you go back far enough, we would actually, I would say something that I think about the product, and I would cut the camera, and then we would come back, and the camera would start rolling again, and I wouldn't edit anything. And I'd say, oh, actually, I just looked it up on my phone, and that's not right. The spec is actually this.
I think I remember that.
Like, if we go back far enough, I basically did exactly what you're pitching.
No, it's different.
Okay, a little different.
It's pretty different.
I mean, here's my impression, and here's what I think.
No, it's quite literally unboxing plus a thing. It's unboxing and impressions and experience, which is what unboxing means and the reason why it's so confusing to the entire audience. And then it adds on labs testing on the end instead of trying to mix it throughout. I understand the vision of the thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I think it's just what I'm trying to accomplish is the path through our workplace right now. For a thing that comes in for ShortCircuit is very difficult. And this path is significantly simplified. And I think there's potential that the audience really likes it in that structure. I also think there's potential that it just sucks. I'm not trying to dismiss your concerns.
There's also devices where it's really not simplified. Anything with battery testing should absolutely go through the lab first and should go nowhere near a set before it has been battery tested, because you're just adding an enormous, potentially like huge delay to the to the time when you can film the first segment, like the impression segment, and when you can film the second one. So you'll have these projects that are just in production limbo, waiting for the second part to be tested and then shot and then delivered to the editor. So why did you even bother to shoot this piece in the first place?
So part of this plan that I didn't explain was that it can sit in editing and in labs testing at the same time, so that the hosted part, the probably more difficult part to edit, the primary hosted part, because the labs hosted part would be so short, could start editing while the labs is testing.
So that's something that I've pitched many times, like having editing the part of a video that the editors have already, and then I'll deliver you the rest. Nobody likes it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. Imagine from like a development standpoint. If someone was like, yeah, here's the first half of the project that I want done. It doesn't really matter. I guess you like could do that, but it's a lot easier. It's a lot easier if you have a full scoped out, work order, and you know exactly what it is that you're building. People generally like to have all of the Lego pieces come in the box, rather than building half of the kit and then getting the rest of the pieces later and then putting them together at the end, in general, because there are aspects of the edit that do carry forward between the two parts. And it's not the kind of thing that I think nuts and bolts folks might necessarily consider, but okay, I want music that matches this tone, I want music that matches the tone of this, and I want them to kind of match the tone and transition well into each other. It's hard for me to do that when I don't have both pieces from the very start. And so, look, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying that it's not that simple either.
No, I didn't think it was that simple. I'm trying to figure out how to solve for some of these things. You're talking about music. Like, I wonder if we could almost have...
I've pitched it.
What?
Just a library of like a finite number of tracks, and they're just like all in a folder, and they're all...
know what one's pair, yeah.
And the thing is that, like... That's the kind of cookie cutter thinking that people like you and I would look at and go, well, that just makes common sense. But it's also the kind of thing that the really like audiovisual creative folks who have driven a huge part of
might not like it.
The advancements of our visual identity on our channel over the years would look at and go, well, yeah, no, that's not really how it works if you don't want things to start to feel samey and start to feel bland and boring.
It's an interesting thing, though, because like I know of one successful channel. I'm not saying like, no, they're wrong, to be very clear. I know one very successful channel that I watch from time to time has a specific cadence to it. Someone will be talking in a particular style, and then they'll start talking in a different style. And when they switch to that other style, the same track comes on every single time, multiple times in a video, and every single video, and it works great.
And that's a stylistic thing.
That is a stylistic thing. What if the labs backtrack was the same every time? Or what if there was like 4? So that there's like a few things you could do with the previous one. I'm falling back to the same thing. Maybe they'd still hate it. I don't know. I think like, yeah, I don't want us to trench in on what we're doing, because what we're doing is so incredibly heavy and slow. And I'm not talking ShortCircuit only. I'm talking practically everything.
And TechLinked is still pretty lean.
Fair.
Yeah, TechLinked is lean. And like some of the LTTs are reasonably lean. Like looking back over the last little while, this video was a really cool one. Unfortunately, it didn't perform that great.
The thumbnail's confusing.
It's gone through a few iterations. This is the best one we've got so far.
I don't know what to do to replace it. I have no ideas.
Yeah. It is what it is at this point.
Tough.
It's done what it's going to do. But anyway, the point is that this was a really cool video. This was not like a ridiculous amount of work. This was pretty close to what like our old productions might have been.
Sure.
We went into a cool place. We interviewed a cool guy. We tried out a cool product, and we said, "Peace out. See you later." So we do them sometimes. But I think we have a tendency to try to make a Michael Bay sequel every time. Like one of the things that I've toyed with in my mind, don't worry, I'm not going to do it, but one of the things I've toyed around with in my brain is, what if we just deleted the entire channel? and then start it over. Well, yeah, look, you're shaking your head. I already told you we're not going to do it.
I'm pausing. You can.
I already told you we're not going to do it because one of the things that like drives me nuts is we'll pitch a video and I'll be like, Simpsons did it. Simpsons did, except Simpsons is us. Like we're up to almost 7,000
Yeah, you need to just
videos.
stop doing that. Just make it again.
It's not that easy.
Just do it. No one cares.
But that's
if you release the video like 9 years ago, you can release a new version of it now and it's fine.
That's also not necessarily even true. Like we have had instances where we've done a similar video to what we've done in the past, and it will have extremely low momentum with our core returning audience, which will create a death spiral of not promoting it to new.
How far back did you look?
How far back did I look?
This you're talking. Maybe you don't remember or whatever, but
I'll have to dig up a specific example for you. Okay. But there have been times when
I believe you. There's been times. Yep. I'm just wondering, like
years ago though. Like it would have been a video from years prior.
Yeah, but how many years?
I'd have to check.
Just like our backlog is so deep. You could redo a video from a decade ago.
Oh, I know.
Versus you could redo a video from 3 years ago.
Re-release it in HD and call it a remaster.
Here's an example. Thank you, Dan. I had missed Dan in this conversation.
No, you didn't.
Here's an example. So PC build in a fridge, does it work? I did this 10 years ago. Do you think this video needs to be done again?
I don't know if I'm not saying it needs to be done
again.
Should
it be done again? Could it be done again? Would it be done again? Did it be done again?
I really liked weird builds back when I was in the day. I still really liked the Fallout Bomb PC. The two parts of that got 1.3 million views. The comments on it are super, super positive. I really liked doing those types of things. I don't know if the current audience wants that.
They don't perform the way they used to.
I also sometimes wonder if that's almost like audience coaching. Like something that I think has been bad. Ooh, do I talk about this?
Sure, I don't care. What's the worst that could happen? You could alienate the WAN Show viewership. You could destroy our relationship. Who cares, right? You only live once.
Yeah, let's send it. I think how do I word this? I think I am an LTT viewer, this is why has changed. And I know there's the whole, you guys are still doing some things like the $1,600 all MSRP PC thing. Okay, cool.
I think Liquid Metal killed my laptop. Now what is a pretty cool video.
Sure. I think, however, that the M5 MacBook is on ShortCircuit.
Yeah,
it's not on LTT. If I watch LTT because I'm a tech person. I like the entertainment and I like keeping up with. I like the entertainment. I like learning new things now and then, and I like keeping up with what's happening in the tech world. The keeping up with what's happening in the tech world isn't really there anymore.
No, I think it's moved over to TechLinked in a big way when it comes to news and announcements.
We didn't talk about...
And I think that the product side has moved over to ShortCircuit in a big way.
And I think those things can still happen.
Yeah,
but I think they can be different experiences.
So that's what kind of drives me crazy is when we broke out the additional channels, the idea always was that it was supposed to cover the same stuff, but in a different style, in a different way that is non-preventative. In practice, it hasn't really worked out that way for both logistical and also nonsensical reasons. Logistically, we're not going to buy 2 Apple Vision Pros. So only one, team is going to get to look at it at a time.
Yeah.
And if one team prepares both the ShortCircuit and the LTT,
it's going to end up feeling samey.
You can kind of run into trouble. And I think a great example of that is...
I for sure agree with that.
The Xbox Ally X, where Plouffe did a wonderful job of this ShortCircuit that got... just over 100,000 views, making it one of the lowest performing in that cohort of video uploads. That's rough. Whereas the LTT video,
the LTT one banged.
It didn't bang. The announcement one did. The announcement one hit. And then by the time the review went up, the momentum around the Xbox Ally X was a lot lower. The excitement was like way lower. Like, I don't think that's going to happen with the Steam machine.
Were you guys on launch?
I think okay. I think the Steam machine is going to maintain that excitement and maintain that conversation and maintain that momentum. But what happened was, because Plouffe was actually the writer for the LTT, and because both he and I talked extensively about our experience using it,
you start to watch the ShortCircuit after you've watched the LTT, and you're like, I've already seen this story.
Just because, and that's not because we're the same person or that we're like afraid to disagree with each other across our different channels or whatever. It's just because we're two kind of like-minded dudes who kind of work at the same place, who kind of talked a lot about the devices and had an opportunity to, because he convinced me of some things that I, didn't feel, and I convinced him of some things that he didn't feel, and so our opinions ended up pretty close.
Here we go. Okay.
Yeah.
With my setup for ShortCircuit, you unbox it basically when it comes through the door.
Yep.
If it's going to be labs tested, it's going to need to be labs tested for LTT ShortCircuit, whatever anyways. So it can go to labs for that, and then it can go to the LTT team.
So would you like to
write
hear
the
what
video.
the flow was supposed to be when we started the lab?
Sure.
I
genuinely don't know. So
well, because it hasn't been relevant, because we never got anywhere near realizing this vision. So the vision was supposed to be that the procurement team would get one of everything. Like literally 14100K, 14100F CPU.
I do know this part.
14200. Okay, that's not a CPU. Don't worry about it. The point is, they would get one of everything.
If it was, they'd get it.
Literally everything. The reason that the lab is in the main inventory warehouse is because things were supposed to go straight from the procurement door to the lab. It was supposed to be tested before it
inventory and tagged
even goes on a shelf. So we would test it. Lab would do some analysis. They would create a product page on the lab's website, add it to our comparison database, and do all of that stuff. And then in that process, they would find diamonds in the rough, or they would find marked underperformers, and that would go into, that would be flagged. I guess, in Airtable. We didn't have Airtable yet, but currently that would be flagged in Airtable, and it would automatically go over to writers meeting, where we would once a week be going through, okay, here's products that are interesting from both a standout and an underperforming perspective for potential feature on ShortCircuit or LTT. As we scaled that up across more verticals, we were supposed to have additional channels that are completely dedicated to those individual product verticals: CPU, GPU, monitor, power supply, whatever. PSU circuit is the first of, not because we thought it would get the most views or because we thought it was worth putting the most resources into, but because we thought it would be relatively simple to templatize the production of it, because they're all the same shape and size and stuff.
Well-established vertical for us at the time, and Lucas had a good grip on it. And
exactly. So then from there, the idea wasn't that labs would go and have to do a bunch of work for that ShortCircuit or for that LTT to be made. The idea behind it was that they had already done the work for the website, and for ShortCircuit, the host would simply pull up, with AeroSnap. They'd have the manufacturer website on the one side, they'd have the labs article on the other side, they'd read through it, and they would do an informed unboxing. I guess I don't think I've ever phrased it that way before. I've always kind of called it unboxing plus, but what it's supposed to be is an informed unboxing, and not just informed by the manufacturer, but informed by some independently validated data. And then it just kind of got confusing at some
that
point.
vision's also
Optimistic.
Yes.
I know. I mean, yeah, no.
No, it super was.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I know.
Okay.
I know.
I was like, bruh.
However,
years from that now.
I mean, but I never said do it tomorrow.
Oh, no, yeah,
Like
for
that,
sure.
You know, like it was that, but that was the ultimate.
I also think
goal.
one of the kind of like flaws there, if I can poke at it a little bit,
Sure.
is the currently most interesting products for people, as far as I can tell, are either, mainline CPU, GPU.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. We have a launch every 2 years, so whatever. Outside of
that's
that,
rough.
it's phones, laptops, handhelds. It's
Handhelds
extremely
even are flagging.
complicated. Yeah, fair enough. It's extremely complicated devices that include pretty much the entire testing suite and take a very long time to test. And I know you can say, I want a lot of things to be super automated. Great. There are parts of this that are not really going to get there.
No, 100%.
Display testing is going to be horrible forever.
And I can tell you right now, like that's
in regards to time and stuff.
That's a big part of the reason that I think we ultimately made the mistake. I mean, I don't think there's any way to sugarcoat it, right? I think that's a big part of why we ultimately made the mistake of branching out into so many verticals at once, because we recognized exactly that the direction we were going was these tightly integrated devices.
Yeah.
And recognized that if we didn't have a CPU test suite and a GPU test suite and a display test suite and a battery life testing suite, then we weren't going to be able to test anything that people would care about. We needed literally all of them. And that sucks.
Yeah.
But
and it makes the lift of testing a lot of this stuff, like you're talking,
it's enormous.
Every single thing through the door when there's so many phones and laptops and things, and there's so many of those that no one will ever care about, no matter what. Does not matter. And yes, there will be diamonds in the rough, but you're digging through a lot of rough to find very small diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, that was the hope. It came from. I can tell you, it came from a good place.
Yeah, and I think we've somewhat, he's talking, this was the original direction. We've somewhat shifted now. We still have some of that identity, and there's still some of that identity that we will be actualizing. And if we
could do that in the longer term, I think there are verticals where it is realistic.
With certain things, I do think it'll happen. We're not completely jumping off ship.
I think we could have a database of every GPU. I don't think that's
GPU is probably
unreasonable.
one of the ones that I think make more sense. CPU gets a little sketch when it comes to like BIOS settings and little weird other things that go on. GPU, but like I think we can also get there with CPU, to be clear.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's just a little further out, I think.
But so.
GPU, I think, is probably the first one that vision could be realized with.
Yeah.
I think there's even other really cool things we could do with GPUs, like you've talked about.
I think power supply could be done. I think that it will be very challenging to parallelize the testing, because unless we buy another power supply tester,
I don't think it's ever going to be worth it, personally.
Yeah, we're effectively stuck at about one a week,
so
I think,
be throughput capped. Well, part of that's that it's all Lucas. So we need someone else
I thought he told me that just running all the routines takes like days, and then if they fail, we have to do them again on another one. So it just it takes about a week, he told me.
Sounds realistic. I haven't dove into that significantly because my bigger bottleneck has been just him as a person.
Yeah.
Because he's great, so I need him doing other things as well. So we need like a mini Lucas who can do power supply
Tordirk
stuff.
says, just clone Lucas. Next problem. Where are we going to get enough biomass?
Well, yeah, and then
have you seen how tall this man is?
He doesn't fit inside the machine. It doesn't work, dude. We were getting on a plane recently, and when we were standing on what is it called? The little bridge between the big bridge and the plane. The little bridge that has like the netting on the side.
Let's call it a little bridge with netting on the side. I love it.
The gangway, the jet bridge, not the big jet bridge though, just the little one that goes from the big jet bridge to the plane.
We all know what you're talking about.
Is that a specific name? Whatever. Anyways, we're standing.
The Linus size bridge.
He was standing on that, and his head was over the top of the plane.
Yeah. I'm going to pretend to be surprised, but this is someone for me to converse with. I literally need to expose my jugular. It's literal submission.
Oh no. Anyways, that was pretty epic.
Anyway, I don't think anything's off the table in terms of how we can optimize optimize our workflows and try to deliver,
Just
the content you guys want to watch, right?
One of the things is, in the wake of things, we did a lot of process adding, and I think we need to look at entire systems, beginning to end, and reevaluate how things flow through them, with the idea of basically, to a certain degree, and this is going to sound scary to people, but to a certain degree, like starting over with how things flow through the company. I'm not saying delete the channel. I'm not saying delete anything. No,
I can
don't do that. No,
I actually have that power.
I would rather you just leave it and make LTT2, but that would also be incredibly stupid, and you shouldn't do either of them. But why would you just? It's so dumb. Don't do that. But like, yeah, because there's so many process loops, and like there will be, with the MacBook video with the low power mode thing, there was comments like, it's okay, they'll add another process and catch this next time, and it's like, cool, man, but
also no. If anything, I think we have like too many processes.
Yeah. And I think we're at the point where we have so many processes that the fact that we have so many processes is starting to introduce errors.
However, so like that one was a pretty unique example, actually, because it's a MacBook. So I don't daily drive Mac OS, which we know. But what was new about it, very little of it was actually the Mac OS part. The new thing about it was that it had a new processor, which I'm perfectly comfortable talking about. And so that's a video where without the pre-testing, I would have had damn near nothing to say, even. Like, they didn't change the keyboard. They didn't change the display. They changed practically nothing on the machine other than what labs tested.
I did. So the only one I've done was the Apple Vision Pro.
Yeah.
And I found that personally...
That's a hyper experiential device, though.
Personally, the one-pager was not particularly useful.
No, it wouldn't be.
I basically never looked at it.
However, I can tell you wouldn't have survived shooting the MacBook M5 without the one-pager.
No, I know. What I'm saying is there is an ignorance gap here because I haven't done
it's tough.
labs-heavy one-pager or a device like you're describing where the difference is almost purely performance. No.
It's non-cosmetic.
Yeah.
Is a big part of the problem.
Sure, yeah.
Like, I can comment on, transparent elements in the updated Mac OS. Little bit, not much, though.
Is it acceptable if that is just a bit of a weird video where the labs performance portion of that video is a lot longer?
Every process...
The unboxing one is shorter.
That has, like, an exception path.
No, I don't think it's an exception path.
Oh, you don't think so?
I think you... Okay. And let me explain, because I understand why you would say that. That makes sense. But let me kind of restart here for a second. So I don't think anything changes in the process. But if you just don't have a ton to say, you open the laptop, say what you do have to say, and then go, this is a mostly performance change, so good luck, lab, and toss it off. And then we have a longer portion of the video. It doesn't actually change. It's not a process change. It doesn't change the flow. Everything happens exactly the same. But it's just, if the important part is the performance, there's more lab stuff. Basically, the lab section scales by how important the performance section of it is, all the way down to 0, because there are some devices that just don't get it because there is no performance aspect with some of the things on ShortCircuit. And it can scale up if there's more. Not to 100.
But then, okay, hear me out. Why did we even bother to shoot with the host? Why doesn't Labs just do the ShortCircuit? That's his ultimate plan. He's taking over. He wants to be the L in LMG. No, this is a coup. Yep. I finally figured it out. I'm on to you. You're about to coup me.
Yep. LMG, it's mine. LTT, it's mine. LTTStore, it's mine. LTTlabs.com, it's mine.
That's why he named himself Luke.
It's all mine. Yeah. No, I think it can scale. And like, okay, that is an interesting point, but...
Like, here, let's have a look at the channel. Okay.
I don't want to make it where it's a process change, but I do
So
wonder.
this is one. This is one
that should for sure not be lab hosted.
Okay, hold on a second, because
There's so much subjective when it comes to mice.
There is, but I would make the argument that the subjectivity only matters once this product surpasses a certain threshold of objective goodness. So a mouse can only be relevant at all if it's like not a complete, because this is a gaming mouse. Remember, this is specifically a gaming mouse. So unless its tracking is, on par, and latency is on par with the rest of the industry, and to be clear, this is a Pro X Superlight 2C. I'm sure it's fine. But if it isn't fine, then we basically need to establish that first.
There's a ton of startups in the mice space,
and then we can get into the subjectivity, right? So sometimes, I guess the point I'm trying to make is sometimes the order of operations is not necessarily even the same. Like a monitor, I think there's a fair bit you can talk about. You can unbox it. You can talk about the size, the display technology. You can talk about if it has some cool aesthetic, sort of, RGB on the back. We have the all transparent PC coming on LTT.
Oh, okay.
Everything's clear. Old school acrylic case power supply. Okay.
It's been a while.
Water cooling, of course, with acrylic hardline tubing. A full acrylic desk made of like 1.5 inch thick
Man, sometimes you
acrylic
guys go
slabs.
so far with things.
We found a monitor
Did you need the desk?
with an acrylic back. Okay. We borrowed the desk, so it wasn't actually
Monitor
that
with an
much
acrylic
work.
back. Was that one of those like prison ones?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's just an Asus gaming monitor. They did one with an acrylic back. It looks so cool. Anyway, sorry.
That is sick.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, is there a cool aesthetic thing? And then you can kind of hand over to labs. But like it just
So what you're saying is right now that it doesn't seem like it works with every vertical, because I want to keep working on this, because we need to find more efficient ways to flow.
But even this one's kind of tough, right? Because okay, do I hand off to labs first before I game on it and give my impressions? And then do we come back to me like gaming on it and I'm just like talking about how it like feels pretty good, man? Or do I game on it for a bit and then I hand it off to labs for their objective analysis? Either way, either order, we could end up with conflicting information, which I don't love. It's not clean.
Yeah.
And that's nothing against Plouffe. I mean, this man, he owns a display.
He does own a display.
He does own a display. And so
I think he might own more than one.
You know what? We have that video coming too.
He might have been lying to us because he said a display.
Nick Plouffe
He's a man who owns displays.
officially owns 2 displays.
Oh!
He bought one for $70
Whoa.
for Whaleland.
Whoa.
And we did a full LTT on it, on his journey of discovering that he wants a monitor that's easier to move
Sure.
and is better for LANs,
That might not want to, he might be sketched out on moving his nice one.
and that he found out could be obtained for as little as $70
Sick.
for a perfectly cromulent gaming monitor.
Cromulent. Do you have one of those Roccat monitor carrying bags?
No, but that sounds amazing.
Oh, I've got one at my desk.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
Well, it's not actually mine. It's technically Darius's, but I have one somewhere as well.
Excellent. Yeah. Like, I don't know what you can say about a pair of headphones.
Honestly, I didn't even want to bring it up because I'm trying to get this idea moving, but I saw that thumbnail and was like,
Yeah.
But here's a thing. Here's a thing. The headphones vertical, and I understand you're going to give pushback because you're like, that's right now. That's that person. That's an individual thing. That's not the whole. Those are all fair comments.
Yeah.
But we could have just the same person do the whole thing.
I mean, but there are complications with that right now.
Let's
talk about that offline.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
It might be even easier though.
Okay.
But
All right.
but totally, we can talk about it later, and I understand.
But there's certain stuff that Labs doesn't even need to touch. I don't need Labs to tell me about this phone controller. I'm just going to use it.
What?
And if
We
it
could talk about
feels
input
okay, it feels
latency.
okay.
We could talk about...
Yeah, but I don't care because if I'm seriously gaming, I'm not using a phone because I'm not a Gen Alpha.
Yeah, but that might be a problem with
I
your
know, I know,
ability
I know,
to
I know.
relate
I
to
know.
the young children with
No,
their
I-
6s and their 7s and their...
You're honestly not even wrong.
Yeah,
You're not even wrong.
because that actually, I mean, that got more views than I expected.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah. It's kind of funky.
I'm that good.
Sure. But
Hold
like,
on, where's my thing? Let's go.
but there's a bunch of stuff, and like, okay, so I do want to figure something out. I honestly like that there was holes poked in the idea, but it doesn't necessarily seem like it's completely gone. At least there's
You know what
There's
else is
ways to
not completely gone? All the
this
topics we're supposed to
segue
get
to
through
our sponsor
on the WAN show here.
But yeah, I think we got to get back to 6 on LTT. I think one of those ways is bringing back
6.
reviews, or maybe 7.
Yeah.
Maybe 7.
It's officially not cool anymore.
Yeah,
You're
get
welcome.
wrecked. Get wrecked. I think it's been not cool for like a while.
Yeah.
Now there's a time to start using it then.
But now,
Ironically,
Hold
now
the
I've
line.
done it, so it's
Let's go.
officially not cool.
nice.
It wasn't official before.
Are your kids saying that now?
No,
No, they don't care.
no.
Nice.
They're not really allowed like social media apps. So
Nice. Good.
yeah,
Awesome.
they don't really like
Great parenting.
see this crap.
I am being serious, just to be clear.
Yeah,
That's just-
they'll pick it up
it's just
occasionally at school
terrible.
and stuff
Yeah, sure.
because there'll be other kids
Yeah,
that
of
are
course.
just scrolling brain rot.
Yeah,
Um,
that sucks. All right.
Floatplane announcement is what the thing above Dan's monitor says.
Oh, fun.
We know that you're hungry for the Linus Torvalds collab video to come out. It's going to take some time to cook, but what we can provide is some teasers from the day, as well as some footage snippets. This is one example that we have over on Floatplane. LMG staff hangs out with Linus Torvalds after the shoot. If you want to get some idea of how cool other Linus is, literally no one dared to press this button.
It's really unnecessary to go do it right now, by the way. You really don't have to do that.
They generally don't. The Floatplane audience is like actually not
Based.
like f-ups, so it's pretty cool. Yeah, based. Thank you for that. Anyway, people are freaking loving it. So just, again, I've talked about this already, but he was so generous with his time. He just hung around and chatted with our staff for basically as long as they wanted to chat with him. And it was flipping awesome. It was such a cool experience for people here. Like, honestly, it was one of those things that makes me like proud as an employer to even run a place that was cool enough to have a guest that was a big deal enough that people on our staff get this like one-on-one experience with him because he was willing to come to our building. You know, it's like, how insane is that? And he doesn't see it that way, I don't think,
No, probably not.
at all, but I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was amazing.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that's wicked.
so that's one of the Floatplane exclusives that we have. We also have apparently the first 10 minutes of the Linus Torvalds collab. Worked hard to get the first 10 minutes of our highly anticipated collab video. I don't know if I want to play this.
What?
Oh, whoa. There he is signing my copy of his autobiography, though. So that's pretty cool. So did we actually edit it? Oh, interesting. You know what? No audio. No audio. You're going to have to subscribe to Floatplane.
That is intriguing. Wow.
Oh, the
Oh,
awkward
boy.
energy is
Hi.
palpable.
Yeah.
Anyway, not only that, but we have both weekend videos uploaded to Floatplane, thanks to Plouffe, who owns a display,
Nice.
and our editors, Peter and Tyson. It says, open the link and make it live on the stream. How is Elijah as brain rot as he is and as high functioning as he is?
Isn't this Sammy?
Did I say Elijah? Sorry, I meant Sammy. Yeah. No, not Elijah. Elijah's...
No, I know.
Yeah, we understand why Elijah's the way he is. With Sammy, it's confusing. Yeah, so, okay, here it is. Oh, yeah, here it is. Plouffe's second display that he owns.
That's actually awesome.
I'm going to add that. Plouffe owns a second display.
Yeah. No, he can't say that he owns a display. He has to say that he owns displays.
Truly a great day for Canada, and therefore the world. Okay, and it's live. Cool. So that's up. And so, yeah, we're trying to do a little bit more early access, which is kind of neat. We're also... Oh, this is going up. Oh... We're doing another deepfake and generated video, which you know about because Nick from the lab has been deeply, pun intended, involved in the creation of this.
Yeah.
Apparently that's also going up right now. Boom. And boom.
Nice.
Some
of that is wild.
Oh, it's pretty cool. And if you know me well, you would look at it and you'd go...
Dude, there's parts of it that are close.
But also that.
But yeah, you can tell. But you can tell, like you said, if you know people... man, people will send me clips of oh my God, someone dubbed Linus's audio. It sounds just like him. And it'll sound like a Boston accent to me. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This doesn't sound like Linus at all. But I don't know. Oh,
cool. I am logged into Twitter right now. Someone sent me this. Because I probably logged in for the show at some point. No, I'm going to bring it up.
All right.
Nano Banana Pro. I haven't actually played around with this particular image editor, but someone just sent me a shot of me building a computer with Anne Hathaway.
Nice.
That is surprisingly convincing. This was one that at this size, when I first looked at it, initial glance, I went, I don't remember collabing with this person. I didn't actually recognize them as Anne Hathaway yet.
Sure.
But I was just like, that's weird. I don't remember that set, and wait, no, yeah, we've never made that shirt. Oh, this is AI. But it took me more than half a second.
When I glanced over...
Yeah.
I moved away from the mic. Sorry. When I glanced over, I first thought, really? He's going to promote someone's tweet of a video collab? That's a weird way to do that. And then when I saw it over there, I was like, oh yeah, it's just not real. You can kind of tell in your face. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
You can kind of tell.
My teeth aren't right, but it's it's nailed the earrings. It's nailed the old hairstyle. It's my younger Linus hairstyle on my older Linus face.
Yeah.
So there's little things like that. But the hands are pretty good. It even has my wedding band.
Yeah.
Which is pretty wild.
You would never wear an anti-static strap.
I have.
Fake news.
I have.
Fake news.
At times. The continuity of things is somewhat kind of believable in some cases. That looks like a real tool.
Yeah, what is that?
Not one for building PCs, but a tool of some sort.
Blue thing on the mat.
I think that's a measuring tape.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't know what tools people use for building PCs. It doesn't know what exactly desktop PC cables look like, but this could look like an electronics cable of some sort. This too, somewhat believable. It screwed up where GPUs go because they go more up here and less right against the bottom grill of a PC.
Yeah. The case looks pretty good though.
The case looks pretty believable.
I could see the bottom of a case looking like that.
All the logos are pretty good.
Pretty good.
For the most part. This looks a little funky. It's trying to do shiny and it doesn't really know how to handle the lighting.
To me, honestly, when you zoomed in there, it felt like they were trying to do a wafer texture.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
The hands, though, they're not bad. This pinky looks a little off, but it also just looks like she could kind of have it up here like that.
Yeah.
This is a little weird.
No, it's just squished against the fan.
But not that weird. Man, anyway, so the video is about following up the one we did 5 years ago, where we deep faked me on ShortCircuit and then made the LTT about how we did it. The main focus this time is, hey, that thing we did before, you can totally still do that. By the way, it's way easier. Like, way easier. And it's not necessarily easy to do like what we did, where did we end up using the clips where I juggle computers? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, those things might be a little bit more difficult. I've heard the argument of like doing this first frame, last frame thing isn't going to be viable. I think that is so completely wrong.
What do you mean by viable?
I've heard an argument say, okay, so this idea is you get the first frame and the last frame, and then you can kind of gen the things between it.
Yeah.
My argument is that I think the way a lot of this is going to be used is to change things that exist, which is exactly how that would work.
So when you say, so people are saying it won't be viable to get a first frame and a last frame to make someone do something that they wouldn't do. No,
that is absolutely a thing.
I totally agree, especially because most of what it's being used for right now by scammers is to make people say something that they didn't say.
Yeah.
And if all you need is a frame of them sitting in a place with their mouth closed, you could even use the same frame for your first and last frame. So we did end up going full challenge. So we don't have to have the audio playing, but basically the first line is, my mom always told me that building a computer is not enough. You have to learn to juggle computers.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's why I take Linus pills.
And like I can tell here for sure, but that's great. Like the mouth was a little weird there. You morph here, in my opinion, it gets you confused, and like you turn into David right there, right at the end when you're walking through the door. You're like physiology changes.
Yeah.
But this is crazy, dude. That's crazy, man. That's actually nuts. Again, I can tell, but like, not by a ton. And if I wasn't really paying attention, if it was side monitor content, whatever, I might not really have noticed.
That's what we're kind of hoping to get people with when this goes live on YouTube.
Yeah.
Is if they're not like really paying attention.
It's like, wait, what?
Like,
yeah.
And with the idea being that we're kind of highlighting how good it's gotten, and also just, again, how easy it's gotten. The last
Stay the pass that this isn't very well done either. That can be made perfectly. I haven't seen one ever, so I don't necessarily agree.
Perfectly?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I don't. I've never seen one done perfectly. I'd love to see it. Stay the path if you want to go ahead and throw that in the chat. We'd love to check out.
Yeah.
You don't know when you don't know. What do you? But like, you need to give. You have to give an example. And remember, it's a lot simpler to do something where somebody's just sitting. That might look so convincing that you would say, oh yeah, that generated video looks perfect. But something where people move and interact with other objects and stuff.
Okay. Well, it's the you can't prove me wrong argument.
Yeah, that's not how that works. The burden of proof is on the person making the claim.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental law of arguments.
Yeah.
Okay. Also, in other news, we have, what is with all these Floatplane exclusives he has me announcing? James's theater room is better than Linus's. Linus never invited me to his theater room. That is so not true.
He never did.
That is 100% not true. The theater room was part of like LANs and pool parties at my house.
Sammy wasn't invited.
Sammy was 100% invited.
Sammy's never been invited. There's a footnote on the invite that specifically said, if your name is Sammy you're not invited.
Yeah, it was pretty explicit.
Specifically not true.
It was pretty explicit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's in the handbook, actually.
It's the handbook.
Page 4, subsection 6.
See, Dan knows it off dome because he has to keep Sammy away from things all the time.
Yeah, it's actually part of my responsibilities.
It is. Yeah.
You guys are ridiculous. In other Floatplane
just like
news,
Sammy, if you let him in a theater room, it gets ugly.
In other Floatplane news, we are going to be having a price increase on Floatplane, but the doc that I am supposed to
I can figure this out.
Read from,
I can share it for you if you want.
I do not have access to. So I would love to walk you guys through how it's going to work, but I cannot. So in the meantime, why don't I run through our sponsors? and we'll get to that in a moment. The show is brought to you today by Woojer. When you're the world-renowned action star, Linus Tech Wick, you know how much precision and immersion matters. Sure, you can have your monitors, your controller vibration, your nice speakers, but thanks to Woojer's Vest 4, you can now feel the action in your games. It's a high-fidelity haptic vest that hooks up to any device via Bluetooth, a 3.5mm jack or USB-C, and sound gets translated into a physical sensation. So when a grenade goes off in your favorite Keanu movie, you don't just hear it, you'll feel that impact in your chest. And it's not just generic vibrations. With a 1 Hz to 250 Hz frequency range, a low, bassy 30 Hz, it hits pretty different compared to a higher pitched frequency. Plus, 6 transducers spaced around your torso give you 360 degrees of said immersion. It even lasts through long gaming sessions with its 10-hour battery life. So keep your hands off my dog and get your hands on a Woojer 4 vest at woojer.com/WAN. The show is also brought to you by Squarespace. When you're building anything, whether it's a skyscraper or a side hustle, the right tools can be a game changer. And whether you're working in construction, video production, or liposuction, I don't know where that one comes in, but whatever you're doing, it's important to have a website. Please tell me you don't have footage of liposuction. Don't show it. Thankfully, you can count on Squarespace to make a brand for your business. And now with their design intelligence tool, you can draft and design a personalized website with or without blueprints. Surely you want to get paid for your work too, so Squarespace lets you set up a payment system with just a few clicks, supporting major methods like Klarna, ACH Debit, Apple Pay, and more. Once your site is up and running, their measurement tools break down a multitude of analytics to track your business's performance. We even use Squarespace to design our LinusMediaGroup.com website. So start building your website today and get 10% off your first purchase by visiting squarespace.com/WAN. What was that footage of someone breaking into a place? Neat. All right, Luke, did you get the thing?
I did. You should be shared on it.
Nice.
Can you try to load it again? If not, I can just hand you my phone, but you should be shared on it.
Did you just offer to handy me your phone?
Yes.
Nice.
Nice.
All right. We've talked about it. We've teased it. We're finally doing it. The price of a monthly Floatplane subscription is going up. But before you freak out, no, not for you, Floatplane subscribers. Both OGs and current full rate subscribers will be not affected by the price increase as long as they do not cancel and resubscribe. So how's this going to work? If you are a new or returning subscriber, the new prices will be $7.99 for the supporter tier and $12.99 for the supporter plus tier, effective December 31st. That's right. If you are a subscriber before December 31st, you can lock in at our legacy rates of $5 and $10 for the two tiers, respectively. So you can go to lmg.gg/floatplane right now to sign up.
One quick sec. CatOS already pointed this out. We only talk about monthly prices here. There will be yearly ones as well.
Yeah.
But yes, you are still grandfathered if you're on the yearly plan. It'll be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not, you don't have to switch to a monthly plan.
No.
And our yearly rates are just derived from our monthly rates.
Yep.
So it'll be fine.
Well, I think it's, I don't want to say anything. You guys technically set the prices on Floatplane. It's up to the creator to set the prices. But I think what you guys did was 10 months effectively.
I think
so. So like a $10 tier right now is $100 for the year because it's factored at 10 months. So it's not times 12, it's times 10.
I don't know for sure that it'll be that way because I actually don't know what the annual rate is, but probably.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Why? Well, there are three reasons. One was we took so long to do this because we had to wait until we had a clear roadmap for what Floatplane would look like in 2026 and beyond. You've seen some hints of it like early access for big series like Scrapyard Wars and Secret Shopper. You've seen Black Friday, Cyber Monday, early access to deals. You've seen exciting Floatplane exclusives like the Jimmy Fallon vlog, the Why is WAN Late series, not to mention our themed weeks like Luke Week 2, which is coming in December. And now we're ready to bring more features, such as early access for some LTT videos, as well as badges. We do have more features in development, but we'll publicly announce them when they are closer to completion. Reason number the second for why now. We wanted to time the announcement so that folks could join at the old pricing during the best time to get deals on stuff, Black Friday, Cyber Monday. This gives new subscribers early access to LTTStore deals on November 27th. Oh, did I just announce when our Black Friday deals are going live?
I guess.
I guess I did.
I didn't write this.
Alongside the 4 amazing Linus Torvalds exclusives that we have up right now on Floatplane, including the first 10 minutes of the main video. If you've been on the fence for a while, we wanted to give you one more opportunity to get in at the best possible time and price. Reason number 3 for why we're doing this. Creating videos and running a hosting platform, they don't have the same costs yesteryear and this year. And neither do some of the major investments that we're making into content in the coming year, like the Tech House and one other quite large one that we have not announced yet.
Some other time.
Some other time, not today.
But as we're sticking to, I'm going to insert here, go slightly off script. Sorry, Sammy, don't freak out. I got this. We're all good.
Nice. I love off-script WAN Show.
Yeah.
Brace yourself, Dan.
Yeah, no, it'll be fine. We committed a long time ago to not increase the prices on people that were sticking around, and that includes the OG tier, which is not getting affected by this at all in any way.
So hold on. I don't know that for sure. We have allowed OGs to unsubscribe and resubscribe at the OG rate in the past.
We have.
I don't know if that is the case anymore, so I'm going to have to get you guys an answer on that.
They can be separate.
They can be separate.
So it depends on the business logic.
I know they can, but I don't know if we are, I don't know if we're committed. Have we committed to that? I actually don't know.
I don't technically know, but we should not change it if we committed to it.
So yeah, we need to figure out if we've committed to it, but I didn't see it messaged clearly in here, so I was leaving it intentionally ambiguous for now while I go back and find out.
Yeah, we shouldn't change how we treat OGs. Why no annual plan for the OGs? There are complications there.
And it's already discounted. So it's already cheaper than the annual plan.
Okay, but that's not entirely... There are reasons why it might be better for, like, people have pointed out for the OG tier, you could do a 12-month yearly plan so that they don't get the discount for the yearly, but it's still better for certain people in certain areas because getting dinged for currency conversions and certain other things might be really beneficial. It's also technically beneficial for us.
Oh, I know it's beneficial for us.
Because we wouldn't get a significant amount of payment processor charges.
But I thought there was a technical reason why it was really challenging.
There is. That might be no longer a thing.
Oh, okay.
Fairly soon. I don't know. We're planning on looking at payments again soon here.
This is great. Ed Zeem says every OG is now going back through hours of WAN shows for proof. Yeah, so if we committed to that in the past...
We're not messing with OGs.
Renege on that.
We're not gonna change how we treat.
And we're not messing with anyone who is already subscribed. You will not get a price increase.
And to be clear, on a technical level, because of technical errors that might result in cancellations and stuff, like if you run into a problem, just contact support.
Yeah. Anyway, carrying on, we've kept our prices steady for a really long time. I think the last time we increased them was. Shoot, I think that was in an earlier version of the draft for this. I don't remember, so I'm not gonna say anything. I think it was 2018. Was that the last time we increased pricing? I don't remember. Don't worry about it. Anyway, we've kept our pricing steady for a long time while our costs have risen, but at some point, we're shooting ourselves in the foot if we don't try to catch up. And looking at other paid subscription platforms like Patreon, we don't feel that the new rates are out of line. With all of that said, we know that times are tough for many people out there right now, and we are always consistent in telling people, choose yourself over our extra content. Okay, priorities: food on the table, roof over the head, cool LMG extras and merch, in that order. We also plan on uploading this segment to our Clips channel, LMG Clips. Was the plan for this to be a video? Well, anyway, thank you. I guess I just did it. Thank you to everyone for supporting Floatplane and the rest of the LMG team. If you guys want to subscribe, it's a great time. lmg.gg/Floatplane.
Dark24 said, yes, you said OG could unsubscribe and resub at OG tier. We'll figure that out. I'm pretty sure
Then
we
we'll figure
did.
it out.
I think we might have put a fixed grace period on it. Like it might be like 3 months or something. But either way, we're not going to take anything back from the OG tier.
It's not how we roll.
It's not going to
That's
happen.
not the trust me, bro guarantee.
And we have been dealing with it that way, so I think it makes sense to keep it going that way. I don't know if it's like literally forever, but it might be. This one might not operate that way. I don't think this one does.
This one explicitly does not.
Yeah, okay.
If
But
you are subscribed at a $5 tier right now,
the OG tier is a special thing.
you are locking that in, and you don't resubscribe at that tier. It is new. If you are a new subscriber after December 31st, or a returning subscriber, it will be at the new rate. That I know for sure.
There's some people asking what the OG tier is or how you even get it and whatever.
So the way you got it was by subscribing to Floatplane on the LTT forum.
And then transferring. This part was actually important because you had to transfer over to the Floatplane site before a certain date. The window was pretty big.
And because Floatplane was technically a separate legal entity and run through a different payment processor,
We couldn't
just migrate it automatically. So in order to reduce the amount of attrition from asking people to like re-input their payment methods and sign up on a new website,
and just purely thanking people for dealing with it when it was in the state it was on the forum.
yeah, we made it very affordable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We get OG badges. The badges stuff is a feature that the Floatplane team is making. It will appear in a variety of ways throughout the platform, chat and comments. And how it gets managed is a little bit currently still up in the air. It's a feature that's coming. You're not going to be able to display an infinite amount of badges, so we're going to have to decide how many you can show at a time. There might be a difference between that number for live or comments or something, not necessarily sure. You might get badges for a variety of different things. We'll probably go with the classic, like, has been subscribed for X number of months scaling badge that like changes based on how many months that is. There will probably be an OG badge. It would make sense if you got different badges for being around at certain times potentially or whatever. There's lots of examples of how this is handled all throughout the internet. So we will learn from those. But yeah, badges are coming.
Ninja Man Away has a really good question. Will we still be able to temporarily change plans? For one of the events you ran, you had to go to a higher tier for the behind the scenes and event footage. Is that still an option? I don't want to give you an answer for that right now. We need to figure that out because I'm not sure. Like at your locked in rate kind of thing.
Yeah, the way.
Yeah, I don't think we should give an answer on that today. I should check with Colton and Sammy and see how they want to manage it.
I have a strong idea of how that would work, but I will refrain until we figure it out.
Yeah, that's a really great question though.
It is a great question.
Yeah. Rip Vessel by East One. Rip Vessel indeed. Still wear my Vessel shirt every once in a while. Oh wait, no, I'm thinking of my Jibo shirt. I used to have my Vessel shirt in my PJ.
My Vessel shirt is lost. It makes me very sad, but I still have my Vessel toque.
Dude, okay. That's why I had Vessel in mind. I wore my Vessel toque a week ago.
Nice.
Yeah, we went to see this like Christmas lights display at Bear Creek Park, and I was wearing my Vessel toque. I was like, "Yo, this is so cool," and nobody knows.
Yeah.
All right. Something that's not as cool. We have an update on Rebel's attempted collaboration with Core Devices, aka Pebble. So there's some smartwatch drama. Pebble, the once discontinued, first acquired by Google, or acquired by Fitbit, which was then acquired by Google, I think is how it went. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong in the comments. But ultimately discontinued. The once discontinued fan favorite smartwatch seemed to be thriving after its revival until a rift opened between Core Devices, the new hardware company that's led by Pebble founder Eric Mijukovsky, and Rebel, the volunteer nonprofit that has kept Pebble's cloud services, App Store, and developer ecosystem alive since 2018. Just weeks ago, the two groups publicly announced a partnership. Core would build a modern App Store portal, or a modern App Store front end for its new watches. Rebel would continue running the backend services and developer portal, and together they would support the entire ecosystem, old and new. But that agreement quickly fell apart over who should control the roughly 13,000 legacy apps and watch faces that were originally uploaded to Pebble's store before the company shut down. Rebel says that Core demanded unrestricted rights to the entire data set, potentially allowing Core to build a closed Core-only app store and leave the nonprofit that maintained the platform behind. And they also claim that after delaying a scheduled meeting, Eric scraped their servers in violation of a previous agreement about data access. Core, meanwhile, disputes this claim. They argue that the apps were created by individual developers, not by Rebel, and that they shouldn't be locked behind any one organization after Pebble's collapse. Eric says the goal is a neutral public archive, ideally on something like archive.org, so that the ecosystem can't be held hostage by a single gatekeeper. After the scraping accusation, Eric claims that he built a web app to allow him an easier time browsing watch faces, only showing screenshots and allowing him to click on them. Apparently, it did not download any data. I don't think, I don't have personal relationships with any of the people involved in this. I had one quick call with Eric when he said that they were bringing it back. And was I in contact with anyone from Rebel? I don't know, but I thought the project was super cool. So other than that, other than thinking it's super cool, I don't really have a major horse in this race between the two of them. But the race that I do have a horse in is that overall, I think Pebble and the mission is super cool. I think the Rebel group is super cool, the way that they maintained this and made these devices usable for folks when official support was dropped by Google. I think that's all super cool. I would like to plead even, in the nicest way that I possibly can, for y'all to please find a way to get along, because I think y'all are really great. And hopefully this is a misunderstanding. I actually have my new Pebble right here that I have just been kind of dragging my butt on getting installed and getting on my wrist, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it this weekend. And I want to feel good about it. I want to feel good about supporting these devices. It's going to be sick. And please all be chill and get along. Is Dan the one leaving a comment asking about those questions people had? Dan, is that what you're doing?
Pardon?
On the Floatplane pricing, you highlighted the Floatplane price increase announcement.
Oh, I was just striking it through because we finished it.
Oh, neat. Okay. Well, I'm going to leave a comment.
Yeah, cool. I can do the next topic if you want to do that.
Sure.
Let me find one. Microsoft will appeal a ruling against them in the UK. Microsoft will appeal to the UK Competition Appeal Tribunal for a ruling against Microsoft, which states that consumers are allowed to resell licenses such as Windows or Office licenses. This ruling came into effect in 2021 when a UK-based business named Value Licensing sued Microsoft over the ability to redistribute licensed products from them. The case is far from over as Microsoft continues to battle this decision, but if Microsoft loses, it will have to pay £270 million. Wow, we did the same thing. In damages to Value Licensing. Crazy. Discussion question. For a company that seems to be okay with how much people pirate / get Windows licenses free anyways, except for apparently...
Hold on. Actually, no.
They just closed a loophole for that.
Recent news.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's like maybe the next topic. Actually, yeah, it could be. Why is Microsoft putting so much effort into this? Maybe because they're pulling back on that.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting less chill about people just running the software and activating it with a tool that they quickly grabbed on GitHub, or realistically not even a tool. It's just it's a command you run. So
Speaking of which,
this is well. No, I want to talk about this. The reason that I highlighted this was this could be a game changer. No, the thing you just said.
Oh yeah, okay,
yeah.
Okay.
Like this could be wild. Maybe I'm misunderstanding here, but is this basically the UK Competition Appeal Tribunal? Is this basically them saying that as a consumer, I should be able to resell software that I only licensed? Because that changes everything. Would that apply to Steam games? Why not? That could be huge and very exciting. Console games.
It's interesting. It's very interesting.
Like we should be able to. Exactly, Ann M. White in Floatplane chat. I believe that if I bought a copy of Doom Eternal and I'm done with it, I should be able to sell it. And it's about time. It's about time that some legal.
I was really lucky.
Yeah, it's empty. It's about time that some legal entity agreed with that. And the way that software companies have always hid from this is that it's a license. You didn't purchase it, you licensed it. Well, so what? Now they're going to license it. I'm done licensing it now. Am I missing something here? Or is this potentially a crack in the armor that could be crowbarred into and wedged open here? Yeah, Pancrats in chat. David Pancrats brings up that physical copies of games were also licenses, weren't they?
I think it was a license to the software that was on the physical copy, yeah.
Yeah. And yet, those could be sold.
Yeah, man. The ramifications of this on the gaming industry will be... If this happens, the ramifications of this mostly on the gaming industry will be really interesting and potentially like extremely destructive. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I do wonder how much this would turn into. Oh man, people might not want to hear this. I think this would turn into a lot of perverse incentives for developers.
Subscriptions.
To do subscriptions, live service things, paid timed access. Like maybe you can play part of a game, but the really good part is only accessible if you pay for a certain period of time. It's effectively like put in a token, like an old arcade machine. Like there is, because honestly, if you... Like this would also create a weird incentive for gamers, because you talk about Doom Eternal, right? So what if you book 2 days off of work, you buy Doom Eternal, you beat the whole thing immediately and put it up on the market for $5 less than the full price? There is no degradation in quality in your version of the license.
Yeah.
Because like if you're buying a used
Here's a crazy
game,
idea. What if you commercialized the idea? What if you got a small storefront and you put little boxes on all of the shelves, right? And in each of them, you had some kind of physical representation of the game. No, hear me out. This is a crazy business model.
It's not legit,
you could even say it's a Blockbuster business model. Okay? People come through the door. They can browse. They can browse all the available games. They bring them up to the counter. You temporarily sell them the game license, so you take there
is extremely massive differences between
damn it, what is the word I'm looking for here? Take collateral. You take the full cost of the game for collateral, and then when they're done with it, you give them back everything but I don't know, like a reasonable, like maybe like $5 or something like that, and you buy it back from them.
Yeah.
What would prevent that if we could transfer licenses? We could go back to video game rentals.
Except it's all digital.
Yeah, but you could still do it.
I'm not saying you couldn't do it. I'm talking about the destruction of the damage or significant change on the video game industry and how people.
I'm just showing you how that would it would escalate. It would go back to the old days.
You could literally rent a game.
You could literally rent a game.
Yeah.
And all it would
I
take
can even
is...
think how this would function digitally. You could absolutely rent a game.
And how trendy would that video game rental store be? How many TikToks would there be if they did it up nice and they had like physical...
You don't even have to do a physical version.
No, but it doesn't matter.
The physical version would fail to the digital version immediately.
It's not about fail or not fail.
Okay.
It's about how trendy and cool would it be.
I think it'd be trendy and cool for like 2 weeks.
Dude, you're talking to a world that has re-embraced vinyl records. Stop.
Yeah, and Willow Video does exist as...
Yeah, of course it does.
I think it was Pankrats pointed out. But there's only one.
I think, yeah, but...
And I love it, and I shout it out all the time, and hopefully they keep doing well.
I think that someone who makes it like crazy, trendy, and cool to go there, and has like a gotcha like claw machine thing with a bunch of cool with a bunch of stupid like amiibos in it and stuff, and like makes it a whole experience, dude. I think it would absolutely slap in the right market. Like I think somewhere like...
Willow,
man, I'm trying to figure out...
Every time I've been to Willow lately, there's a lot of people in there.
I'm trying to figure out
Willow
where.
is sick.
Because like in Japan, the whole like digital licensing thing is just not as cool. Like I don't think you could make it trendy there. I'm trying to think like where this like kind of physical representation of the digital licenses that we have in stock could like kind of work. And maybe it's dumb. Maybe it wouldn't work. But I could see it. I could see people making TikToks about it.
If you could rent...
I'm at the video game rental store.
If you could rent computer games, I feel like people around here would do it.
You think so?
I think so.
Denoli says, with current Steam refund policy, you can rent any Steam game for 2 hours for free.
It's 2 hours.
That's true, but that's totally different because what you would do when you rented a game back when we were the youngins is you'd rent it for a period of time that you decide on. So you would rent it for 1 day, and that was cheaper, or you'd rent it. A 2-day rental was more expensive, and then a 1 week rental was like, you're kind of dumb, you should probably just buy it. So what you would do is after school on Friday, you would go rent it, and then as long as you had it back in the drop-off box by Sunday night, then you had, as long as you didn't feel like sleeping on Friday or Saturday night, you had 48 whole hours to play the whole game and experience everything. What a time to be alive.
It was fun. But yeah, I think honestly, I support the freedom behind the idea wholeheartedly.
I just don't know if I'm reading too much into this.
I think the ultimate result on how the gaming industry operates would probably be a negative for most people. I don't necessarily think...
Are we headed that way anyway?
Yeah, that's a good argument. It's a good argument. But like, look at Claire Obscure. It's doing super well right now. It's up for like a ton of awards. It's a single player game. I haven't played it myself, but as far as my understanding goes, it's a single player game. I don't know how long it takes to play, but there's a huge incentive to just blast through it before the normies with jobs are able to buy it for the weekend and play and then resell your key. And that is a significant portion of sales kept away. And I understand this is the thing you can do with physical games. Yeah, the scale of it was nowhere near the same because you could just have another digital storefront, or maybe a place like Steam just builds it into the platform the same way that they do with Steam trading cards and everything else. And then they take another little skim off the top, just like a reselling store.
I'll have to pee if you fill that though. So it's a double-edged sword.
Just like a GameStop or whatever would, they're going to take some off the top and then it's going to resell. But that resell is not going to ping back to the developer of the game. Nope. It's just going to ping back to Valve, which already makes $10 quadrillion per employee.
Unless Valve went good guy and did share it with the developer, which they could. They do. I know. They do have that power. They've done good guy stuff before.
Maybe they'll share a little percentage, but it's not a full fat sale like it would be otherwise.
What if they took 30%? Then would you be okay with it? What if they just took their 30% for being an enabler
it's still a reduction in sale for the developer. At the end
Oh
of
yeah,
the day.
probably. I mean, here's the thing though. I mean, let's come back to talking about sock warranties again, because everyone was enjoying that so much. A big part of why that works. Like, do you think that Darn Tough could survive if literally everyone wore their socks for 10 years and then got a warranty refund? I can give you the answer. The answer is no. Like, it's not.
Yeah, but
it's not viable.
Game sales do, like, let's start really high. It just released, and go boom.
Well, sort of a cyberpunk. So I don't want to be that guy who's like exceptions.
You're kind of being that guy.
Okay, I realized it.
Okay,
and I don't want to be that guy.
Okay.
But I do,
you're not wrong.
But I do think that a single player experience, I do think it's a reasonably close analog to something. Okay, no, they've added a lot of content. Okay, you know what? Okay, that's fair. No,
and they did.
That's fair.
Bump.
How many times do I have to say? How many times do I have to say I'm being that guy?
For basically years.
Okay,
And then
how many times do I have to say I'm being that guy? Okay, I own it.
I don't know. I'd
I'm that
really
guy,
like to
okay?
hear from someone who's like actually in the industry what they think about this, because I'm very much taking an outside view.
Well,
and
we're
I'm
taking
just,
a consumer view, right?
Well, I'm trying to not is basically
Right.
what I'm doing. I'm trying to, like, as a consumer, yeah, dude, I bought it. Screw off. I should be able to resell it. Totally. Then I'm trying to step back for a second and be like, what does this do incentive-wise? And that's a dangerous thing to do, because if you do that every time, you just live in a horrible omega corporate world where everything is bent over for companies. You know, so I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to be careful, but I'm wondering, like, if this happens, what do we see in the gaming industry 10 years from now if this happens? What types of games are developed? What are the incentives for the developers to make them? And you know what? Maybe someone like the BG3 devs are just chatted out of their minds and don't care at all. But I do think this would change things. Like you said, are those things already happening anyways? Is it even relevant? I don't know. I'm not sure. I do also wonder, would this disproportionately hurt small devs?
Oh, I think that's very possible.
And I think that it probably would.
I'm trying to find something right now. Mechanic. I'm searching on the subreddit. Why is it? What? No, not all time. The past week. Here we go. So what the point I was trying to make with the socks is that, let's bring it back to the socks again. The point that I was trying to make with it is that most people won't do that. Even if they do have the warranty, most people won't bother. And this is
my whole problem with it is that it's too easy. That's my whole point with the brick and mortars. If I can just go on Steam, and if I go on Steam and right click on the game and click sell at market rate, and it's just done, it's way too easy. This is my whole point with the reason, the fact that it's digital and it's online is the gap.
So if it was the physical store that you had to come into, would you be more supportive of it? Yeah. So you just think it needs like it needs friction.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's fair.
And I don't know how you solve for that.
Because everyone has kind of a different perspective on
this was a really interesting post.
Feeling like they've gotten their money's worth. So this guy posted that it's broken, but he's not mad. He's actually stoked, which is like kind of wild to think about. Yeah. But if you scroll down to one of his replies to someone, where's the OP tag? Here we go. Well, here, like, I'm not mad. In my 10 years as a mechanic, I've used all brands of ratcheting screwdrivers, including a $200 competitor. None of them last more than 6 to 10 months. 3 years and still semi-usable is absolutely impressive. And so this is the kind of person that, I would hope that these game developers would have backing their product. I would hope, right? Someone that played the game, enjoyed the crap out of it, and went, you know what? I could trade this in, but I'm going to keep it. And I'm going to just leave them with all of my money, because it was not this guy's intention to contact support at all. Like, it wasn't one of those posts where someone's like, my thing broke. What do you guys think? Should I contact support? And then people are like, yes, obviously. What are you even posting about it for here? Like, this thread did not have that tone. When I first
saw the picture, I thought it was just another one of those. And then I reread the title like 3 times and was like, huh, and then clicked on the thread and thought it was really cool.
Yeah, no, Buddy's he's not mad at all.
Yeah. We just have a lot of those threads.
Yeah. I mean, not that many for how many screwdrivers we've sold.
No, for sure. I mean
say.
for literally any product or any situation ever.
Yep. But yeah, so I would like to think that even if they had a policy that enabled people to resell, or even if Costco had a return policy that allowed you to warranty anything, I would hope that people would also just like kind of have the good faith common sense to not bring back a 20-year-old toaster.
This is a whole thing. People absolutely do that. People abuse the heck out of Costco.
And then you have to bake it into your margins, and then everybody pays for it.
Yeah.
I know this is why you like what you call high trust societies.
Yes. Fantastic.
Yeah.
The best.
Yeah.
So based.
Have we talked about that on WAN Show at all?
I don't know.
Just like the experience of going to a Family Mart in, Taipei or in Japan and walking through the door and seeing someone's MacBook sitting on the little like round coffee table that's near the entrance, while the owner of said MacBook is off grabbing a snack so that they can go pay for it and then sit and use their laptop and enjoy their snack or their drink, and marveling that would never happen at home.
Yeah.
That MacBook would be gone. And
it's so cool.
Yeah, I wish that I lived somewhere like that sometimes.
And I don't think we are far from the furthest from that.
Oh yeah, 100%. I just leave my badminton bag on a bench and I'll walk like 6 courts away.
Even the fact that in most situations, if there's someone sitting there, you can ask them, "Hey, do you mind watching my stuff?" And that is actually fine.
Yeah.
Is like pretty great, to be completely honest, compared to like a lot of places. So like we're doing all right. But it's Taiwan, Japan, there's certain places that are another level. And it feels really cool to be there and partake in that.
And there's different ways of achieving that. Like, I remember accidentally leaving my wallet. It was either my wallet or my phone. It was something very valuable and important, and I was very distressed to not have it. And I left it in a cab in Singapore. And Yvonne's family member who lives there, basically with 100% confidence said, "You will get it back." And I was like, there's no way. The cabbie's just going to say they don't have it. They're going to, they'll just take the money out first and then return it to me. And he was like, "No, you will get it back." And I was like, you got to be kidding me. Very, very recently prior, I had lost a hundreds of dollars coat. You and I both have a similar coat story where we once treated ourselves to a nice overcoat and then immediately lost it. I left it in a cab in Vegas, and Buddy was just like, yeah, it wasn't there. And like, sure. Yeah, okay. I had it back within 90 minutes. Because they went back to the dispatch, found it, and we're basically waiting for my call to tell me that they had it. And when I visited Singapore, have I been there twice now? Well, if I've been there twice, the second time I was over in Southeast Asia recently. Did we go to Singapore? No, we saw Yvonne's Singapore family, which is why I was confused. We saw her family that lives there, but we didn't go there. So yeah, when I went to Singapore the one time, I almost got kind of a Stepford Wives kind of vibe.
Okay.
Everything is too perfect.
Okay. I've never been to Singapore. I don't know.
And you guys can let me know if you think maybe I was just, and maybe I was biased by just knowing that they come down hard on stuff. But I don't know. I just got this kind of weird vibe.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, Zame says, you weren't not biased. Yeah, that's fair enough. It's Hurley Time says, I was there 20 years ago. I got the same kind of vibe. Yeah, okay.
I have no idea.
What I
just
do know,
in Taiwan, for example, I will be downtown Taipei and walk down small, weird alleyways between buildings and feel a relatively deep sense of comfort. And knowing that, like, I might exit this alleyway to a park with little old ladies doing Tai Chi at 1 a.m. for some reason, and they will all feel safe and comfortable. It's not just me for whatever reason.
And to be clear, we're not saying they don't have any crime.
No.
Or they don't have any mental illness, or people who, do
all
horrible,
of that stuff exists
unthinkable
everywhere
things.
in the world.
People are messy creatures, and it doesn't matter, what country they live in or the color of their skin or whatever else. People are messy. But I do think that there are different approaches to society building, some of which create a higher trust society and some of which create a lower trust society. And those are definitely a couple places that have stood out to me as feeling very high trust.
Yeah, and like gold balls in Floatplane chat said, Luke must be a giant over there. Right, but like bullets and knives don't care.
It's true.
So like you shouldn't be overconfident in your like size when it comes to getting jumped in an alley.
Like even like a baton. I'd be a lot less scared of Luke if I had like a nightstick. Like, honestly.
You can break a bone pretty quick with those.
Anytime you put anything anywhere near me, it would be like whack it with that, and
that paired with the badminton skills.
Like, he would if he knows how to fight, then I'm done, because he'll close the distance, right? But if he doesn't, just size is not enough, right? Like, it's amazing what a difference just a small, hard, heavy object can make. And so, yeah, stop.
Tell me more about that. Tell me more about that.
What am I? Small, hard, and heavy?
It's dense, man. It's dense.
Yeah. You gonna hit me with your thick stick, little man?
The point is just that him feeling safe is not just about him being sort of large for over there.
Yeah, it was because there was a very high level of confidence, not in myself, but in the society that I was in.
I also feel really safe there, and I'm not Luke's size. So make of that what you will. Yeah. All right, Microsoft has killed another Windows activation workaround while they're weathering backlash over recent agentic OS endeavors. Windows has shut down a Windows activation workaround by pushing backend changes that broke KMS38-based activations, which used the Massgrave popularized method that let users keep Windows and Office running indefinitely without actually paying for them. Users on these fake installs noticed deactivations right after their devices grabbed the latest extended security update. Even people who did buy Windows weren't spared, with some business Windows 10 users who installed this week's update finding their systems rolling back to the previous build after rebooting, silently failing to apply the patch at all. Oh, that probably wasn't intended.
Yeah.
In other news, Microsoft heard that the public is not interested in Windows becoming an agentic OS, but they think they can change the public's mind by talking about it more in a support article. The article explains how a secure AI agent workspaces will give agents access to shared folders and allow them to work in the background for you, completing tasks while you do other, like human things.
Scroll TikTok.
Wow. What is it going to be doing? What do they think it's going to be doing?
I don't know, but the funny part is that a version of this completely controlled by the user with user dials and knobs of being able to control what it can access and what it can do and all that kind of stuff in Linux could actually be super sick. I don't trust Microsoft to do it properly at all and wouldn't want to touch it at all. It reminds me a lot of Recall, which is like clearly and obviously it.
You did not do that, right?
Did I not?
No.
Did I lift it too early?
Yeah.
Nice.
You're not the only one who feels that way. An intrepid writer from The Verge took one for the team and spent a week trying to interact with Copilot the way Microsoft seems to want us to, and found that Copilot made his, and this is a direct quote, computer feel incompetent.
I didn't know that was, that's fantastic.
And yet, we are being warned that one of the things it is competent enough to do is install malware, as Microsoft's own article states that these kinds of agents would still be vulnerable to malicious prompts that may be embedded in emails, documents, or web pages. So our discussion question, we're going to bring Dan in for this one, is
Hi.
Where in an operating system do you think an AI agent could be helpful to you? Imagine what you want your AI agent to do.
Navigate the two separate settings menus that where
let's
are
put
the
him away. That's actually very funny.
That's a pretty good point.
It's also kind of serious. Like sometimes I want to adjust the settings on my computer. I would like to just have it do that.
But the second they give the agent that kind of system level access,
then it's
extremely dangerous.
Yeah.
Hey, can you switch it to output 5.6 on the headphone mix for me, please? It's not coming through Chrome properly.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
But there's no way that we could allow an incompetently managed agent that level of access.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there's I think there's
What
stuff
else?
like that.
That's my comment.
Well, I think one of the primary ways that AI stuff is currently used is search. So using it for like really advanced search and search related tasks would be fine. Like, hey, find all the videos on my S drive that have this type of content in them and move them into this folder. I want to start editing a video based on that soon.
One of the things that, I'd love an agentic OS to do is for me to be able to just say, I need to be in Los Angeles for a collab on December the 9th. Find me the travel arrangements that have me there for the least amount of time because I need to get back to my family for my daughter's something.
Or whatever.
But the problem with mine is that I don't need my OS to do that. So, well, actually, there's two problems with mine. Problem number one is that I don't need my OS to do that. That could be...
You have an LLV.
A what, sorry?
Large language Vance.
Well, no. That's actually not one of the problems I was going to bring up. I don't need an app to do that because my browser should do that. Or an app.
Oh, yeah. Well,
or an app should. I don't need my OS to do that.
That's just the wackiness of modern computing, which is that it's like all in the browser.
Yeah, I don't need my operating system. Sorry, I said I don't need my app to do that. I misspoke. I don't need my operating system to do that. The other issue is that use case only works if I put absolutely everything into my phone, which I will just never be disciplined enough to do. Because it can only know my schedule if I tell it everything.
And your access
I don't even want to live my life that scheduled.
It's going to need to know where you're going to be on that day as well, which is why you're saying you need the schedule.
Like, should I schedule time when I'm reading a book? What is it? Who actually has their calendar filled out with enough detail that they would be able to say, make me a hair appointment, and it probably wouldn't double book with something else that you might want to do. And I'm sure there's people out there that can function like that, but there is no way that I could. Because there's always something. I'm going to get home, I'm going to think I have a gap, and I'm going to be like, we're out of cat food.
Make it crazy too.
Yeah, we're out of kitty food. I got to go get some cat food. And then it's just like, now I can't make it to this thing. Am I supposed to schedule time to potentially maybe shop for a random house goods that I need? Like, come on. And
what's the joke? What am I missing? What's the joke?
because I do that.
You do what?
Put everything in the calendar. Like everything.
Mm.
But again, ADHD cope.
Mm. I tell people all the time, if they ask me to like have a meeting or shoot a thing or do whatever, if it's work related at all, I tell them every single time, like, you got to put that on calendar, else it will not exist and I will not show up.
I should set up a macro that's just like, my calendar's public, book me.
That's I see what you mean. There's a function in Google Calendar now to like send someone a link where they can book on your calendar.
I have that enabled too, but they I mean, it's nice they ask. It's better if they just do it.
Yeah, I don't even always agree because like I'll have sections of my calendar where that's where I don't know that something's going to happen there.
Book fake meetings.
Yeah, I've done that before. Yeah. I like need to blank out a spot.
Just set it as busy and private.
Yeah. It works, I guess. I have done that before. Anyways.
I mean, I guess the ultimate goal, right? Because the other part, so aside from not being disciplined enough, I just don't want absolutely everything that I do and every person that I see or talk to necessarily in my phone. But their ultimate goal is obviously to have the microphone on all the time so that it just kind of already has the context of everything that I ever do and everywhere I ever want to be. I just...
I tried talking to Wendell in what I'm guessing was 2015, maybe 2016.
Nice. Good year. Solid year.
About building...
I remember predicting the future that year.
Do you?
Oh, yeah.
What did you say?
We both did.
What did we say?
We predicted the same future.
Oh, yeah. I remember. Okay. That was a good enough tip. I was working with him on this idea where I wanted to do, at the time, I think my plan was like Dragon Naturally Speaking or whatever that program was. I wanted to have that constantly running and writing to like some document.
I remember you talking about this.
Yeah. And then I wanted to scan the document for keywords and then have home automations work off of the keywords and then have microphones distributed through my whole your basement of the house you were renting me at the time.
Right. Yeah.
And then basically have it always listening, but always entirely local. And I didn't even want this computer exposed to the internet. I wanted it air gapped. Like there's no way. This is only my stuff, and it like auto deletes whatever, it does all these different types of things, but running different home automations off of that.
What did you even want it to do?
I don't remember. I think I just wanted to make it work.
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough, because that seems like a lot of why people bother to do home automation stuff. It's just for like the fun of it.
Yeah. I don't remember. I think I had some more specific things, but yeah. And he kind of, it was possible. And he talked me through some of the problems that it would have and different things like that. And then I didn't end up doing it for a variety of reasons. But, a constant stream of Dragon dictation would have been messy. Yeah, he pointed that out. It would be, so people are saying Home Assistant does that now. Wendell has a video on it. That's really interesting. I didn't actually know. I was going to say we should look into doing something like that now.
For the tech house, we will.
Cool.
Yeah, we actually...
What Wendell video is that?
There's a guy working on a thing that could be a more elegant way of implementing that I'm not at liberty to discuss yet.
Oh.
But we are maybe gonna feature that thing.
Because I would
it makes it to market.
Love something like that. It can't touch the internet at all.
Yeah. That's like his whole jam.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
super
it should
cool.
be super cool.
Because I love, like, I've been to a few people's places recently that have like an Alexa set up or a whatever thing, and they tie some automations to it, and it's really cool. But I'm not putting that in my house.
Yep.
So
I hear you. Our next topic, or wait, what are we supposed to be doing? WAN After Dark. How the heck are we supposed to transition to WAN After Dark? We still have like 5
We have been live
topics.
for 3.5 hours.
You've been live for 3.5 hours.
That is also correct.
Boom. Roasted.
should we blast through some stuff? I think we have some topics in here we can go through quickly.
I mean, or we have some topics that are pretty big and important that we could get to.
Yes.
What the flock?
Yeah. Oh, wow. We do still have that topic. Okay.
YouTuber Ben Jordan has released a video demonstrating some serious security and privacy concerns with Flock Safety's license plate cameras and their public safety technology ecosystem. Flock Safety is an American manufacturer and operator of automatic license plate readers, ALPRs, video surveillance, and gunfire locator systems with more than 80,000 of their cameras deployed in the US. Flock operates many of these systems under contract for thousands of police departments, plus other agencies, neighborhood associations, and private property owners. The video builds on a white paper from independent security researcher John Gaines, documenting more than 50 vulnerabilities in Flock safety systems. The video reports that multiple Flock safety accounts belonging to public safety authorities were found for sale on the dark web, and notes that Flock does not require two-factor authentication for some of their police department clients. It gets better. Researchers found that by pressing the button on a Flock camera in a particular pattern, you can enable a wireless access point on the device.
Oh, that's awesome.
After connecting to that access point, an attacker can send a command to enable ADB and then connect directly to the Flock device, allowing them to access all its data, allowing them to install their own software, and just generally use the device however they want.
You know, there's a lot of different, this is a completely unrelated note, but there's been a lot of different sites that have started tracking different movement of like ICE vehicles and police activity and stuff. It would be
a real shame
if it just worked the opposite way that they had intended for it to work.
Anyway, if connecting to that access point is too much effort, Gaines also created a tool to make it even easier for anyone to gain full control of one of these cameras. Gaines says, the longest part actually is waiting for the access point to turn on. Realistically, about 5 seconds. And it's not just the cameras. If you're trying to take over one of Flock's AI compute boxes, so that's an edge processing device that's used as part of their license plate recognition system, you don't even need to go to the trouble of turning on that access point. The device's USB-C port is just sitting there, waiting for something to be plugged in, and Gaines says you can just plug in a rubber ducky and walk away. So a rubber ducky is a USB device that pretends to be a keyboard and then sends pre-programmed keystrokes to the target device. We did a video about them a few years ago. They're super cool. And then once you have access, you can literally do anything you want on the device, including editing or outright replacing footage. It gets better. Flock's apps are installed on their devices with debugging enabled.
Nice.
Which, among other shenanigans, means that execution can be paused mid-run and memory can be accessed and modified, which, yada, 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 leads to remote code execution with root privileges. Researchers also found that Flock cameras had a concerning level of hard-coded data, including a list of preferred Wi-Fi networks.
Oh, that's awesome.
So by setting up dummy access points with those network names and then blocking access to cellular data, researchers were able to trick Flock cameras into connecting to the dummy networks and then routing their traffic through them.
Sick.
Analyzing the traffic with the usual tools, researchers found additional credentials being sent in clear text.
Beautiful.
Absolute cinema.
Some of this stuff, I wonder if it's like intentional.
Like the developers working for Flock are just like, yeah, this kind of statewide surveillance is fucked. Let's make sure the stuff sucks. Like, is that
one could hope? I don't know.
I doubt it.
Yeah.
Never attribute
I doubt it too.
You know, whatever that could be adequately explained by stupidity.
I hope there's at least one.
If you want to go with a real old school attack, researchers also found considerable RF signal leakage coming from newer Flock cameras and discovered that it was possible to use a modern version of a Tempest attack to see the live view of the camera by simply isolating and decoding the camera data stream from the leaking RF signals. Dan, I've seen the comments. I know that there's a toucan somewhere in the frame, but my ability to can has been lost on this WAN show. I can't anymore. He's going to have to go.
Where is he?
I don't know. I haven't been able to find him.
Oh.
Sir Ability Toucan, farewell for the rest of this WAN show, because I do not have the ability to can anymore because I can't. And I'm not done yet. The problems aren't just in their hardware. Researchers also found an exposed API key on a Flock demo site that shows some of the things that public safety agencies are storing in ArcGIS, a popular geographic information system, which, by the way, was recently found to be compromised by a Chinese state-sponsored hacking group.
Of course it was.
This means that any and all data that agencies are tracking in ArcGIS may be compromised, including personal information of officers and agents, live locations of patrol cars and suspect vehicles, and any other vehicle seen on one of Flock's cameras.
Wow.
And so on and so forth. Believe it or not, we're not done yet. Or, well, we're done. But that's still just the tip of the iceberg. Go check out the video, Dan, if you want to drop it in all the chats, from Ben Jordan, or check out John Gaines' white paper. Both are excellent. U.S. Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon and Representative Raja of Illinois have requested that the FTC open an investigation of Flock Safety's cybersecurity practices. And if you want to see if any of these systems are being used near you, you can check out the EFF's Atlas of Surveillance. Who could have possibly seen this coming?
I don't know.
Not Flock. Not with their army of cameras.
I am wondering. So Ben is also the person who did the whole "I saved a PNG to a bird" thing. I know Diamond Dave pointed this out, but I was just kind of putting that together myself as well. Save a PNG to a bird. Flock. What's going on here? Ben has an interesting interest in birds. It's all bird related.
Okay.
He's trying to tell us.
He is trying to tell us something.
Are the power lines
birds,
actually how they charge?
The birds are surveillance, is I think what's happening.
I think they aren't real.
Yeah, they might not be real.
Wake up.
If I take off my headphones, do I not have to listen to you people? No, I can still hear them.
You can probably not hear me very well.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Ben's stuff is awesome.
Well, that's disappointing.
Very, very cool video.
Birds are the government. Stop it all.
Maybe
they are. That's why they've been. That's why they won't move to underground power lines.
I think the government
then they
would
won't
be
have
run
any
better
place to charge.
No, the government would run better if it was birds.
How do you know it's not? Have you ever seen them?
A bird?
Yeah, you can't prove that.
No, he means the government.
Oh, the government.
Same thing.
Have I ever seen?
They're the same thing.
Have I ever seen the government?
Do you see what I mean?
Could Mark Carney theoretically be an AI influencer? I've never seen him in person.
I haven't either.
That's a good take.
None of us have seen him in person.
Yeah, I mean, we live in the zero
Here's a fun question: Who's
age.
going to be the first VTuber president?
If I hadn't already lost my ability to can, that would have done it.
Miku for president.
Oh man. Okay. Anyways, continuing onwards.
I mean, at least Hatsune Miku wouldn't have started a feud with China. I'm just saying.
Would they have tariffed Canada though? We'll never know.
Talking of wars with China, do you want to do the other two sponsors?
Oh, sure. What does that have to do with our sponsors? Oh, okay.
Demonetizing?
Yeah. How about like a really privacy-oriented sponsor, like Proton? Oh. You wouldn't leave the front door of your house unlocked and open for unsavory types to just let themselves in. That's a window, not a door, but sure, who cares? So why would you treat your emails like a house with a revolving door? With Proton Mail, your inbox is protected with end-to-end and zero access encryption, meaning only you can read your messages, not advertisers, not hackers, not even Proton. Once you're in, Proton Mail goes to work guarding your privacy with automatic encryption between Proton users, phishing protection, and tracker blocking that stops companies from spying on you. They have an easy switch tool, making migration of emails, contacts, and calendars from Google and other providers easy, and you can try it out totally for free. Just make an account, give it a shot for a few months, and see if you like it. Proton is confident that you will. Check out Proton Mail for free today, or save up to 38% on their plans at proton.me/WAN. Proton.me/WAN. The show is also brought to you by FlexiSpot. Making YouTube videos for a living was definitely a chaotic choice, and it comes with its own unique pressures. Tight deadlines, heavy equipment, and endless multitasking can make any workspace feel unstable. Was this the part where we're supposed to see the TV fall? Oh no, okay, it's looping. Doesn't matter. The point is, you know what won't break under pressure? Our sponsor FlexiSpot's E7 Plus standing desk. If you've ever had to stick a piece of cardboard under a desk leg just to keep it steady, you know how awful a wobbly workspace can be. FlexiSpot's legs are made of automotive-grade steel, and they can support 440 pounds while lifting or 540 pounds while they are static. The desk adjusts from 27.6 inches, nice, to 35.4 inches. So whether you're a little Linus or a tall Luke, the E7 Plus has your back. Everything comes with a 15-year warranty and 30 days of free returns, so there's no need to fret about buyer's remorse. Check out FlexiSpot's Black Friday sale with our link and use code LTT10 to get 10% off all orders over $500. We'll have that linked in the video description. All right, Dan. That's all you've got.
That's the rest of my cards.
We have so many more topics, dude.
Then have fun. Good luck.
Massimo has been awarded $634 million over Apple patent infringement. Last week, Apple lost a federal jury trial in California over the use of blood oxygen monitoring technology. In 2023, the U.S. International Trade Commission ruled in Massimo's favor, which then banned Apple from importing Apple Watches that had that technology. Earlier this year, Apple implemented a workaround to bring back the monitoring function by having the user's iPhone measure and calculate blood oxygen data. Massimo is now suing U.S. Customs and Border Protection over allowing Apple to do this. Massimo has also accused Apple of poaching its employees like their chief medical officer. Apple says they disagree with the verdict and will appeal. Can we talk about the concept of poaching? You can't own people. If someone's willing to pay someone more, then isn't that just like the free market? Am I missing something here? Like, I do understand that people can be privy to trade secrets, and there can be instances of corporate espionage where someone specifically gains a position in order to get access to data and bring it back somewhere else.
I think there's also
where's
an idea
the line
where
here?
You could attack another company by constantly depleting them of human resources.
That could be anti-competitive.
And then firing them immediately?
Well, no, if you hire them forever, then isn't it fine?
What if you just poached all their employees and then fired them after 2 months?
I'm not saying it's a problem for the individuals involved being poached. I'm saying, like, if you're trying to operate as a business and another company...
Yeah.
What if, like, oh my...
I was saying that is the attack, is you take all their good employees.
This is a fascinating idea. You don't have hiring at all. You have a competitor and you just trust their hiring process and then just offer anyone that gets hired there slightly more. Save your money on the hiring process.
Your job board is their LinkedIn.
Yeah.
That one looks nice. How much you make? I'll add 5%, 10%, 20.
It's like their hiring process is probably pretty rigorous.
I mean, I'm sure people have thought of this.
We'll take them.
I mean, that
probably
was basically the entire developer circle jerk in Silicon Valley for...
I think so.
I mean,
and
years.
This is where I think mostly the term poaching comes from. It's not hiring one person. It's trying to, like, take an entire team, as far as my understanding goes. Like, I know old school Silicon Valley, there was conversations about poaching when, like, a company would want to spin up an arm of its own company. It would take an entire team. So you take a whole business unit out.
Yeah, see, that's where I kind of... because on the one hand, like, I can completely see multiple facets or multiple angles of this. Like, from a worker angle, anything that restricts my mobility is bullshit.
Oh, I don't think there should be restrictions put on it. Yeah.
Well, but I would feel as a worker that my mobility is restricted if you're employing me today and Dan could potentially be punished for poaching me.
Wait,
I'd say that restricts my mobility. Well, they are suing.
They accuse them of it. Are they suing them for it? I don't think you can sue someone for poaching.
Oh, okay. In that case, you know what? I misread this. I thought that there was some kind of implication that poaching was somehow, like, not allowed.
No,
or something.
I think it's
okay.
It's like a gentlemanly.
You can sue someone. Oh,
can you?
Nope. It's typically basis for a long. If the poached employee non-competes, non-solicitation, if the employee had a fiduciary obligation to the former company.
Oh, okay.
If the poached employee has access to valuable or confidential information.
Okay, so I get okay then. Yeah. So okay, no,
But
I'm
you
going to come back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
So what employee? Name an employee at Linus Media Group that doesn't have access to any valuable or confidential information. That's so broad.
But any employee anywhere for any company,
Exactly.
technically. But it would have to be utilizable by the company that they're going to.
Sure, but I mean,
If I got hired
that's
to...
literally the definition of relevant experience. Almost.
There's a big difference between
Not
experience
quite.
and information.
Sure, but you gain a lot of information through experience, and you gain a lot of experience through the utilization of information.
There's a different... The type of information is important.
And I'm not trying to form a nuanced take right now.
I hear what you're saying.
I'm trying to see it from one perspective.
I don't know how to define it, but there's a dividing line in the type of information.
There's definitely multiple
It's
definitions.
like IP information.
So definition number one is as a worker bee who's
Sure.
doing my bee work.
Yeah.
Fuck anything that limits my mobility.
Yeah.
And if there's any kind of restriction that prevents Dan over here from hiring me for more than you're willing to pay me, then
Yeah.
basically that.
Yeah.
So
good.
I can see that perspective 100%.
Yeah.
I can also see the perspective of like let's say a startup, right? A smaller entity going like, well, hold on, this is bullspit because a company like, and I don't want to pick on anyone specific. So let's just say one of the magnificent, however many of them there are, one of these like giant mega cap, hundreds of billions or even like trillions of dollars valuation companies having just enough money to buy the earth and all the heavens, just coming in and strategically making it impossible for my company to function by effectively like, yeah, just kneecapping my ability to function by just hiring away absolutely everyone.
Effectively does happen.
Which is not anything that they've done wrong from like the worker's perspective, but from an antitrust and maintaining a true free market perspective, I could see being an actual problem.
Yeah. I don't know how to deal with that.
I don't know how to deal with that.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can write a law that stops that from happening that doesn't end up with an outsized negative effect on the employees in this situation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because if you try to write a law that would cover that, it would unquestionably be abused in highly corporate favor. It would just end up being bad. There's a lot of cases like this, right? And I like pretty much guarantee you that has happened.
Oh yeah, I mean, 100%.
And there's just nothing you can do about it. Like someone in chat pointed, I'm flipping topic slightly. Someone in chat pointed out like information that we could have that could be used by an outside group could be like a customer list.
Oh, 100%.
But one of the problems with something like a customer list is you're getting sued on both ends. The employee that left with that and then gave it over would be individually sued. And if the company that received it didn't immediately get rid of it and then go after the employee and like basically fire them, if they took that information and used it, you could also just sue them. Like that's actually just super not okay, but mostly for like the privacy of the user list reasons.
But what if it wasn't a user list? What if it was my relationship list? Then where's the line between a user list
that one is interesting
that's in a database
because I personally
and a
know
relationship
people,
list that's in my phone, which is also a database.
Linus, you went to that factory tour and they made you blur that machine. I just memorized the name and model of that machine. I'm going to a similar
funky one.
I'm going to a similar company. Like from my last job, I took knowledge of what I did there and I apply it here.
But knowledge of how to do a skill is not the thing that we're talking about.
But knowledge of a piece of information.
It's my industry. You know,
I mean, knowledge of how to do a skill it does not apply.
Software, hardware. What should we buy?
It would have to be
like is that not knowledge, right? Like, and where does that blur? If I just memorize the phone numbers in the contact list, is that knowledge? I literally know what machine we do lithography with. You should buy that one. I didn't take a list. It's just that was the one that we used.
Yeah,
I know
that's
that.
Interesting.
Pay me $500,000 a year, please.
Nicholas Cage says a TikToker just got sued and lost, or the TikToker who a TikToker got sued and lost for stealing someone's husband. If you can win that case, surely you could win a case against this. Now, I think it was less about the actual like adultery and more about the TikToker posting publicly about it and humiliating the wife.
Okay.
Yeah. That is my understanding of that, but it was an interesting headline.
Still don't know how that works, to be honest.
Isn't kidnapping just like actually a crime?
Oh, wait.
He physically stole my husband.
Sorry, that's why I laughed. Because that's kind of mean.
Etzim says it's a specific Georgia law, and it is about the infidelity. You've got to be kidding me.
That makes so much sense.
You can be sued for being a husband stealer?
America's a wild place.
Got to be kidding me.
Wow.
Disc Breeze says it's a pretty poorly executed court case. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, Nicholas Cage says North Carolina? Well, hold on. IKEA Cherry says Georgia. Husband poaching. Okay, come on, chat. Now you're just confusing me. Okay.
We should move on. I don't know if any of us knows.
Relationship secrets.
I see myself as more of a sunny side up husband.
Scrambled eggs.
Actually poached.
Are
you going to have an egg pun?
He did one.
Did you?
Not really. I said scrambled. It's not very good. I wanted you to give the ding to him, not me.
Yeah, sorry, bypassed my brain.
Do not share in the reverberations.
This is exciting.
Is it?
Yeah. Because, and I'll explain why. Actually,
Okay.
I'll explain why after.
All right.
First, I'll talk about it. Tesla is apparently considering integrating Apple CarPlay. This is not confirmed, but
Unintentional yawn.
reports call for wireless connectivity, and it would be displayed within a windowed environment in the Tesla infotainment system. And this reconsideration of implementing CarPlay appears to be driven, pun intended, thank you, new probationary writer, by Apple abandoning plans to create its own electric car. This is just another little tidbit. CarPlay and Android Auto are considered essential by at least 1/3 or more of potential buyers. I am one of them. I consider those things essential. And let me explain
Are
why
you a potential buyer of a Tesla?
I am excited about this.
Okay.
At any stage in Tesla's journey, from where they were to where they are today, I have never been open to driving one. And not driving one, but driving one. Well, okay, see, it's complicated. I bought one because my in-laws chose a Model Y when I told them they could have a car. And so I bought them a Model Y. So I've bought a Tesla, but I would never buy one for myself.
They had to go to you for approval.
And a major, sorry?
When you said that they could have a car.
Well, I paid for it.
I know, I'm just messing. The wording of it was funny. They came to me and I told them they could have a car, I guess.
What? No, it wasn't like that.
I know, it just
they did a
funny.
lot of childcare for us over the years. They were hugely supportive and are a huge part of how Yvonne and I were able to be as successful as we were. They let us live there rent-free for years while we went to school.
Sick. I thought it was cool.
And while we saved up to buy our first house together. So basically, I was just paying them back.
Yeah. Which is sick. The way you worded it was just funny.
So anyway, a major part of why I wouldn't consider a Tesla is the locked down proprietary nature of their infotainment system.
Sure.
Because the writing was on the wall the day they locked it down. They were going to control every aspect of the software of this car, and the software of this car was going to control every aspect of the hardware. And so it was a matter of time, and we've talked about this many times over the years, before everything would be a flipping subscription or an unlock or a fee or whatever the case may be. And I'm not into that. I already have something with a bunch of subscriptions, including a wireless data subscription, and I would like to simply plug it into my car so that I don't have two of those things in my life, because one is enough. And a major concern that I had about Tesla's success was that they were having all of this success with this locked down infotainment system. My lips really hurt. Don't laugh at me. That's so mean.
I wasn't even going to until you said so. I was doing fine.
The reason that I lisped there was because this one caught on the thing.
Yeah.
It's really painful right now. They're like super swollen today. Back of my throat's swollen too, but that's a separate issue. The point is, it's been a major concern for me that Tesla has managed to be so successful, having broken from the rest of the crowd in allowing this, and that they've become, or that they had become anyway, this like leader in electrification and in car software. And you can actually see their influence. That's what I was worried about. In the same way that even as a non-iPhone user, I get concerned when Apple does something that is unfriendly to interoperability between devices, or that is not consumer friendly. I get concerned by that because as Apple does, the industry tends to follow.
Do you think that is still true? I absolutely agree that it was.
And for many years, Tesla was undisputably a leader in car software.
Yeah.
I don't know that Rivian would have had the stones to say, no CarPlay, no Android Auto, if Tesla hadn't shown that there was a major customer base that was willing to overlook it. So, sorry, what were you going to ask?
I wasn't going to... I was... Do you think there's still a thought leader in the space at this point?
I still think that their software experience is ahead of where many other North American brands are. I think that, GM is like trying to build an infotainment solution into their cars that will rival Tesla. I remember having just a I probably gave the guy a look unintentionally, but when we were shopping for Yvonne's new car and we were at the dealership, and the guy goes like, compared to yours, which uses the couple of years older system, the new one is so much more responsive. Look at this. I was like, that's still leggy as fuck. Like, come on, man. There's 10-year-old Teslas that are more responsive than this. You got to be kidding me. Anyway, Rep Havoc in Floatplane chat says, Tesla news is so damn boring. Then you aren't paying attention to it.
It's not, this point here is not
Tesla news. This is news about a potential shift in the mentality. As GM is going in the direction, explicitly going in the direction of reducing their interoperability with your device that you can plug in to have all of your maps and stuff, and moving toward explicitly doing that so that they can move toward more subscription revenue. Tesla, who has been a leader in the space of in-car software, whether you like them or not, okay? Doesn't matter. The point is they have been an industry leader and are apparently considering integrating Apple CarPlay. This is a big deal because competition is good. That's why. It's not about Tesla news. You've got to, you've tried, see the bigger picture here. The bigger picture is any player who goes, oh yeah, there is simply no technological reason why I couldn't just run Android Auto or CarPlay within a window and maintain my infotainment system and give the user a choice. Every one of them that does that puts pressure on everyone else who locks things down and tries to turn your entire life into a fucking subscription. It's good. That's why it matters. Zeno98 says, not Android Auto. Yeah, I'd be obviously bummed if, it stayed that way, but I do suspect that CarPlay would simply be what would come first and Android Auto would come later. Porsche did that. It was CarPlay only for years, and then they actually backported Android Auto into those cars later on after the fact. And I think the reason that they prioritized Android Auto is a very similar reason to why Tesla would prioritize Android Auto. And I think that the Tesla and Apple customer base is probably a very large overlapping Venn diagram. They have very similar sort of styles, very similar approach. Tesla obviously emulated a lot of Apple's image in creating their products and in creating their brand.
Do you know how much it
anyway.
costs for a manufacturer? When I was Googling this, I could only find aftermarket stuff or options sometimes. But do you know how much it costs on the manufacturer's end to add, CarPlay and Android Auto?
I don't think, my understanding is it doesn't cost anything. My understanding is that Google, I don't know about Apple, but on the Google side, my understanding is that it is so beneficial from an ecosystem and data collection standpoint that they will basically help you do it. Is my understanding, but I could be wrong about that.
Yeah, I don't know. Interesting.
Oh yeah. Hey, Samsung fridges display ads now.
That's the worst. I will not buy.
Imagine getting an Apple ad on your Samsung fridge. And that being the least unnatural thing about this whole experience.
Yeah, I'm not buying a fridge with a screen.
Our discussion question is, who could have seen this coming?
Everyone. It's a /s.
I know. That was it. That's kind of all I have to say about that. Man, there's been so many points when I would have lost Surability Toucan this week.
Well, maybe to give you something back, I don't think it's in our
There's some good news.
doc, but Floatplane Chat reminded me of it. The Libra Pods thing?
Oh, yeah,
whatever it's
yeah.
called.
So it's cool.
Have you used it?
No, because it requires a rooted phone. At least for now, is my understanding. So it's pretty cool. It unlocks some of the functions that Apple locks by changing your device identification, like your device ID, essentially to Apple. So spoof being an Apple device. So this, if nothing else, what this does is it proves that there is no technological reason that Apple couldn't allow these functions to exist on Android, but that they explicitly block them through allowing them only, allow listing them on Apple devices and then not allowing it on anything that isn't a vendor ID Apple. Wild.
Yeah, interesting.
Seriously, I love my AirPods. I really, really do. We have a video coming, full review AirPods Pro 3s, long-term review. I love AirPods. I hate being a second-class citizen because I don't own enough Apple products. So I daily drove them for part of it with an iPhone after I switched to the iPhone Air, and then I daily drove it for part of it with an Android phone. So I kind of had both experiences while I was using them. And there's a lot of really great features that are exclusive to AirPods that are paired to an iPhone, which makes the price of the AirPods Pro 3s not $250, but starting at $800. And that would be with an iPhone, whatever the E one is, 16E, I think is their most budget iPhone. It's not cheap anymore.
Yeah.
This is cool.
Yeah.
Wait, where'd it go? Actually, this is both a couple cool things. The Google Play Store will be flagging apps with high battery usage. App developers that plan on publishing through the Google Play Store will have until March 1st, 2026 to update their apps to comply with a new Android Vitals metric called excessive partial wake locks. This will allow the Play Store to flag apps that have high background activity that may cause battery draining. I love this. See, this is how you add value to the user to give your marketplace a reason to exist. Not just by locking developers and locking users into just one app marketplace. This is a competitive market, non-antitrust way to differentiate your marketplace. And this would make me, even if I had the choice to use multiple marketplaces, whether it's on iOS or whether it's on Android, this would make me more likely to want to use the first party one. And not just because you've locked me in so that you can get your 30% cut or whatever. I really like this. I think it's super cool. And this one is no notes, but just the UK is apparently banning reselling tickets for profit.
Sick.
I love it. Can we all just love this?
Yeah. I don't think you're adding any, benefit to society by doing that. So sounds good.
Yeah. Seriously though, I don't think Taylor Swift wants her tickets marked up by third-party sellers. It's not like she gets more money for it. Like, this is great.
If you can't make it to a concert or whatever and you want to flip your tickets, that should absolutely be allowed.
Yeah, whatever. But you do it for face value.
Yeah, sure.
That simple.
Sweet.
Love it.
I wonder if there's going to be a horrible workaround. Like, I wonder if you could do it but have fees.
Ugh, there's always a workaround.
You can buy this ticket. It's at face value. There's also $1,000 of fees.
Quattro Forte says Taylor does. I really don't think she does. I think she wants you to pay more, yes, but to her, not to a scalper.
Yeah, for sure.
HP and Dell have decided that laptop buyers don't need HEVC support. Some Dell and HP laptop owners are discovering that their machines can't play content encoded with HEVC or H.265 in spite of their CPUs definitely having integrated decoding support. The codec has been supported by Intel CPUs since the 6th generation of their core processors launched in 2015 and AMD around the same time. For some reason, both manufacturers have disabled this feature on some of their popular business laptops. HP discloses that the feature is disabled on the datasheets for the impacted machines, while Dell seemingly only mentions it on a general support page about 4K video playback, where they note that HEVC content is only available on laptops with an optional discrete GPU, with an integrated 4K display, with Dolby Vision, or with a CyberLink Blu-ray player. What year is it? When reached for comment, neither company would state why they've chosen to disable the feature.
That's strange.
And both suggested the purchase of a third-party software solution. A comment on the hardware subreddit suggests that the change may be in response to an upcoming increase in licensing costs from a reasonable 20 cents per laptop to a clearly profiteering 24 cents per laptop. In all seriousness, though, I mean, this is a big part of why H.265 HEVC was such a cluster bomb. There were multiple parties involved in IP ownership of part of it, which made the licensing of it just a complete disaster. Long live H.264, I guess.
Yeah. After Dark.
And maybe even longer live AV1.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go AV1.
Big time. Big time. I like AV1.
Okay, we're going After Dark. Is that it for our topics this week? I mean, we do
so.
technically have other things without notes.
What do we
could talk about what I'm doing this weekend.
Oh, what are you doing this
weekend? We
weekend?
could talk about, is the bubble popping?
Is
the AI bubble popping? You see what happened to Bitcoin this week?
Did you happen to NVIDIA this week?
Yeah, in spite of their earnings beat, like...
Well, yeah, there was some things on the earnings call to Mr. Big A has a good video on it, but there's things on the earnings call that upon further investigation did not seem as good as...
Well, is it the whole circular money thing?
There's a lot of accounts receivable chill in there. There's a lot of inventory chill in there, which is a interesting situation to be in. There was a comparison drawn between Cisco at the height of the .com bubble and NVIDIA now, where their accounts receivable are super inflated, their inventory is super inflated.
How can you have both high inventory and high AR?
It's an interesting spot.
Hmm.
But yeah, don't listen to me. Go watch Big A video because I might be misquoting.
Well, no, hold on. Yeah, because if you have big accounts receivable, then you should be shipping inventory, right? Is sort of the problem.
Ideally, or you're producing at a high amount per Atriox Strikes Again. It does. He does good stuff. Maybe that stuff that you sold a bit ago, the really, really high accounts receivable could mean that you're doing a lot of business. It could also mean that the partners that you're working with are having a hard time paying their bills, which is a bad sign. And if you have a bunch of inventory and you have a bunch of that could mean that your cycle is just really fast and you need to stock up inventory to slap at a data center or whatever. It could also mean that you have a bunch of people that bought things and are struggling to pay for them, and you're expecting a lot more orders to come in, and those ones aren't coming in, and both of those things are happening at the same time. So you have a lot of inventory stocking up, and you have a lot of people not paying for the stuff that you've already moved. There's a lot of different things that it could mean. It doesn't necessarily mean bad, but it doesn't necessarily mean good.
Not financial advice.
No, yeah, no,
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I want to throw that out there. Not financial advice. Neither of us are. Zero NVIDIA investment.
NVIDIA investment.
I'm zero NVIDIA. Not because I think they're like a bad investment. I don't invest in NVIDIA.
People have clearly made a lot of money off of it.
Yeah, and I wish them well. I hope that there are many leather jackets in their futures.
Sure.
Maybe even leather jackets in their options.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Sorry.
It hurts.
Yeah, so meanwhile, that's been interesting to watch over the last
the Bitcoin
month. Yeah, is the bubble popping now? Like, is it happening? Like everyone with sort of any kind of connection to reality knows we're in a bubble.
Yeah.
It's just that you can't know when it will pop until it has already popped. And in this case, I can't even tell like if this is a blip or if this is a real pop. Because I mean, here, like, you know, Bitcoin's a perfect example of just this like volatility. Like this and this don't look markedly different. They look a little different, but like, you know. Okay, this was a popped bubble. I'd say this. Oh man, the way that this is accelerating. Okay, it does look bad.
Yeah, it's pretty.
Whew, she's spicy. She's spicy.
Did you see my Oracle one?
Bring it up.
Oracle 5 days, 9%.
Let's see 5 years.
Oh yeah, that's a good. Wait,
To the
5
right.
years.
To the right.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
Okay. Is this it? Is it time?
I think the most, to me, a very interesting part of this is a lot of people have been pointing at OpenAI. And
Yeah,
saying
not financial advice.
That's going to be the one that is the most interesting. But OpenAI is not public.
Right.
So you can't see it.
That's like saying, you know, SpaceX is going to be the bellwether for when the, you know, trillionaire space exploration bubble pops or whatever.
What a bubble.
Oh no, the four people it's going to affect.
That bubble is very well protected.
Bezos in shambles. What is he going to do this summer? Have to go back to Italy.
Yeah, how's everyone else doing? You got NVIDIA there?
Yeah, I can grab that one up. They're down.
Yeah, I just want to see the shape. You know, I want to see the shape.
Check out Roblox.
Okay, 5 days. This is their 5 days.
Okay, yeah.
That's their
been a pretty
one,
volatile
so
5 days.
Kind of flattening.
Yep, the 5 years. I want to see the 5 years. Let's see the shape.
Whoosh.
Okay. So that doesn't.
It's not
really
a massive fall yet.
Yeah, it doesn't look markedly worse than things we've seen before.
Still up 1,266%. But yeah, the 5 days is down about 4.
Yeah. Okay.
Not as bad as Oracle.
Why do you want me to look at Roblox, Dan? Do you
You would be very
own
surprised.
Roblox? Why is Roblox
Wait,
crashing?
What? Yeah, what happened?
Why? Wait, yeah. Why is Roblox falling off a cliff?
Whoa. Look at the 1 month.
Everybody forgets about Roblox. Not financial advice.
Look at 1 month.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at 5 years.
30%.
What? Okay, explain yourself.
Can you? Yeah.
Yeah. Why did you bring up Roblox?
I mean, I can't because not financial advice, but it is a tech stock if you want to think about it like that. It's very interesting as a something to look at, I guess.
You're being so vague. We understand it's not financial advice.
I mean,
we just
I
want to know
have
what
to
the
be.
fuck you're talking about.
It's included in a lot of managed EFT portfolios and other stuff like that.
I see.
As one of a very big indicator on that kind of like tech portfolio stuff. Roblox is absolutely massive. It's also, played by I don't know how many people these days.
A lot of it's fake.
And so to see it also dipping is quite interesting.
I see.
I don't know if it's just like a market correction or if this is like
If this is it.
Or if this is it. It's very easy to be all doomer about it.
Yeah.
I think obviously everything's on sale right now. And
Not financial advice.
and
You just got to keep saying that.
parachutes are not.
You want to see another interesting one? I'm pretty sure I got this from Mr. Atrioc as well.
I don't think parachutes work that great from a building anyway, so...
Exactly.
Google's 1 month
Yeah.
up 18.6%. Google's 5-day up 4.6%. 1 day up 3.33%.
So Google's still on a tear. I mean, I gotta feel like part of that has got to be that Berkshire just like bought a ton of it. And
Yep.
not even just them soaking up so much of the available stock, but also just when Berkshire does something, they tend to be trendsetters. So I don't even, not financial advice.
None of this is financial advice, but it is also just interesting.
Etzelm says they're doing buybacks. I don't know that. I've not followed what Google's been doing lately. Microsoft's apparently down 7%. Man, this is what was it? I wasn't there.
What a
I wasn't old
time.
enough. What was it like to live through the .com crash?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Like neither of us were there, but it feels like this is our generation's .com crash to go along with our generation's COVID crash, to go along with our generation's 2008 financial crisis.
Here's a fun question. What if we have a 2026 financial crisis because of the housing market and an AI bubble crash at the same time? What if we doubled it and gave
That's
it to
an
ourselves?
awesome idea. And then COVID too.
And also like out of control national debt.
Oh,
Don't forget
And
about that potential crisis.
Military actions. We've got some of those.
Oh yeah,
yes,
right, that.
Yes, a few of those.
This is going to be fun. Are we approaching the great filter? Is that what the ultimate interesting times are? May you live through interesting times. It's just like, oh my God,
May you survive the filter.
we're so special.
Okay, hear me out. Hear me out. Ammunition.
And canned food.
Do you think even
Well, I mean, okay, hold on.
not financial advice?
This is why we were saying Linus Town the whole time. It's to protect us from the climate wars.
Yeah.
Well, where's the town gonna be, Dan?
In the desert of most of Canada.
What are you typing?
Good news, WAN Show.
Yeah, a lot of the military ones are not doing too bad.
Great. Okay, hear me out.
Oh boy.
Tech yacht or tech plane? So when shit goes down,
You're gonna outrun the sun like that crappy movie. I don't even remember the name of that movie, but
tech lunar base.
oh, I'm super down. Tech Lunar Base, I'm down. Ship me to the moon, dude. Let's go.
Man.
Let's go.
Yeah, okay. Do you think even
I bet you CW Engineering could make banging body armor.
Do you think even gold will be worth anything in the next major like societal meltdown? Will the oldest currency survive?
What level of societal meltdown are you talking about?
I don't know. Whatever's coming.
Okay, but you're talking. You said
We're going full prepper. Both of
Okay,
us. We're going to
okay,
go
so
full
full
prepper. Yeah,
prepper
we're going
hat
full
on.
prepper. Yeah. Like, will it be literally water, ammunition, food?
I think it's that
Wikipedia
but for
drives.
a dense period of time.
Hold on. I actually liked Dan's answer. Did you
That's
just say
good.
downloading the entirety of Wikipedia? Like
Yeah, it's
having
going to be
access to
food,
it?
guns, and then Wikipedia.
Let's do some
So,
self-revealing prepper
knowledge-
stuff right now. I have a decent amount of Wikipedia stuff on my phone.
Knowledge is great because they can't just kill you and take it. Whereas
Unless it's on a hard drive.
they can kill you and take your stockpile of whatever. Well, no, but if it's encrypted, if you're literally the only one, actually no, even then they can just like put a gun to your head and tell you they'll pull the trigger if you don't unlock
Decrypt it.
But then if you don't unlock it, then they can't pull the trigger if they want the knowledge. So it's better than, you know, a bunch of bananas in terms of keeping you alive.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But yeah, I think that would be a condensed period of time. And then you're going to want to start like making things again.
And you'll probably want currency again because currency, it turns out, is like pretty useful.
Trade is like a pretty neat idea.
And carrying around like cans of food is actually not convenient.
I think the new currency should just be like little USB flash drives with the entirety of Wikipedia on them. And that is like your new currency in the after the apocalypse.
That's really specific.
I mean, knowledge is power.
Yeah, but why would you want to give people the entirety of Wikipedia?
I will give you 12 knowledge for your cow, please.
This one has pictures. I added classical literature pictures to it.
Then you have the like illicit ones.
Can we get some dirty Chaucer poems or something?
This one has the pelvic bone structure. That's it.
Knowledge of from when people were clean.
I've got dentistry from 1805.
Porn would probably be pretty big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, here's the model that just came out. It's like,
oh, a 3D printer.
Oh, 3D printer would be huge.
And a bunch of filament.
Yeah, filament. You'd have to stock up filament.
But there is that,
like,
I don't know how good it is, but I've seen those people that like shred the plastic bottles and make filament out of that. I don't know if it's good.
We're doing a video on that.
Oh, cool.
Like what you can do with like reclaimed like 3D printer poops.
Yep.
And also making things out of like other stuff.
That's really cool.
Yeah. One of the new guys is kind of exploring, you know, that we're just kind of doing our typical LTT kind of shallow dive into, you know, all the kind of cool stuff that's going on in that space right now. It's going to be really good. What else? What else would there be? Yeah, spools of filament become the new caps. How will the sock warranty work, though? Asks Andre B. in this apocalypse.
Yeah, dude. How have you not planned for this?
It's in person.
Do you not have a continuation plan for actual apocalypse? What if I'm a raider?
Trust me, bro. Survive.
It's pronounced raidist.
And I'm running through the wastes, and I, step on a spike, and we have to amputate my foot, but I wish to give my sock to someone else. You have no sock license that doesn't allow it to be
guarantee.
transferred, and I want to get a new sock. How does this work?
I think. Whoops, what am I doing right now?
How do I contact LTTStore support?
Carrier pigeon.
Is it a bird calling?
Yeah, how are we going to charge them? Otherwise, we'll lose our government.
All right, I'm not ready to go prepper yet, but
no. I have some very minor stuff. I bought a relatively small case of MREs, but that wasn't even government collapse stuff.
Right.
That was just like
earthquake.
What if the power's out for 3 days?
No, that's smart.
Yeah, I don't know. And there's like a little bit of water because there was our building's been pretty okay for a while, but there was like a lot of problems for a long time.
Right.
And there was a serious thing where like if these levels of problems that we're having start splitting into electrical as well, like the food in the fridge is going to spoil, and then it would be kind of nice if we could exist at home and have food at that time. I don't know.
SJW5135 says LTT bug out bag.
Nice.
That'd be kind of sick.
That would be kind of sick.
It could have a spot for all the USB drives of knowledge.
Yeah. Like you've got that cell phone pocket in your jacket. It's just got like a couple things for USB drives of Wikipedia. Heck yeah.
All right. Our other topic that's left before After Dark is what I'm doing this weekend.
Yeah, what are you doing this weekend?
I am finally getting my air brake certification.
Oh, so you can drive the fire truck.
Which will allow me to daily drive my fire truck that I purchased
Yay.
many moons ago.
I can't wait till you park it in front of your neighbor's place.
Didn't I hear that it has the service people were like upset because normally, it doesn't see 6 kilometers between regular services.
Really?
Something like that. Well, you had to go get serviced regularly because
how regular?
it's a fire truck.
Well,
It's
it's fire. Yeah,
It's like yearly service, something
Quality
like that.
fire truck.
Has to be done. It's had like 7 kilometers since that service.
Oh, so they were upset about that?
They were confused.
Oh, I see. Yeah, well, it's been parked, right?
Okay, I understand. I thought it was like Dan was talking about the other way around.
Yeah. Okay.
I misinterpreted that.
Oh, no.
I thought you were saying it needs service every 7 kilometers. I was like, no.
No.
I was so confused. All right.
I finally lost it.
While you guys get started, I'm going to run to the washroom. Not having another one of these did not prevent that.
He could have been hydrated the whole time.
He could have.
Damn it. I guess we're going into After Dark then.
Yes.
I have a couple in here for you.
Moving on.
That we can look at. And
Hooray.
then I keep opening the wrong app on my phone. After Dark, Google search Luke. Question for Luke and maybe Linus.
Oh.
How do you see AI genuinely enhancing player experiences in games? And where could it start to go wrong if studios fall into the usual shitification pattern?
It's kind of tough because there's been examples of how it could be used in single player games already. I mean, there's Skyrim mods, right, that have like AI followers. You could have AI Lydia or whatever. In my opinion, like playing something like Baldur's Gate, I don't think I even want that. I want the word by word tailored experience that they were able to deliver to me. Okay, very good. Wait, they can't even see it. Nothing happened. But yeah, I kind of want the tailored experience that they can give to me. I do think there will be scenarios where having the dynamicism of something like an AI follower thing would be great. Like I've had this vision for a squad combat game where you're like a squad leader to a certain degree, and you can communicate with your team through your microphone on your computer, but it's a single player game, and they can communicate back. And it's not just simple commands like stack up. Like you could do more complicated things, and they might actually be able to understand and react properly and converse with you and things like that. It could be very, very interesting. There are definitely opportunities where it could be really cool. I don't remember the second part of the question. There was 2 parts, I swear.
Where can it start to go wrong if it falls into the usual shitification pattern?
Oh, yeah. A lot of those AI character mods for Skyrim are kind of junk. I think you've all conversed with AI for too long before. It can really lose
weird.
The plot. Yeah, it can get really weird. It can get really outside of the game.
I'd love to see it more in the like interacting with commands rather than like it being the intention for the story. Yeah,
like I really like that squad combat idea, like I mentioned. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I don't want I don't think I want to be able to ask Lydia about quantum physics and have her be like, "No, yes."
That thing that hasn't been invented.
I can totally answer that.
I know what toilet paper is. Yeah,
and there's no real way with the current systems that we have to actually ensure that that's not going to become a problem. I can pretty much guarantee you that it will be a little bit whack. So
I have a not answer, but at least a response on the whole, how are we handling people who move between Floatplane tiers? Sammy said this was an edge case we didn't consider. Colton and I will discuss on Thursday with a plan, but the focus will be to do what's best for the customer. So that's not an answer, that's not a commitment, but it is a attitude.
Up next.
And a dev change. Very cool.
Hello. Have you have you found the refrigerant for your supercooler machine yet? If not, I have priced out how much it would cost for me, licensed EPA 608, and buy it. $2,600 for £10, £15 your needs.
Interesting. I don't know that for sure, but Dan, can you mark that? And it's actually Elijah who is following up that project. I think we have a technician coming in next week to do an assessment of the machine. We managed to get in touch with the same guy who decommissioned it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Which is pretty beneficial when it comes to machines of that sort of temperamentality and complexity. So he apparently said that when it was decommissioned, it was working. And considering how long it's been, it looks like it's in great shape from an initial just glance. As we dig deeper, we could find stuff, but
yeah.
I am hopeful that we will return it to working order. I am not very hopeful that it will serve us.
Make any sense? Yep.
We'll get to that later. We'll get to that in the video.
Oh, I think there's even... Yeah, sure. All right, next up.
Good evening, Disneyland Resort. I don't know, people try. In catching up with previous WAN shows, I've learned of Linus's love of Joseph and the amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat.
There was red and yellow and green and orange and violet and pink and... No, I can't.
Was that accurate up till there?
The very beginning was.
Nice.
Linus, can you name all the colors in order? He could not.
Because it starts to have a whole bunch of like other ones, like ochre and like coat colors in order, song lyrics. Hold on. Red and yellow and green and brown. Oh no, I was totally wrong. I got the first three. Did I say red, yellow, green? Red and yellow and green. Yeah, I think I got that. And brown and scarlet and black and ochre and peach and ruby and olive and violet and fawn and lilac and gold and chocolate and cream and crimson and silver and rose, azure, lemon, gray, purple, white, pink, orange, and blue, apparently.
That is obscene.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Cool coat.
Heck yeah.
Such a great musical.
Howdy, DLL and chat. Now that the holidays are upon us, what are some of y'all's holiday family traditions that are specifically yours that no other friends or family do? Thanks, and happy holidays, y'all.
I've kind of one. I don't know if this counts because I don't know that no one else does it. But we are on purpose extremely slow doing presents. Like very much on purpose. You essentially generally go one person at a time unless there's mirror gifts. Mm-hmm. Like if people are receiving the same thing, they receive them at the same time. Mm-hmm. But other than that, you go one person at a time. The idea is that they open it. There's often like an opportunity for the person who gave the gift to like talk about it or why they might have thought it was good for them or whatever. They'll look at it. They'll like pass it around. People can check it out. You like experience it for a moment and then you move on to the next one. It's not the like frenzy, open up everything super fast. There's none of that. There's often, even selecting it, like it'll often be, you're not allowed to pick one that you gave someone. You're not allowed to pick something for yourself and you can go up and pick it. But now that there's little ones, like we try to get them to do it. In the past, we'd try to get like Chloe, the dog, to like, and mom tried to train her to like go grab presents.
That sounds like such a your mom thing to do.
Yeah. And yeah, it's like a whole thing. It takes all day. But it's cool. I like it a lot, personally. It is a very defended tradition.
Dumb question. You're on speaker on WAN Show.
That's not a question.
What are some of y'all's... Nice. What are some of y'all's family holiday traditions that are specifically yours and no other friends and family do? Do we really like have a lot of like traditions? I don't really feel like we do. I'm kind of at a loss here.
Well, we put up those Christmas lights all around our family room. I don't think
putting up Christmas lights is a...
No, like that is a very normal thing to put on your roof or like on a Christmas tree, but decorating the couch and the fireplace with Christmas lights is kind of different.
Yeah, I don't know if it is. Okay.
Fireplace, no. Couch, kind of weird.
Okay, well, okay,
Fireplace, super normal.
I
Couch, a
do
little
always
bit.
put them on the couch.
Couch is not okay.
So, well, okay, I can explain why. So one of the things that was really cool for me as a kid, even once I knew that Santa wasn't real, is that my parents would deck out the living room. So Santa didn't just leave presents for our family. Santa also decorated our living room.
Oh.
So we will put up our tree, which often isn't even in our living room. Right now it goes in just our foyer. So when you walk in, there's like a Christmas tree. But we don't do like Christmas morning there. So we don't do our gift exchange there. So we don't have, so that's in the living room. So before the kids, or after the kids go to bed, we'll do like the usual normal stuff. So we do, sometimes we forget to do the plate with the cookies and the carrots or whatever, for the reindeer. But what we've always consistently remembered to do is the note, and then also Santa puts up a bunch of Christmas lights in our living room so that when you come into the room, it's like very Christmas in that room, and it wasn't when you went to bed.
That's
so
cool.
I guess that's kind of different. Yeah, I didn't really think of that.
That's cool.
That's nice, yeah.
I like that.
Yeah. You always wanted it to be like a magical feeling when they walked in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't really
so
think of
now-
anything else.
Now I get an apology, right? Because you said
What?
no.
I said no to what?
Special. You said that wasn't special. You said I was wrong.
Well, no, I just mean
I called your tradition weird, which makes it unique.
okay. Well, I mean, I just don't think nobody else does that. Surely somebody else does that.
I Googled Christmas lights on couch, 0 results.
Okay.
I even
Thank you
looked
for
up
that, Dan.
Whoville living rooms and Whoville couches, and not even they did.
No,
Christmas lights
that's
on the couch.
Okay. Well, was
You are unique.
all right. I'm officially a snowflake. Okay. Thanks for thinking of that, Vaughn. Okay. See you tonight.
No apologies, though.
Yes, I'm very sorry. Well, I mean, it ended up being my thing that I called not special. So it's not like I dissed her.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm sorry. How about this? I'm sorry for disagreeing with you.
Wow.
I'm sorry, you got your feelings hurt.
I'll see you in a bit, and I'll see the couch too. Bye.
Yeah, I think you will.
Can you put some
right.
Christmas lights on it for me?
All right, Vance, whatever. Up next, different Vance. How about another one?
Yeah, hit me.
Wrapped up my first internship and realized for the first time that, quote unquote, being a good employee is a skill you need to learn and isn't taught in school. Other than the basics, how do I be a good employee?
I feel like this will always come across kind of abrasive coming from me because it's been 14 years since I've been an employee. I feel like this is one of those ones where I obviously have thoughts on what I felt made me a good employee. You know, when I was at NCIX, I obviously have thoughts on what makes a good employee here. I think there's a lot of different ways that you can approach this. I think you can approach it from like an attitude and culture and fit standpoint. I think that you can get away with a lot in terms of like financial value that you bring to a business if you like just bring a super can-do attitude and you know, make the place a great place to work for other members of the team. I think in the same way, you can get away with being kind of a dour shithead if you deliver like huge financial gains for the company. But like in terms of like skills that you need to learn that aren't taught in school, like I don't know. How do you be a good employee? Yeah. Okay. Pancrats is in the chat. He says, give a crap about what you do. Yeah.
I mean, that's a lot of it.
That's huge.
The culture side is like almost most important, in my opinion. You can be extremely good at something, but if you're like a toxic head, no one's going to want to work with you, and you're going to end up creating a space that is bad and is not very productive and doesn't work very well. So like that, and that doesn't mean don't speak up. This conversation often gets conflated. You should absolutely speak up when, the time is right. If something is bad, you should bring it up. Ideally, you bring it up and raise potential solutions, even if you don't necessarily think they're going to happen. Even if you don't necessarily think they're possible, just like show that you cared enough to try to think about helping to solve the problem. And if you do have a really good solution, then even better. But if you just complain all the time and are a downer to like be around, that's not helpful.
I mean, it's a lot of the things that make you a good
person,
any kind of relationship.
Yeah. It's honestly, it's exactly the same skills.
I'd say being a good employee is the same as being a good friend, is the same as being a good spouse, is the same as being a good parent, is the same as being a good boss.
And I think that's true if the person you're working for isn't a dinkhole as well.
Yeah, that's a major factor. Is like it takes two to tango. And I mean that in both a positive and a negative way. Like it takes two people to have a conflict, and it takes two people to have a harmonious relationship. Like if someone else is engaging in bad faith, then no amount of you being a positive, contributing member of the team who cares about what you do and does all these things that we're saying, no amount of it is going to help, and you just need to get the fuck out of there.
Or a negative one.
And sometimes, honestly, that need to just get out is not even necessarily because the other person was a bad person. Sometimes people just are abrasive to each other.
Or aren't compatible. Yeah.
And so, we're not trying to
not fit in that workspace.
We're not trying to judge every situation here at all. Just kind of trying to, you asked for the basics.
Yeah, and it effectively comes down to like be good in the relationship or exit. Yeah.
This one is mostly for Linus. Does your son regret choosing the Switch 2 over any of the computer handhelds since the video?
I asked him this 2 days ago. I asked like, hey, are you using your Switch 2 much? And he said, no, I actually have not been using it that much. Because part of the deal for this was to help him, like part of the idea was that it was a gift, obviously, very extravagant gift,
That's
very
a learning moment.
Privileged gift. But I also think that even in the context of a gift, you can still learn lessons about money management. And what I offered him was a choice of like a hype device, knowing that there's going to be an overtime cost associated with it of very expensive first-party titles, or the uncertain device that at the time, the ROG Xbox Ally X was not announced even yet, or sort of the devil which is actually more expensive up front, but that's my burden, but you'll have more affordable games, but these are games that you could have just played on your desktop PC anyway. So he had kind of these three choices. And so I resolved when he made the choice of the Switch 2 that I wasn't going to buy games for him. So he has Mario Kart, and he has remastered Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom because I wanted those for myself, even though I haven't ended up really like playing any of them. But other than that, I'm not just going to run out and buy games for it. And so we own Aces. We own whatever the fitness one is, Ring Fit. We own Ring Fit Adventure. But other than that, you can you can just play like some Switch games that we own, and then those three like remastered and new console titles. And so he hasn't really been using it. I didn't actually specifically ask him if he regretted it. He didn't bring that up on his own, but I do know that he hasn't been using the Switch too much.
Hey, Dinus, Duke, and Dan. I recently purchased some somewhat large plastic bins and was surprised by the market price at the size. What is something you thought was inexpensive until you went to buy it?
Oh my God, plastic bins, 100%.
I was just going to say.
Hell yeah.
Garbage cans? Like,
what the hell?
What are you talking about? Why is it so freaking expensive? Garbage cans are nuts. I don't get it.
When I became an adult, cheese.
I had no idea how much utensils cost until the first time I bought them. I was just like, this is insane, because I don't know that my family had ever bought them. We always just had a whole drawer of like mismatched random stuff. So when Yvonne and I, moved out and were adulting for the first time, I wanted matching cutlery. That was just something that felt like a we've made it thing to have to me, because I'd never had it in my entire life. and I found out how much matching cutlery cost. I was like, the fuck? It was ridiculous.
People can call me cheap again. I've never done it.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Even IKEA, it's cheap, and those ones suck.
Yeah.
Like they're not like, it's like, what mouth is this for? Do Swedish mouths really look like this? Like, I don't understand it.
I get made fun of my spoons.
I remember the garbage can thing. I remember like Emma wanted to buy one, and I think I saw the price and like scoffed and was just like, ugh, she's not like valuing the dollar, you know? And
She hasn't shopped enough.
And I went to go look into it. I went to like Canadian Tire or something to buy a garbage can. I think I was there for like an hour. They have like half an aisle of garbage can options. My brain was just exploding. I was like, there's no way. This is insane. I must have done something wrong. Maybe is this the wrong place? Let me look at stuff online. Like, did they put the can in the wrong spot? It's a garbage can. Why does it cost like $200?
Am I in the lawnmower section?
Yeah,
Did
like,
they swap them?
What is happening right now? It just makes no sense. And it's not like fancy. Yeah, like look, and I don't think this. I don't know, but I don't think this is like a super fancy brand or anything. It's a Home Depot, all these different places. Simple Human garbage can, $240. Mm-hmm. What are we talking about?
It's a metal cube.
Why? Oh my goodness, the pop-ups. Holy. Anyways,
Tape is wildly expensive to me. Like masking tape.
okay.
It's a roll of paper.
Yeah.
Like, have you seen how much a roll of masking tape costs?
No.
Yeah, it's like, I think last time I was at Home Depot, it was like $7 or $8 or something like that. Like, what the heck? When I was running my painting business, they were like $1.50, $2. Like, depending on the thickness. I feel like there's a lot of stuff that's like that these days, though.
What are you guys talking about?
What are people talking about? RAM. Yeah. Yeah, RAM. Definitely that.
Might be cheaper to use it to buy your food at this point. Eat your food, Daniel. It's late. I'm sorry. Get some DDR4 for my spaghetti.
Okay, so part of my problem is that I was not looking at bulk packs. So here you go. Here's like some Painter's Blue, right? $10.37 each. What the fuck is going on here?
It's actually pretty
You
nuts.
can get cheaper ones, just like the horrible contractor grade like beige masking tape is cheap. But the good stuff for like cutting paint lines is not. The cheaper green one in a bulk pack is still, what is this, a 6-pack so that's like still $4 each, which is just more than double what I used to pay for it back when I was a painter. Which I realized was sort of a hot minute ago. This is like old man yells at clouds level at this point. But literally it was a merch message. Somebody asked. I'm not bringing it up out of nowhere.
Hi, Lee Luton Da. Lee Luton Da. Thoughts on companies requiring all employees to learn about agentic AI? I get learning about the uses and risks of agentic AI. What about requiring all know how to develop one?
Is anyone actually requiring anyone to know how to develop one?
Never heard
that.
of
Doesn't sound right. Requiring them to use it, I do. I have heard of.
What about maybe a little bit more loose terms, like setting one up to do an agent style task that they would have for their workflow?
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
That sounds like you're just following up on training.
Yeah,
I'm just
sounds like
reading
professional
up.
development. I think it's. I think that as long as they're not forced to actually use it, if it doesn't make sense for them, then that's probably fine. I mean, I don't really mind a company investing in professional development for the people who work there, and I don't see this as really any different from doing a workshop on like getting along with different personality types or any other skill.
I feel like I need more details.
Hi, LLD. This is Chloe from Malaysia. I'm buying these for my boyfriend for Christmas.
Nice.
Question for Linus. Where is your family from originally? My boyfriend's last name is Sebastian too.
Okay. So I actually get into this.
Your boyfriend's getting some
Wow, you got a backpack?
Backpack, all black, silver shaft.
Backpack, tech stack, and screwdriver.
That's a pretty good Christmas.
Hopefully
You,
he doesn't watch her. Spoilers. Chloe from Asia, who had Anonymous as their name.
Oh, yeah. What's up with that, Chloe from Malaysia, whose boyfriend's last name is Sebastian?
That's so specific. Maybe we shouldn't have said the stuff.
I mean, she's the one who put it in there. I don't make the rules.
No, I mean,
We don't have their last name.
yeah.
That's why it's
We have
anonymous.
one last name,
Yes.
and they're not married. They're boyfriends, so presumably her last name is not Sebastian yet.
They're gonna
Well,
have to keep
after they
them-
open their presents, it might be Chloe Sebastian.
Yeah, I know,
Some
right?
damn good presents.
So we're actually going to cover this in the Linus Torvalds collab, but throughout the video, kind of like, you know how I like to point out things I have in common with Taylor Swift? Mm-hmm. So I played that game with Mr. Torvalds throughout our build. Things that we have in common is at some point in our lives or other, we've been observed that we have rather prominent human beaks. We both obviously have the name Linus. That was one. And also, we both have kind of bullshit made up last names.
Huh.
His last name is not like a real last name. A member of his family kind of arbitrarily assigned it to themselves. And
Is that not where they all kind of came from?
that's where they all came. Well, oh, sure. I mean, at some point, but like, there's no
Like
lineage.
Iceland actually has a structure for it. It's your dad's name plus son, I think. But
Whereas,
like
like-
most places are pretty random.
But you're a Lafreniere, and there's like a lineage there. There's like you have like there's that.
Sure.
There's people named Lafreniere,
Yeah.
and there is some probability that you are related to them in some way.
Sure.
Whereas with Torvalds, apparently it is a 100%. I am related to this person because that lineage only goes back to like his grandparent.
Oh, this is like very recent.
Very recent.
Okay, I understand.
And then so mine is
Or daughter,
also
depends. I don't know.
is
Sorry.
also a made up last name. My mom changed her last name as part of some sort of reasoning that she had for it. And then when she married my dad, he took her name actually. And so that name was passed to me. And so I am a second generation Sebastian as a last name. So it has nothing to do with where my family's from originally. As for where my family's from originally, on the one side, Canada, Canadian mutt on that side. Just, I don't know. I'm pretty sure that my great-grandmother had a dowry that involved livestock.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Canadian mix. There may be some Canadian like native in there somewhere, not enough for any kind of status or anything. Who knows? Complete mix. And then the other side, and this is awkward, is I'm a quarter Russian and a quarter Ukrainian. So
Nice.
yeah,
So you have some internal conflict going on.
half of me has been at war for the last few years. It's been rough. It's been rough.
Up next, hello LLDP. Sure. Thoughts on data center sprawl?
Oh, hold on. Corey G asks, did Linus do a test kit? No. So everything that I just said might be complete nonsense because I'm counting
Nice.
on my family to have told me because there is no way that I would do one of those ancestry tests.
Nice.
Hello LLDP. Thoughts on the new data center sprawl? Just came back from Indiana, helping the data center team there, and locals are not jazzed about giant data centers plopped in the middle of farmland.
Understandable. I don't understand how it's so funny because there was a lot of like hand wringing over how electric vehicles were going to overburden the grid, but like this is on a completely different level, and in some cases, like you said, like in the middle of nowhere sometimes because they're just looking for basically, as far as I can tell, anywhere where there's power, and then putting down these giant facilities that realistically don't employ that many people, which kind of blows, even though there's like high tech, industry moving in, and then just like sucking up all the power. I 100%. Or in some cases, just like expelling emissions. I feel like this, how I feel like taxes. I pay my taxes. I pay a lot of taxes. I don't mind as long as it's being used for something useful. Like we have an AMD Ultimate Tech upgrade coming up. I don't know if we've talked about this, but one of our team members was actually diagnosed with stage 3 cancer a little while ago, and I shouldn't say a little while ago. It was quite a while ago now, and we finally got to do their AMD Ultimate Tech upgrade because they're finally back to work and feeling up to being on camera, and it was a really exciting, like really happy AMD Ultimate Tech upgrade. And one of the things that I take a lot of pride in, both personally and this may be very surprising to some of the people watching who are from other parts of the world, but as a Canadian as well, something that I take a lot of national pride in is our socialized healthcare. It is not perfect, and that is the very first thing that I will say about it.
I don't know of one that is.
I don't know of any healthcare system that is perfect, and neither is ours. But what I do know is that our team member was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer and was able to be treated without out-of-pocket expense for the most part. There was
some things, especially incidental things.
And I also take great pride. So he mentioned that, and this is all on camera, this is all coming, but he mentioned that there was like an anti-nausea medication that was $50 a pill or something like that. And I was like, oh, but sorry, was that out of pocket? And he goes, well, it was 90% covered by LMG's coverage. And I'm like, and I only needed like a dozen of them. And I was like, okay. You know what? That's good to know. So are there still costs? Yes. Let me repeat. I pay a lot of taxes. We pay for it all. But, when I see it in action, I don't mind that. I don't like to see it wasted, and a lot of it does get wasted.
There's a ton of that, yeah.
There's a ton of waste, and I hate that.
But I also don't know of a system that doesn't have a ton of waste.
Yeah, so I guess I have the same thoughts on data centers, right? Like, if it's doing something really useful and benefiting humanity, we're doing aerodynamics research for a new generation of more efficient vehicles, or we're doing whatever, right? Like, sure, yeah, I'm super into it. We're generating seahorse emojis. I guess I'm not as jazzed on what they're doing right now. Yeah, so...
Yeah, dude.
So my feelings are mixed.
Let's go.
Honestly, how has Apple escaped prosecution? The browser lock-in alone with Safari on iOS fundamentally destroyed web apps for over a decade. They make 90s Microsoft look like petty shoplifters.
There's a lot of that.
Microsoft has a $sign in the middle of it, even though the S also kind of looks like a $sign.
I don't know either. I haven't been able to figure it out, and it seems like I felt like alongside many of you, sort of like the emperor has no clothes for a long time. Like when the whole Epic lawsuit thing happened, I was like, oh yes, this is very obvious. Surely this will be very obvious to everyone that this is antitrust and this is non-competitive behavior.
People had to dive in front of the billionaire
people
company.
would do anything to shield the $1 trillion company from criticism, and I don't understand it. If something is bad when Microsoft does it, then it's bad when Apple does it. It's that simple, and we can't let our tribalism and our loyalties get in the way of that. But we do. We allow it, and I don't get it. I don't get it either. I'm sorry. I got nothing.
I could use some more abrasion-resistant / ripstop stuff for hiking and fishing. Are there any Nico fabric items in the works? Don't know what that is.
Nico. I'm going to look it up. Just because I don't know the terminology doesn't necessarily mean we aren't doing anything with it. Okay, high performance lubricants. That's a result.
Nylon cotton.
Oh. Not that I know of right now. Yeah, let's go with a not that I know of right now. Sorry. But hey, enjoy your screensaver party shirt.
G'day, LDI.
I assume that's a lowercase L.
It's an I. You can't prove it.
I mean, I can do something. Yeah. Oh, you know what? No, I think I
there
can.
another
I
L
think
in
I
here?
can. And I think I can analyze this. Hold on a second.
You can. There's an L in thermal.
Hmm?
Later on in the same sentence, you can see a lowercase L.
That's not going to help us.
Why?
The Google font.
How's that going to help us?
Because it looks the same.
Well, yeah, but so does
The top height
font.
of the L and the D is higher, as far as I can tell. As the
Hold on, I'm gonna
lowercase L.
copy and
No,
paste
you have
it.
to copy paste it into Google Docs and then do the case change thing.
Yeah.
There we go. I put it in font checker. It is a lowercase L.
Called it.
Look at you. This is Mr. He does words professionally.
I believe.
Isn't that-
I think I am the lowercase L. I assume because I'm small L.
Sure.
I think that was the idea. Big L,
Probably.
D, and small L.
Yeah.
Currently working on a CubeSat thermal management systems for my degree.
Wait. How come he gets to be Big D? I want to be Big D.
No.
We all
as long
know-
as I don't have to be little PP.
We all know you're Big D.
No.
Yeah, no, we don't. All right, sorry.
So
go ahead.
I was giving you narcissist control. Currently working on a CubeSat thermal management systems for my degree. What do you see as
Sick.
a big challenge in tech progress? For example, transistor density, size, thermal power requirements, etc.
Yes.
It's an annoying answer, but a very good one.
Those are all big problems. I mean, transistor sizes have been. Yet another video that we have coming is it's gonna be about how GPU prices are not NVIDIA's fault, at least not entirely, and it's gonna be a piece on like, hey, yes, NVIDIA has contributed in these ways, but also, have you heard of a little company called TSMC? Here is what we can glean from publicly available information about how their actions have impacted NVIDIA's profitability and NVIDIA's costs. And if you thought that they were the big bad, well, guess what? You're wrong, because there's another monopoly above them called ASML. Let's talk about them. It's going to be cool. Yeah, it'll be chill.
Hello, DLL. Question for Luke. If you couldn't keep any birds, would you keep any other pet?
What do you think? How is this what?
You're going to finally let us know?
No, he wouldn't.
What?
He'd have a dog.
Yeah.
Only one?
Oh, that's a good question.
No, there's no way you do 2 dogs.
What about two really small dogs that you could like
Yeah, he'd want a big
combine
dog.
them?
No.
He'd want a big
Good
dog.
answer. I will continue working here. Okay, next merch message. Hello, Linus, Luke, and Dan. I got my WAN hoodie today, and I'm absolutely loving it.
Heck yeah.
With HBC, I believe that's the Hudson's Bay Company, in liquidation. Would you be willing to license the HBC pattern for clothing and accessory products?
There is no way I'd be able to afford it. There's no way.
That trademark has to be like millions.
I have been very, very lucky, very blessed. I've, worked a lot, and I've managed to, as Luke puts it, become quite wealthy. Guy.
I'll never forget that comment.
I will never. You just like drop that. However, in the grand scheme of things, like I still come to work every day. I am not like a own global brands level of
You can do that and be quite wealthy.
I could do which?
What you're describing?
Oh, like come to work every day?
Not own global brands.
Oh yeah, no,
There's this
that's
whole
true.
thing where, like,
but
in
I'm
a
not
lot of-
that level. I'm like not even close to even being able to make any kind of reasonable offer. Like it's not even.
Oh, yeah. That's a crazy thing. That might be difficult for non-Canadians to understand, but if you look it up, it's like a thing. What I was going to say, there's this whole thing I heard about. I don't know if this is legit or not, but like on average, the wealthiest person in like middle-sized towns is the person who owns the concrete plant.
Really? The concrete plant?
Because like oftentimes those
like
places,
sheet metal too, right?
Yeah, it's stuff like that. It's like
Yeah.
local supplies for building. Because if
Every
you're in
building's got to have concrete.
Where
You
are gonna
can't
go?
ship
there's
it very
probably
far.
just the one company.
Yeah, can't get it from China. You
So
can't
you
get it
can
from the next state.
Price gouge pretty hard, and if there's any interest in the town growing, then they're probably going to
They're
use
gonna
you.
need more concrete.
And it goes into freaking everything.
Yeah.
And you already have to exist because you need to buy the aggregates in just obscene quantities of scale. Who's going to start up a concrete business and buy an entire train of rocks? Do you know? Right?
Right, yeah.
To be competitive.
Yeah, the moat is just the sheer volume of stuff that you have to build.
And it has
And
to
then
be
you will have
upfront.
pre-existing relationships now with
Yeah.
everyone who builds things.
Literally everyone.
Yeah.
And you can't keep it. It doesn't keep. You know, you gotta make it and send it in a truck. Crazy.
It's interesting. I think glass is another one. Like basically all like big building materials that shipping is super annoying for.
Believe it or not, like styrofoam,
That kind of makes
unbelievably expensive to ship just
PC
because it's large.
PC Archive in Floatplane chat says, I live by a concrete factory in southern Indiana in a tiny town. They have their own railroad.
Exactly. I wasn't joking about buying a train of rocks.
Yeah.
Because it has to be specific rocks. That's why you can't like build skyscrapers in like Dubai very well,
Yeah.
because it's desert sand and it has to be river sand.
Yeah,
And like
yeah.
I need like 1/4 inch clear crush.
I think you mean blood sand.
Yeah, sure. It's like bleh.
It's wild.
And you got to grease palms for the illegal sand trade. Because they dig up rivers that they're not allowed to,
Yep.
so that they can get the sand for the concrete.
And there's
It's
like
crazy.
murder and stuff.
Really?
Do you not
Yeah.
know about this?
No.
Oh, it's crazy.
No, blood sand is like not even a joke.
Yeah.
Why?
This dude.
Because it has to
There's
have
a
the-
global shortage of sand.
I have heard of that.
And so there's like illegal sand mining.
Because it's got to be like smooth. It can't be.
No, it has to be jagged.
It has to be jagged.
It
and
can't
so
be rounded.
The wind in the desert like
Yeah.
smooths it out, and so it just falls apart and it's useless.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
And it's too
Crazy.
expensive to make sand.
Because concrete has to cost nothing. It's
Right.
like
It's, It's wild. Because we need the volume of it that we need for construction is crazy.
That's interesting.
it's awesome. It's like logistics and
That's what I
stuff,
kind of
yeah.
meant by like you can still be immensely wealthy and apparently own a train and the tracks.
And again, with like
If
the sheet
you're-
metal stuff too, you know,
Sheet metal's a huge one.
yeah, 100% custom most of the time, and you're not going to like ship it across states.
Right.
Yeah, ideally not. The styrofoam one is interesting. I never thought about that, but it makes sense.
So I
'Cause
did
the
a case
components-
study
The
of
volumetric weight.
I did a
would be
case
really
study
high.
of
Yeah.
anvils versus ping pong balls. And it's pretty traditional, like if you're doing like train logistics case
Sure.
studies.
Yeah,
Which
it's
one
It's
is...
like people do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're going to school for it, Linus.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Just like someone would.
Like someone would, yes. Volume versus weight, you know, styrofoam blocks, ping pong balls, they don't really fit well together. They can take up an entire train car, and they're kind of like not a very good thing to ship. And then same with the anvils, they're like unbelievably dense.
Right,
Oh,
right, right,
wow,
right.
when am I going to get my tungsten cube kind of thing, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Same with sheet metal, same with like aggregates and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
I remember noticing. This was like many years ago. I remember being surprised how few power supplies there were in like a 40-foot container. And I was like, oh yeah. Right, because they can't stack it all the way up because that would be
They would just-
crush the stuff at the bottom. Yeah.
Yep. And I mean, like that's why we were kind of talking about those plastic bins there earlier.
Yeah.
That's why they're so expensive.
Yeah.
Just because they're large.
It's because you're shipping around
A
mostly air.
garbage can.
Mostly
Shipping out
air.
an empty
It's very
garbage can.
expensive to ship air.
Hmm.
I like transport. It's fun.
We just need more extremely large format 3D printers. so that I
Okay.
can then just print a garbage can.
But what's your take on cis sport? And should they be separated? I'm just kidding. We're not doing that. He said he likes transport.
Oh my God.
I'm just moving on.
Evil Fuzzy Bunny says no. When the evil Fuzzy Bunny is telling you no, it's time to move on.
I mean, I gotta ding it, but like, I don't wanna.
Oh yeah, that actively gave me a headache. Nice.
Nice.
Sick. All right, next
Crystal's
one.
yelling at me.
Good.
Oh, my back. Been sitting here for how long? Good Lord.
Who knows?
Why
Next-
did you make the WAN
next
show
one.
so long?
You said it's gonna be a light one. I'm gonna
Actually,
just
it
start
was kind of
screaming
my
at you every single time.
All right, I'll take that one. That's fair enough.
I mean, look, if my controversy is going to be 5 hours into the WAN show, there's no way that anybody actually sees it anymore. It should be fine. There's only 8,000 people watching over on YouTube.
You can
right now.
clip YouTube videos. People don't seem to know this, which is very strange to me.
Really?
You can clip YouTube videos.
Yeah. No, it shows up in my dashboard if people clip stuff.
Yeah, I don't know why people don't know that, but
I don't know.
whatever.
I think they just don't care. Because most of the controversial people used to be on Twitch, and then now it's mostly like on Kick and stuff, right?
I don't know. Probably.
Didn't that streamer get arrested?
Yeah.
Jack whatever? Doherty?
No idea.
Doty?
Yep. Sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wild.
Very silly.
Yeah. Isn't that David guy finally a suspect too? Speaking of just like famous people.
No idea.
Just like,
What you're talking
yeah,
about.
yeah, the Tesla guy. Tragic.
Okay.
Well, not that he's a suspect. That's good.
Right.
Yeah, but the whole situation, very tragic.
Sure. Next one.
Hello,
wants to go
WAN.dll. I remember a few years ago when you had mentioned you were trying to move Creator Warehouse products to not use any plastic packaging. Has there been any updates on that?
Actually,
There's been some progress.
yeah, well, sort of.
Oh.
One update that I have is I just got a bunch of shirts from the store, and they're all in plastic bags. So thank you for reminding me to send an irate email.
Huh.
To be clear, there may be a very good reason. Not every supplier is able to source them, and not every product is ultimately compatible with non-plastic bags. Like, for instance, the backpack still to this day ships with an inflated plastic cushion in it, because if we didn't put that there, then there would be so much loss in backpacks that we can sell due to them being crushed and deformed, which customers do not want, which, like, you know, personally, I wish it weren't that way, but I can't change that customers aren't going to want it. That it would be more wasteful than if we just put bags in all of them. So there's, and then like there's certain products that are going to sit on a ship for so long, out on the ocean for so long, that if we don't put a plastic bag on them, they will be damaged or degraded in some way. So there's no getting away from it completely. But I did think that our shirts were in glassine bags before, and I see them in plastic bags now. So I need to kind of figure out what's going on with that.
Hi, LLD. How is the Corolla experiment with a 3x with OpenPilot going? As someone who drives almost 1,000 kilometers a week, this technology fascinates me. Oh my God, that is so many kilometers.
Holy
Can you imagine?
crap.
I was making a joke to Riley earlier about walking to Toronto to get an answer for somebody who's off work at this time. And that's 5,000 kilometers. So...
Wait, 1,000 kilometers a week? That's not that much, is it?
It feels like a lot.
it feels a lot to me, I guess. But
I mean, I used to
honestly,
think-
that's like... If it's 100 kilometers back and forth to
Thousands.
Vancouver...
50,000 a year. Like, hold on a
It's like
second.
standard for most people having a commute, right?
Hold on, I'm not
feels like a
going to
lot
share
for me,
screen.
but I do not drive much.
100 kilometer commute, so that would be like commuting to Chilliwack and back every day. Maybe more.
BC. So my old commute to NCIX was 37 kilometers.
Times 2.
Yeah, times 2, which is 70 a day, times 7 days a week is about 500 a week. And that wasn't like...
That's assuming you're commuting to NCX on the weekend.
Did I say 7? Well, I definitely drove around on the weekend. Like, I definitely went. So yeah, I was
Did
doing
you
like
drive as
500 a
much
week.
on the? I could see it being yes.
But that wasn't like the craziest commute. It was only about half, like 35 minutes or something like that. Like, people do longer commutes than that. I just mean
People
like
do longer commutes that aren't necessarily that much more distance.
So if I'm in Abbotsford, like say like downtown Abbotsford or Chilliwack, if I'm in Chilliwack and commuting to downtown Vancouver,
you'd easily do 1,000 kilometers
that
a
is
week.
200 kilometers a day.
Yeah.
And that's 1,000 a week. So that's just like a long commute.
Yeah, that's a long commute.
That's
like
a long commute, though.
It's a fair bit of driving. That's true.
It's
true.
doable, but that is a long commute.
So this person has to drive a lot. They have a long commute.
Mixed bag. For the use case of like exactly what Dan said, from Chilliwack to Vancouver and just like
highway numbness.
Lots of it.
Really great sometimes. So the previous software update that I was on was like freaking awesome. Like, literally made my brain feel like I had more energy when I wasn't driving because I hadn't used so much of my limited energy every day thinking about things on driving on the highway. Wow. And it was actually really, really fortunate timing because normally I don't do a ton of highway driving. I just like commute to work and go to badminton. But I just happened to have to go all the way out to Abbotsford for a volleyball game for my son. And then I just happened to have to go somewhere really far away for another reason. Then I happened to have to do it again. I was like, oh, this is actually great because I just switched to this thing and I really wanted to get some really solid impressions of it. And it was awesome. And then I got a new update. And lately, I haven't checked if there's a new one in the last few days. So maybe there's a new one. But the one that I had a week ago, I can't get it to go to full speed. So I'll set it to, I'll be in a 60 zone, kilometers, which here in specifically the Vancouver area of British Columbia means that nobody drives 60. Everybody drives anywhere from 70 to 80. So I'll set it to like 70 and I'll be driving like 55 and people are like mad and it won't accelerate anymore. When I'm in the experimental mode, which has red light recognition. In the non-experimental mode, the speed attainment is better, but it doesn't have red light recognition. So I can't have the best of both worlds that I had on the previous update. So what's cool about it is when it works well, it works like so well. It's like life-changing if you drive that much. When it's not, but you're at the mercy of software updates, just like any system like this. So it's been a mixed bag so far. Apparently, after our video, we like wiped out all of their stock, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, I was chatting with the visitor that I had earlier this week, who was chatting with someone from there, apparently, or heard from someone. He joked with me because he's been LTT'd before. Like his site's been love hugged and his stock has just been wiped out for months by stuff that we've done in the past. And apparently it happened with them, is what I heard.
That's pretty epic.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. Just casual LTT things.
Linus, did Linus make fun of you for nuking your Pop! OS install? And will you ever do another switching to Linux video series?
No, he didn't at all. In fact, he fully acknowledged that Linux is quite breakable and imperfect, and he was very pragmatic and not defensive at all of Linux. Very, very cool. But remember, he's Linux kernel, not major, not lieutenant.
When you pause for so long, I was like, something's coming.
Those are my favorite.
And so he doesn't have an emotional attachment necessarily to the operating systems attached to the kernel. As for, is it time? Yeah, it's absolutely time. It's time. I'm going to start with my my family room PC. So I'm building myself a Steam machine before general availability of the Steam machine, and we're going to go from there. I'm finally doing it. I'm building that Steam machine, and I'm like so excited. It's going to be my favorite computer, I think.
Heck yeah, that's exciting.
We've got a Floatplane one here. How many 9s is Floatplane?
Oh,
how much would it take to add another 9? How much would you save if you dropped just one 9? Yeah, 9% uptime.
Nah, we're dropping one 9 wouldn't put us to 9%. I'm pretty sure
not
we're pretty
even
solid.
Close. Yeah, we are. We used to track this. There was an era where it was very important to Linus.
Well, there was an era where it used to go down more.
That's true.
It's only not important to me because
We have to be better than Cloudflare.
Well, we got to the point where we were actually beating some like extremely major platforms, and then stopped kind of tracking it so much. But
yeah.
The team has done a fantastic job at increasing that, and then it stopped being something we like cared about.
Yeah, it's like my wife stopped tracking how often I can get it up once it was like, enough,
Is the
we only
marked-
had that tracker
is
for
the
a while.
marked success of it being enough, like the kids running around. Anyways, yeah, and it's really strong right now. I should probably praise the team more for that more
Yeah.
often. How many 9s is it? I actually don't know anymore, but it's really good.
Yeah,
How much would we save if we dropped a 9? We wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't.
Well, it
Which
would be
I
down
don't
more,
know if that's-
and that means you would save on bandwidth. So if we couldn't do most of the WAN shows on Floatplane,
The WAN show specifically,
we would save a lot of money by it being down.
If we had a 4-hour outage every Friday at like 5:30 p.m.,
Yeah, you can only do a half hour right at the end.
we would save a measurable amount of money.
Oh no, Floatplane went down after the pre-show.
But yeah, for the most part, like a lot of these services, this is one of the reasons, like tying back to the conversation earlier, like you don't buy a certain amount of 9s from Cloudflare.
I mean, you kind of do, but also it's enough.
And you can't like scale it
Yeah,
down.
you can't be like, I'd like a less reliable service, please.
Yeah, like not really.
Like it's their own reputation and their own personal pride because they know that the shit's going to roll up a hill if you have an outage. So
and there's a lot of like skill and ability from the team, but we can't make the team smaller. Trust me, don't try. So yeah.
It'd probably be harder to try and make something less reliable.
No. Because there's a lot of stuff like on our team. Oh, wow, voice crack. Nice. There's a lot of stuff on our team that is obviously contributing towards it being much more stable.
Yeah, I've seen some of the tools. It's like you don't even have to think about it and it just fixes itself.
Jonathan's done some freaking
magic.
wizardry, dude.
The stuff that I've seen.
It's pretty
If I ever get poached.
by Floatplane. It is a different company.
So how did Floatplane work, Dan? I don't know. It looked cool though.
I see what you mean. Yeah, there's some really sick stuff there. So like within our control, there's obviously things we could do to make it worse. Yeah.
Got a couple more here. Hey Linus, will the Steam frame support Lighthouse full body trackers when using the new wireless inside-out headset? Basically, can it replace an index while keeping base station full body tracking?
Hi, I am the developer of a tool called Space Calibrator, and I was watching this WAN Show video about the newly announced Valve hardware and saw you would like to try base station tracking with the Steam frame once you had one in hand. I'd like to be able to get in contact with you so you have a line of contact with the developer of Space Calibrator so that should you encounter issues while setting it up, I can provide guidance.
Sick.
Regards,
Hell yes.
Hecky. So apparently there is a way to do it. Haven't tried it yet. Don't have a Steam frame yet, but I'm in touch with Hecky, and apparently they know.
Heck yeah, hecky.
Heck yeah.
Let's do it. That sounds
Man,
awesome.
maybe I don't get. Do I? Maybe I don't get the big screen beyond. I don't know what to do. I just.
You can go to Luke's house and try
I
them
was
both.
gonna say I'm almost certainly gonna buy a
Or to
frame.
my house and try them both. Yeah. Like
Do you have the two?
If only there was some way for you to have access to this hardware.
That
in order
sounds
to
like
evaluate
interacting with another person.
Oh my God, go away.
Absolutely not. Yuck. Ugh. Hey, DLLL and L and Linus and Luke. What was the moment you knew that working with the other one was the right choice?
There were times when I didn't feel like it was a choice, but it felt like the right thing to do. Like we've had our ups and downs, which
Yeah.
we've talked about. Like we've been angry at each other. We've cried. I think if you have a 10-year relationship that was always easy, it probably wasn't that deep.
I suspect that's true.
You know? And
It's also a lot more than 10 years at this point.
I know.
Which is really weird to like even think about.
I know.
We had a discussion recently that in not all that many years, we will have been working together for half of my lifespan. We're not there yet. There's some years to go.
Yeah.
But it's not as
we're
many
gonna get
years
there.
as you would think. Yeah.
Like, I wonder if I've been playing Minecraft more now for longer than I haven't been playing Minecraft.
These types of things.
They hurt my life.
These questions I find very interesting.
Yeah, Yvonne and I crossed the threshold a while ago.
Yep.
Yeah.
And the weird part is when you realize that it's hard to remember not.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Like I remember when I used to talk about how I have had a ton of jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And now I don't say that anymore.
I remember
Because for my age,
remembering
it's no longer true.
things.
Right.
So it's gotten to the point where I don't really...
You can't trust the memory anymore when that's the case.
Yes, I don't remember it. I remember the remembering of it.
I have multiple things like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did we know it was right? I don't know. I mean, that it's been good for a long time. But also, you know, like we had a misunderstanding a couple of weeks ago.
I thought I dealt with that pretty okay.
No, yeah, you did. No, you did.
Did you only scream a little?
No.
Didn't scream at all.
I think over time, Luke and I have both gotten better at communicating in general.
Yeah.
I think we've both gotten more. I think we've both become better listeners. I think that we've both reached a point where we understand each other a lot better. Like, I think I got there first in terms of like living in Luke's head, but I think that he lives in my head in a really big way now too. So we kind of like, we have a pretty good idea of how to approach things with each other. And like what's going to set the other one, make the other one bristle a little, you know, like I don't know. Yeah. I'd say, this is kind of a cop-out answer, but I'd say that every day is a new realization that it's the right choice. And that's what makes it the right choice.
Cute.
Thanks. Thought you'd like that.
I think there was like two major stages for me, I think. The Denny's night, I've told that story like a million times, was a really big one for me. I like can't even understate.
That's so funny because like it's a funny memory for me and I totally remember it, not just remember it. I remember that. But it was like, it wasn't like when I decided or anything.
No,
like,
I think
I
was already pretty locked in, but there was a certain amount of like, yeah, we're actually going to do this. That was like, and it doesn't matter, and maybe we'll have to go back into the kitchen to get the plates.
Yeah.
But like, we're going to make this thing happen.
Yeah.
There was a level of confidence that was instilled in that moment of like, things are going to get bad every now and then, and we'll figure it out.
And it was clear that we would both do weird stuff.
Yes.
To just get something done.
Yeah.
Yeah, for those of you not familiar with the story, Luke and I was driving him home because we'd stayed at work so long together getting NCIX Tech Tips filmed that the buses were no longer running.
This was true
many hours ago.
Many times.
Yeah.
But this one was pretty late.
Yeah, it was like very late.
I think it was like 3-4 in the morning.
Something like that. And so I was driving him home and one of us was like, we should get food. Because
don't remember who, but yeah,
I don't think we'd probably eaten
in a long time.
And we ordered our food, and the waitress fell asleep. And we could see that she was asleep, and we could see that our food was up. And instead of waking her, we decided together to go and fetch the food and bring it to the table ourselves and not disturb her, because she seemed like she needed the rest more than we needed her to go bring us our food.
But I think it was just the moment of like, it's that late that even like Denny's is asleep.
Yeah.
Where it was like, all right, yeah, I don't know, we're in this. And then there was another time where there was a very large amount of people that were relatively, not the most influential, but relatively influential in my life, that were pushing me to like split and do my own thing. And it was tempting, But I like thought about it for a long time and then was like, nah. And it wasn't long after that where it was you, me, and Yvonne in a car. I don't remember where we were going or what we were doing, but I told you guys, like, I'm in. Don't worry about it, basically. And those times were like very close to each other.
Right.
And that was where I was just like, all right, that's it. I had the deep thought. I had the external pushes. And I was like, nah. And then, yeah, there it is.
Yeah, and I see no reason for us to rethink any of that at this point. We're very lucky, actually, in that sense, because like a lot of stars had to align for us to kind of meet that early in our careers, and you can't take that for granted. Like, I could have just as easily hired someone completely different right at the beginning that would have been a total sort of disaster. Luke could have just as easily applied for a real job.
Or it could have worked really well.
And been stuck in somewhere dead end. Or who knows? Well, you know what? No. For you, maybe you could have been like colossally successful to another level. But for me, I don't think that that's the case. Like, I'm not going to give you credit for the success of the company, but what I will say is that I, with fairly close to 100% certainty, would not have achieved better without you. That I can say. I can't say that about you. I think you might have achieved greater wealth or personal influence without me.
There's some potential thoughts there, like something that I've kind of tried to do the math on is like the other opportunity that I had at the time. If I went with that, and then considering the like starting wage was twice as high or whatever, and then tracked how that might have progressed over time, and the fact that it was that much higher, so compounding.
At the beginning, compounding.
Being able to get into housing earlier, whatever it was. Like, there's certain things that might have been really nice about that. There's also, like, there have been interesting, I haven't taken them, but interesting opportunities that have arisen, but
which I'm not finding out about now. Like, we talk about things.
Yeah. Part of that has to be factored in. That public persona is why people have found these things. It's not necessarily the public persona that has been attractive.
And we wouldn't,
opportunities.
This ain't college basketball. We're not asking people to work for exposure. But we also can't completely ignore it.
There is significant benefits to it.
In year 2025, having recognizability and a personal brand and a following is the difference between getting in front of someone for an interview and being filtered out by an AI hiring agent. For real, though. So, yeah, I don't know. So
I have no idea where it would end up, but I think I would have done okay.
And like, even, and like, look, the thing is, like, Luke and I have talked about this before. We may not work together forever. And if we don't, then we've committed to still be friends and not let that destroy the relationship, right? We've done a lot. We've seen the world together. We've built something together. You can't undo that, right? And so, one of the things we've talked about is that, like, and so something to consider is that effect may not be done yet. That effect of the exposure of what you've built here and what you've done here, and the audience and the recognition and the connections and everything, there could be another level of connection that could still be made, and there could be an offer someday that he couldn't say no to. And I would.
It's unlikely. I'm pretty all right with saying no to offers.
I know. But like, there could be, and I have committed that would not be the end, right? Like, that's, I hope not. I really enjoy working with people that I enjoy working with, which sounds like a recursive sentence, but it's so true. Like,
it is legitimate, though.
It is life-changing. You spend so many of your waking hours at work.
Well, this is why so many of the questions that come in that are like, there was that one earlier in the show, which was like, how do you be a good employee? Or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, man, like, don't be such a drag to work with. Like, it's honestly, getting to neutral is like 80-90% of the battle. It's actually amazing.
And if you can inject positive energy into a room when you walk into it, wow.
That's great, man.
Yeah.
What was I going to say? There's oh shoot. Oh right, yeah. I think the influence on the beginning thing, like the channel already existed. It was at around, if I remember correctly, it was at around 80,000 when I joined.
Yeah.
I don't know the exact number, but it was around there. I think it might have been like 79, but I just think 80. By the time we split off, it was 200 and something, 250 or something.
No, far less than you'd think.
Oh.
Those badges.
Yeah.
I think they're... Oh, wait. Yes. No, you're right. No, I think it was 220 or so.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I thought it was 200 and something.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of that was us together agreeing to try to do 6 or whatever it was back in the day. And then those crazy nights making sure that we filmed enough videos to stuff the channel.
I think we were doing daily already, actually, because
Not when I joined.
Oh, maybe there was a gap there.
There was a
because I
significant
think I
gap.
wasn't getting resources.
There was
because
a significant gap.
I know that my bonus wouldn't be fulfilled unless I uploaded more than daily. For LTT. Daily. Yeah, it was 45. I could do up to 45 a month if I recall correctly. So I would do videos unboxing a Toblerone bar that I got for Christmas. Like it was sort of pathetic.
Yeah, I know there was a period of mass uploads. When I joined, it was not.
Right. Okay. I don't remember, but I
some of this is remembering memories,
which is 15 years ago now.
Yeah.
So we're getting into like dangerously long ago territory.
Yes.
I mean,
like there's.
I couldn't remember to put a warranty on my backpack. So what do I
know? You did eventually. Yeah. I don't know. It's been a time.
All right, I've got one more for you.
Hit me.
First time live buyer from Spain. Everyone's doxing themselves today.
Welcome.
Kid decided to wake up at 6 a.m.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
So I'm here. Linus, so your kids still wake you up during the night? Give me hope.
No, they don't. But it takes the discipline of putting them to bed in their own room and not letting them come crawl into your bed in the middle of the night. Unless they are very sick. I can count on both hands the number of times that a non-infant child has slept in our bed. It's just not a thing that my kids do. Our bed is our bed, and where we do our bed stuff, and I can't do that with a kid in it.
You're not that kind of YouTuber.
Oh.
Okay, whoa. Thanks for watching. See you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye! Oh my god! Or politicians?
Most of them?